Fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh yeah, good morning DFW. It is your college football fix live on Fan University across the Metroplex and anywhere, that's right, anywhere on the Odyssey app. Good morning. My name is Jake Rietma. Had a lot of coffee so far this morning. I'll dial it down a little bit. To my left, you've got the other part of Fan University. It's Brennan Baxter. Jacob Ray is on the ones and twos this morning. You can listen anywhere on the Odyssey app. I already mentioned that, but you can also watch on the Fan Cam because Jacob Ray is so versatile as a producer. He's on the ones and twos. He's also on the threes with the Fan Cam. But Brennan Baxter, good morning to you. We've had plenty of time to prep for today's show because the Texas Lending show, texaslending.com, before us, were remote today. We normally get to chop it up with the boys, ask about the golf game, but it's just me and you this morning.
It was a little lonely here in the studio this morning, but we're here and we actually have sports to talk about this week, Jake.
Yeah.
We've got the Super Bowl, the Olympics. We've got stuff we can actually get into.
It is, but it is your college football fix, Brennan Baxter. Don't forget about that.
It is your college football fix. We had a great fall here on Fan University, but we had so much fun doing it. Jake and I were like, what the heck? Let's keep it rolling all year long.
Plus, we couldn't say no to that huge paycheck from Odyssey. I mean, that was probably the biggest motivating factor.
Right. It's
there.
all about the cash.
No doubt about it. I don't do this for the love of the industry, man. This is all about the paycheck for me. But we want to know what's going on with you as well. 877-881-1053. That is the number to get in touch. And as Brennan Baxter mentioned, boy, do we have a show lined up for you. I mean, it was one of those things. I was bummed we only have 4 hours from 9 to 1 because I could go all day. That's what she said. I know. That I'm going to say that's what she said before she actually says it. But we could go all day.
I'm down. Should we just kick the 1 to 5 guys out? Or Jake,
is that something that she says or he says?
That's a great question. We'll break that down in Jaking Around, right? That's the name of the segment? Jaking Off.
Jaking Off.
There you go. Perfect. We are going to have that at 10 o'clock. At 9:20, we'll have the Sights and Sounds, the best audio of the week. And it's not only audio from Super Bowl Radio Row, but also around the internet, which is always a dangerous place to be, to just be scanning for great audio clips.
You never know what you're going to get during that segment. And that's why we're here to provide it to you. We don't even know what we're getting, and we prepped the show. I have no idea what audio we have on deck today. I'm looking forward to being just as surprised as the listeners.
Boy, ain't that the truth. Baxter class at 9:40. Looking forward to that. Less than 6 weeks from March Madness. How about that?
Yeah, man. Look, college football might be over. We are so now we get your college
football fix.
Now we get your college basketball fix. And March Madness, less than 6 weeks away. We'll walk through some teams that you might want to keep an eye out for if you want to win your bracket challenge pool. We'll have some stuff ready for you there at Baxter class.
We are going to make you rich. Want to say hello to everybody checking in at 877-881-1053. If you're just getting into maybe your vehicle, maybe we know it's a gig economy, as the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold would say. Maybe you're out delivering some packages. Maybe you're doing the Amazon thing. I was leaving this morning. Big Amazon delivery guy had 7 different boxes he was carrying at once. And I thought that is a hard-working, blue-collar, economy-driven individual. You gotta love it. Saying hello to Kid Muse. What is happening? 469. That's my guy, Kid Muse. Got a lot to pick his brain about with everything going on with the Mavs, and I know we'll talk some Mavericks later in the program. Big trade this week. We'll also talk some Dallas Stars. Why don't I say hello to the 469? We're going to talk some USA hockey. Indeed, we will.
That's also Kid Muse.
Yes, Kid Muse is dialing up the text line, which we love. Shout out to him. But, oh, baby, what else we have going on in the program? Would you watch that? Would you eat that? Especially hungry this weekend with the Super Bowl. I know, Brennan Baxter, you particularly are a guy that puts together a mean spread. I've experienced it before, and it is always a good time when you are just packing in the calories and slamming down some cold ones, and that's what the Super Bowl is all about.
Yeah, this weekend is all about that. Are you one of those guys that feels like they should move the Super Bowl to Saturday? Because people have said Sunday night they still have work on Monday. So everyone wants a party for Super Bowl Sunday, have a ton of fun, have the food, have the drinks, and then feel like crap on Monday morning. Are you in favor of them moving the Super Bowl
that's a great
so
question.
the rest of America can enjoy?
I feel like that's such
the next day in peace.
Right. That's such a hot topic, and it has been for the last decade. I feel like we've been asking this question. If it hasn't changed by now, what's going to be the tipping point to make it change? I just don't. It's same with the national championship on a Monday night.
Well, that's what I was about to say. They have that on Monday,
and this is
which
your college football
stupid.
fix. So we're talking national championship.
If they can move the typical Saturday college football game to a Monday, why can't they move the typical Sunday NFL game? They're playing on Thursdays and Mondays and everything else too.
Yeah, because in the college football defense world, they never want to go up against the NFL, but the NFL is the NFL. TV ratings wise,
sure.
The Super Bowl is going to draw millions and millions and millions of viewers no matter what time it is. So yeah, let's do it on a Saturday night. I think that'd be a win-win for everybody.
Or to the 469's point, just make the Monday after a holiday. An American holiday.
That's from the 469. You got to love that. Make the Monday after the Super Bowl. It's also, there's something to be said about those expected unproductive work days. I'm talking Thursday at Augusta. You know people are watching the Masters.
Right.
The Thursday and Friday of March Madness. You got college hoops on all day. You're not doing a lick of work on those days. The Monday after the Super Bowl is more of like there's not an event going on. You're just hungover from the day before.
With how much sports runs American culture now and entertainment, you would think that we would have finally come to the conclusion that we should just have sports holidays away from work. You mentioned Masters Thursday, March Madness first round Thursday, Friday, and the Monday after the Super Bowl. That's only 5 days. Come on. I mean, let's go Fortune 500 companies.
I think the Wednesday before Thanksgiving is a big unproductive work day. I don't think you're getting a lot of work done then. Maybe December 23rd, the last day before the
Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I think
New Year's Eve, if it's on a weekday. I think some people had to work still up until,
Yeah, that's a great point. Is that so that would be December 31st?
Mm-hmm.
December 31st? Or December 30th? December 31st. Yes. So that all said, what a lot of text to get in on here from the 817. All caps Brandon is a part-time overeducated DoorDasher on weekends. LOL. Hey, shout out to you. The DoorDashers are the real ones. So it's a gig economy. We appreciate you. And I think we've said all that. Oh, yeah, from the 469, that's our guy, Kid Muse, sitting out by the lake with my poles in the water. And that is a great reminder that Kid Muse and I, we got to get a fishing trip on the books. We've been talking about it. We just need to do it, Just do it. Nike, just do it. Just like I want to say hello this morning to Jacob Ray, who we will be hearing from as he debuts his famous segment on Fan University. Jake, welcome to the program, my friend.
It's happy to be back, man. I don't think we've done a show since the college football season ended.
Your college football fix.
I haven't got a chance to do Who Said It. I haven't got a chance to take part in the Jake break in a while, besides in Crosstalk. I haven't got to do the Would you eat that? Would you watch that? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, would you eat that? Would you watch that?
I haven't had a chance, so I'm excited.
Would you eat that?
I'm excited to rip the Band-Aid off today, if you will.
We've really shown our versatility as a show.
You really have.
Going from the college football fix to would you watch that? Would you eat that? Jake and off. We can do it all here on Fan University.
And again, that is why they pay us the big bucks. And that is why you are tuned in to Fan University right here on your home for the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. The boys all week were on Radio Row doing a tremendous job, booking big-time guests. Shout out to everybody that was involved with that. Shout out to the producers that were making the shows happen, the engineers, the logistics extraordinaire in Tim Collins. It looked like a lot of moving parts, but by all indications, it seemed like everything went swimmingly. I know I was toloing all week. You were toloing all week, and we'll all have a chance to prove how much we were toloing during the famous, world-famous segment, everybody's favorite game show, Who Said It? But we appreciate that, and we are excited to be here on a Saturday. Maybe next year we'll get the call to Radio Row.
I think it's our time. We've got to work our way up, right? As you said, Fan University, one of the most underrated shows here. They pay us a big bucks, but yet they don't take us to San Francisco. There's something off here, but next year's our year, Jake.
I can feel it. I can feel it.
It's only a matter of time.
No, and I think we've played this bit up on the program a couple of times, but we need to spend more time talking about how when Brennan was hired as the on-air extraordinaire talent that he is, our first meeting getting Fan University all ready, you could just see the diligence and the inspiration and the drive in his eyes, and I was just so inspired. And then I just felt this duty to kind of give you the lay of the land a little bit. Bring you down to earth. Take some of the wind out of your sails, which is what
you have. You definitely have. It's been a good 5 months, man. All the excitement and energy that I had in August, first time ever on radio, brought in to do Fan University, and here I am in February, and I'm contemplating a lot of things in my life now.
I mean, that just sounds like a good friend, right, Jacob?
I mean, yeah, it's a good friend, good co-host, all around a good guy to have in your corner, I would say.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a great guy to have in your corner.
Absolutely.
You need that morale killer because, life is it's not about soaking in the big moments. And
No.
I remember, and God bless your dear wife. She is an absolute sweetheart, and I've enjoyed every interaction and every encounter. The Big 12 championship day got away from us a little bit.
Just a little bit.
And I felt bad that she had to be the one to see us in that state. But aside from that, I don't think I've had any major hiccups, which I do often. And I feel like I haven't adequately expressed to her how much I enjoy doing the show with you.
Yeah, man, it's been a great 6 months. It is crazy to think back to August when I showed up and met you for the first time. And I'm thinking, what am I doing here? And I
got to work with this guy.
I got to work with this guy from Michigan, and here I am, man. It's been a huge blessing in our life for sure. And if you're tuning in, listening, whether on the Odyssey app, on YouTube,
you can listen
anywhere, or of course on 105.3. We appreciate and hope you enjoy us as well.
All right, so we're singing "Kumbaya" by the campfire in this opening segment here on 105.3 The Fan University. But let's talk some sports. Yeah, let's do the sports thing. Cooper Flagg is in the midst of the best 4-game span ever by a teenager, and the records he's setting. And I think last week even we had the 1-year anniversary of the abomination of the trade that was the worst trade in sports history. And it's a healing thing. Like, you just have to wash everything clean. And the trade this week, I think, was a big step in doing so. Where now, if you're pulling every part that was associated with the Luka trade, it feels like Jason Kidd is really the only thing left over from that.
What does that mean for Jason Kidd at the end of the year?
Well, he's just going to crash out on people a couple more times. My goodness.
In all seriousness, the sentiment that I got from a lot of fans who were texting and asking about the trade, it does feel like the closing of the chapter. So AD gone. We were always going to look at AD as the guy that we traded Luka for. And now that he's removed, and with the excitement of Cooper Flagg, I got this take a lot, too, that if you include Cooper Flagg, there's a little bit of an asterisk with him associated with the trade because he was a lucky draw byproduct of what happened. He was not obviously a part of the actual trade. Like, how do you feel about it? Knowing with what Cooper Flagg is doing and the moving on from AD and the future looking very bright in Dallas again because of what Cooper has grown into the last month and a half, a lot of people are feeling a little better about the fact. Like, I've had friends text me, I'm more excited about Cooper Flagg than I thought I was, and I might actually rekindle my Mavs fandom.
Yeah, and the Mavs are so GD bleeping lucky.
That's the thing. You have to include him as an asterisk. Like, he's not. You lucked into the number 1 pick. So, but if you added Cooper Flagg into the totality of the trade package, do you feel like it's a little better, or can you, or do you separate it?
No, yeah, I separate it, 100% separate it, and I get what you're doing mentally. I do that a lot.
I'm trying to put a positive spin on this situation.
I do that a lot in my life. Yeah. There are so many things I can't stand about my life. Let me just tell a little lie in my head so that I feel better. I think that's what you're doing, and I respect the hell out of it because you have to, in a sense. Otherwise, you just can't. And I haven't been around long enough to have the years and the history and everything to associate what was done in that moment. But the immediate aftermath and everything that transpired after the trade for the following calendar year, you can't separate what happened with where this team is. At least I can't. I don't have the intellectual power or abilities. That's another way of saying I'm too dumb to not continue to look back. And I know that the texts are going to come in at 877-881-1053. Get over it. Get over it. And I was yelling at someone about this last night. Great little get together. Shout out to my great friends, the Petersons. They're moving today. They're probably listening on their way out of Dallas. They're big Tolos. They turn it on. They leave it on all the time. But it was a little like going away get together. And, you're talking ball with some guys. And I just had to continue to hone in on the fact that the Mavs, they were in the NBA Finals with Luka Doncic and 3 games away from winning it all. And I don't care how far away you say they were losing to the Celtics in that Finals. They were there, and they threw it all away.
Yeah. That's not wrong, and I agree with you, but I also do feel like you have to move forward if you want to still root for the Mavs. I mean, to be fair, there's people that 682 from the text line says, I'll never let it go, and that ruined sports for me, and that's fair. Like, okay, that's fine. But I just think if you want to root for the Mavericks, what better opportunity than right now to see what Cooper Flagg is turning into? People like Brian Windhorst, Stephen A. Smith, these people are talking about him being the best rookie since LeBron James. And look what LeBron James turned into. And I'm not saying Cooper Flagg is going to win 4 championships and multiple MVPs, but he looks really freaking good, man. And I think if you are a Dallas Mavericks fan and have been since the 80s, 90s, Dirk Nowitzki, whenever you joined, we got to get behind Cooper because this kid is special.
No, you're absolutely right. And him, again, putting off this rookie performance that he has the last 4 games, breaking these records, helps the healing and the coping. And I'm not a psychologist, but I play one on the radio for fun. And it helps the healing process to be, we got to forget what could have been with Luka and now just hone in, focus in on what it is with
if
Cooper.
You still want to be a Mavs fan. I can see well, Dumont was still a part of it. Cuban was probably still a part of it. Kidd, as you mentioned, was probably a part of the trade. I don't think he was 100%.
It's so bad.
It's so bad, and it's so annoying and frustrating.
And they traded for Anthony Davis.
But then I watched Cooper Flagg go floor to floor and dunk over Wembanyama or something and just have insane moves from not only around and near the paint, but what he's doing in the mid-range, his three-point shots improving, and I'm just watching this kid go, I like watching this guy play basketball, and that's fun for me. I don't care who the owner is. I don't care who the coach is. I like watching Cooper Flagg, and if he makes the Mavericks into a perennial contender for the next decade, I'm going to root for him.
From the 682, I can't root for a team that's owned by someone that signed off on that trade.
I think that's fair.
Fair.
I do think that's fair.
But you, as you so often do, Brennan Baxter, have allowed me to see this in a different light of just looking at Cooper Flagg and how great he is.
I'm looking at Cooper Flagg, the player and the potential, and I'm choosing to ignore Dumont, Kidd, Cuban. That's how I'm looking at
Dumont's kid? What did Dumont's kid do?
I can't stand Dumont's kid.
Dumont, Jason Kidd crashing out on people.
And look at next year, too. Sorry, Jake. I know I'm rambling now. But Kyrie Irving, you chose to keep him. Mm-hmm. Let's say he comes back healthy and still has 2 years of good Kyrie Irving. Derek Lively coming back from injury. You have P.J. Washington. You have more flexibility in the future. Like this Mavericks team, it's not crazy to say could make the playoffs next year and be back competing with
playoffs
with Cooper Flagg. So I think the future is bright in Dallas, as painful as it is a year later, because most franchises that trade a guy like Luka would be in the cellar based off a decision like that, but the Mavericks got lucky.
Right. They got so lucky because something as incompetent as that sets a franchise back for decades. And I know it's not the same thing, but in a different sport, the Minnesota Vikings move on from Sam Darnold and are now a bottom feeder in a tough division, although I guess they technically finished ahead of the Lions. But they set their franchise back with a decision like that, fire the GM, and the Mavs are so fortunate to have the ability to move on and something to focus on like arguably the most exciting rookie we've seen in years. No shot at Victor Wembanyama. They're just different. But something like Cooper Flagg to say, this is the face of our future. This is the face of our organization. And the trading of Anthony Davis just once and for all helps with that closure where the players on the floor involved with that trade are gone and we can move on and turn the page. Just like we're going to move on and turn the page to the next segment, sports fans, we've got the best sounds of the week. You might be surprised by some of the outlandish audio from Radio Row this week. That's next on Sights and Sounds on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Tolos, I want you to do what I did and turn your house into a home, courtesy of CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. Whether inside or out, protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Free estimates, detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's CertaPro.com.
Guys and ladies, you made your New Year's resolution to get back in shape, but what happens? You don't see results and give up. If you want real results in 2026, go now to Synergenics and Low T Center for a free men's TRT test and $200 off the women's hormone test. Book now at GetMyHealthFix.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Becca
and Michaela
from Boomer Jacks, and $2 domestic drafts are here all February.
Head to Boomer Jacks where the beer is cold, the games are always on, and the vibes are just right with $2 domestic drafts. That's right, just $2.
Kick back on our dog-friendly patio, bring your crew, and don't miss a second of the game.
From late night bites to the best drink deals in town, Boomer Jacks has you covered.
We're open till 2 a.m., serving our full menu late.
Get in here for $2 domestic drafts all February long.
Find your location at boomerjacks.com.
He's the alpha predator of roaches, spiders, and ants. And because he's a gecko, he don't wear no pants. He's completely invisible, so bugs ain't got a chance. If bugs in your house are making you blue, put Go-Go Gecko to work for you. GoGoGecko.com.
He's the alpha predator of roaches, spiders, and ants. And because he's a gecko, he don't wear no pants. He's completely invisible, so bugs ain't got a chance. If bugs in your house are making you blue, put Go-Go Gecko to work for you. GoGoGecko.com.
Mother Nature, who was that?
That was my sister Uriah and her son Orion the Hunter. I asked them to do it for Go-Go. Did you like it?
Orion? Like the constellation?
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
GoGoGecko.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ready to upgrade your time outdoors? The Dallas Boat Show brings together more than 200 exhibitors and show-only deals, all in one place. 2 weekends starting at January 30th. Your next boat starts here. Get tickets and event details at DallasBoatExpo.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000 $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend.
Unlimited 5G or 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
And it's back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled.
They tired of winning, they can send me on the way because that's all we've done is win.
I will run myself through a window. If I hear one more Big Ten coach, blame it on the freaking travel.
If you have people who are on TikTok all day, right, they're probably not used to playing a competitive moment and having to be your best.
If I was a fan, I'd be mad at me too.
And now, the new face of Oziki.
What do you think?
You tell me.
Yeah, you can't let that go.
No, you sure can't. It's Sights and Sounds on Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning if you're just joining us. Jake Riepma alongside Brendan Baxter. Jacob Ray is on the ones and twos. And let's waste no time because we've got a lot of clips to get into. Jacob Ray was hard at work this morning, cutting them all up. And I hear it's a big pet peeve if you cut up a lot of audio and don't get to them. Is that true?
Yeah, well, okay, so I'll tell you this. So it used to be a lot of work cutting up audio until I discovered the old X to MP3 downloader.
Ooh,
I'll tell you what, total game changer.
So you can take a clip, because 99% of the cuts I find are on Twitter X. You can take a cut from Twitter right into MP3.
Mm-hmm. I can just copy the link right into an MP3, download it, as opposed to having to play it on one monitor and record on another monitor.
The game has been totally changed, which means we're doubling the output.
Oh, please no.
All right, the NFL awards honors were this week. They were a complete disaster, in my humble opinion, not just for the people that won. No, I kid. I think the correct awards were given out. We'll get to that in around the NFL. But it felt like there were some mishaps, Brendan Baxter.
Yeah, some mishaps. I will say this was one of my favorite MVP races in a long time.
Race is a good word for it.
The voting structure and seeing the votes come out. After all of the Hall of Fame drama too, and seeing the first ballot Hall of Famers and everything, I don't know. I kind of enjoyed this week's. It was a lot more exciting. There was a little more tense moments, I felt like, this week. The one guy that voted for Justin Herbert then just owned it. Yeah. I don't know. I thought Stafford deserved it, though.
He wanted the attention. It was a classic Big J Hardo journalist gatekeeper that wanted his moment in the sun, and he's gotten it. And now the millions and millions and millions of listeners of Fan University just got. At least you didn't say his name. I'm proud of you for that.
Yeah, that's good journalism right there.
That's huge. All right, the introduction, or I guess the presentation, if you will, of some of the recipients of the awards did not go particularly well. Let's start with the Coach of the Year. Cut number 7, the head coach that's coaching the AFC New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. Well, he's your Coach of the Year.
The 2025 AP Coach of the Year is Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel is busy preparing for the Super Bowl.
Who
was that?
Great question. Comedian, actress, and I would say you're going to have to help me with the name pronunciation, but that ship sailed, obviously, so I don't really care if I butcher it. Tiffany Haddish? Jacob Ray, you're laughing. Am I...
Is he wrong?
I've never heard of that person in my life.
I've never heard of her. If we don't know who the person is presenting the award at the NFL Honor Show, you shouldn't have her up on stage.
Well, I would say that, yeah, but I am so dumb. I don't know who a lot of people are, but I know who Mike Vrabel is.
Yeah, Vrabel. VR, not
Mike
verbal. Congratulations, Mike Vrabel.
I'm sure somebody has that as a drop already, right? Mike Vrabel.
Probably. You could probably use that in like a Verbo commercial too.
Yeah,
if you wanted to.
I am a proud rewards member of VRBO.
Nice. Can I be honest with you? The only speech award I saw of the NFL Honors in terms of like watching it was Stafford's speech.
Oh, we're going to get to that. Don't worry.
Okay, because
I'm sure you fell for it. You loved the dad moment.
So I don't know. Like all this stuff you're about to play for me, I'm just like the listeners and the Tolos that if they didn't watch either, I have no idea what's coming out next.
Perfect. All right, let's keep it rolling then. That wasn't the only mispronunciation. How about the offensive player of the year from Drew? This is Drewski. Drewski was in charge of this one.
Smith Najigba. Najiba. Njigba. JSN.
All right, that one.
That was kind of funny.
Yeah, I think he was. I think there was a little bit.
He's
more,
a comedian.
Yes, that was intentional, right?
Yeah, I think that was intentional.
Jackson Smith Njigba. But you do have to be careful mispronouncing that one.
You do got to be real careful there.
If you look like me or Brennan or Jacob Ray, you got to be careful.
I just say JSN.
Yeah, why not? JSN. Okay, we'll get to Brennan Baxter's favorite player, the Matthew Stafford MVP speech, cut number 6.
I am so happy to have you at the games on the sideline with me, and I can't wait for you to cheer me on next year when we're out there kicking ass. And
he's coming back.
So I'll see you guys next year. Hopefully I'm not at this event, and we're getting ready for another game in SoFi. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Oh, what an inspiration. Matthew Stafford with the girl dad, the heartwarming video of his girls presenting him the MVP, his beautiful wife, Kelly Stafford there. I know it's a whole bit, and I sound bitter. I love Matthew Stafford. I do too. Stand Kelly Stafford.
I've heard a lot. Yeah, not a lot of people like Kelly Stafford, but I don't see how you can't be happy for Matthew Stafford.
Yeah.
Local Dallas guy. Was stuck in Detroit for a while before the Lions.
Just the poor victim. had to throw it to Calvin Johnson his whole career. One of the best wide receivers in the history of the game. Poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy, but couldn't wait. And then getting his Super Bowl ring a couple years ago, and now an MVP. He secured his Hall of Fame position because there were kind of some questions about his potential Hall of Fame candidacy.
The only part that gets me and my fellow Detroiters that I still have a group text with were chuckling about this. Kelly Stafford, I mean, I think she might have 7 nannies. She doesn't know her own kids' names. So the whole heartwarming, this thing, miss me with that. They miss me with the heartwarming, charming Kelly Stafford family vibes. Matthew Stafford is a damn good football player. He's a warrior. He goes out there, leads his team. I can't say a bad thing about Matthew Stafford on the field, and he's a football guy, like you said, Dallas guy, Highland Park, rooting for him, solidifies his Hall of Fame status. He's a Super Bowl champion, now an MVP winner. He's a damn good quarterback. But miss me with the Kelly Stafford, the heartwarming, charming stuff. Go listen to one episode of the Morning After Pill podcast or whatever her show is called. and you'll know everything you need to know about Kelly Stafford. But all right, I do agree though, as Stafford and as one of the texters is chiming in at 877-881-1053. As a girl dad, that Stafford speech was badass and made me get watery eyes. I agree. That was really, really, really cool. And from the 210, you guys not knowing who Tiffany Haddish is hilarious. How, bro? Y'all are crazy. She's a popular comedian that's been in a lot of movies. Get out of the caves and live.
It's not that popular.
Jake, you haven't seen Tuca and Birdie or Nobody's Fool or Like a
Get
Boss
out of
or
the caves
Night
and live,
School or
Rima.
Keanu or Here Today?
No, I do have to be better in most things in life.
The Last OG on Hulu? You haven't seen that, Jake?
No, I got to get out of these caves and live. I can't. I work too much for Odyssey. All right, how about we got Stafford's? Oh, we need a follow-up on this. We'll just keep it all Rams right now because Puka shot his shot with the whole skydiving tweet, and I believe it was received well from Sydney Sweeney, and he was asked about how it went.
No, not at all. That was not at all. That was a thought. I didn't have. My awareness skills were at zero at that moment, and
you don't regret it. This is great.
No, I don't regret it at all. I'm like, I would still love to go skydiving. I'm not going to pass that opportunity up. There's only so many moments in life where you can actually feel something, and I know that comes in skydiving.
There you go. There's only moments in life where you can feel something, and that comes in skydiving. So is he, and again, I've just been living in a cave for the last week, according to one of the texter. Is Puka Nacua going to get to go on a date with Sydney Sweeney?
It's looking likely, but then I did see a picture of Puka out with another woman.
I did as well.
On the street. I don't know if this is in Santa Clara or where it was, but Puka seemed to be on a date, and it was not Sydney Sweeney.
What are we doing?
He's already moved on.
Yeah.
Puka, you got to persistency. You got to stay persistent.
Is he playing the field a little bit, making her jealous? Although if you're Sydney
It's a long
Sweeney,
game.
Yeah.
The long game.
All right, we haven't
like
talked.
The long game.
Yeah, we haven't talked enough Olympics yet. It's on the run sheet. I didn't get to it because I suck. I suck as a radio host. But the fact of the matter is, Lindsey Vonn is skiing down the hill at 100 miles per hour on a torn ACL. She tore her ACL and she's still skiing down the hill. This is incredible. Cut number 4.
Flying over these finishing rollers, and Lindsey Vonn makes it to the finish line. Oh, a bit of a hard landing on the final jump. But that's a big box ticked for Lindsey Vonn. Pushes out of the start gate here in training run number 1 and has completed the course.
Is that woman a robot?
And has completed the course. That was my first thought. I don't know who was on the call. We'll credit it to whatever, probably Peacock. Again, I suck at this. So the fact of the matter is, though, Lindsey Vonn skiing down the hill at 100 miles per hour is insane on one ACL. I think ACLs, you talk about Fire Fest of the week, hot seat. ACLs, do you even need them?
I guess not. 1 week later. And the guys were talking about this, I thought, too, this week in the Olympics, but who cares about your knees, your ankles? Like these guys just send it down the slopes, and I actually have more respect. I used to not respect skiing as much as now I do.
Oh, that's fighting words. Skiing is so fun. It's difficult, and I'm so good at it. I'm a great skier. I know that comes across super arrogant.
You're a great skater.
Thank you.
I've seen you skate. I've seen you ice skate.
It's very similar. It's all in the hips.
You'd be good at figure skating.
Yeah. I'd really like picking out the outfit before the figure skating part. Get some sparkly, and real tight and everything. So
yeah, but Lindsey has put a lot of professional athletes to shame. Now we're going to see torn ACL and go, well, Lindsey Vonn can go ski a week later, so you should still be on the field.
There's also something to be said about maybe the medical advancements with the brace and wrapping it up properly. I would imagine that factors into it.
But I've always heard that skiing is hard on the knees. So you would think that if there's one injury you don't want, don't tear your ACL.
I just think that it's incredible, and I salute Lindsey Vonn. And hey, I'm fired up for these Olympics. It's going to be a blast. There's no doubt about that. But we got more to get to on Fan University, your college football fix, right here on February the 7th. 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, Texas. We got the Baxter class coming up. What's coming up, Brandon Baxter?
Yeah, instead of your college football fix, how about your college basketball fix? Next on The Fan.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like if I need a replacement part?
Sure, we can help with that.
Ah, nice. Hey, I just entered this online contest for coolest bike in the world. You think maybe you can vote for me?
Actually, we just do insurance, not popularity contests.
Yeah, I know. But what's your email? I'll just send you the link real quick. You can vote like 100 times a day. They'll never know.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
So what I'm hearing is there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
People in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year.
college basketball.
I do, Brennan Baxter.
Okay,
I do.
I know you're a huge fan. Jacob Ray.
I love college basketball.
Man, it's good to hear because
I love screaming at 18-year-olds that I have money on, and they might have been out the night before, and they might not have a care in the world about this game, but bleep it, I need them to make some three-pointers, and they suck.
You need them to support your financial security.
Correct.
And your future. And that's fair. March Madness less than 6 weeks away, Jake. So
How about that?
I'm here to help you find your potential Final Four teams. Some big matchups, some teams that are getting hot at the right time.
I like it.
So that you can make money and never have to be on radio ever again. How's that sound? So there's some big games today. Duke at North Carolina. Regardless of what you think about college basketball, but we're here to provide your college basketball fix on Baxter Class. One of the best rivalries in all of sport, Jake. Would you rate this in a top 5 rivalry?
In its heyday, absolutely. Give me Tyler Hansborough, bloody in the face, who also, not that good of a basketball player, but just he had the desire, and give me the Duke players and getting into it, the scuffles, the fights. I loved that. I think this generation is too soft for rivalries. Like they're more predicated on TikTok followers and dapping up after the game and jersey swaps and taking photos with one another. I want the mean cuss that you hated out there and vice versa. I want that energy reciprocated because I think that's what makes a great rivalry, and you just don't see it as often.
I completely agree. And while you're on that subject, what rivalry in sports currently do you feel like still has that?
Oh,
any sport. We can step aside from college basketball.
What's our college football fix? So I'll go. Michigan, Ohio State's an easy one. Jacob Ray's got one.
I'm going to go with one that Brennan had an issue with a couple weeks ago, Bears-Packers. You didn't like the fact that they didn't shake hands. So.
No, yeah, that's a great point.
Some people are too soft for rivalries. That's okay,
They shook hands, but it was very abbreviated.
Yes,
it was. That Bears-Packers being back as a rivalry is good.
It absolutely
is. It's good for the sport, for sure.
Absolutely is.
Yeah. So Duke, North Carolina. Duke ranked 4th in the country right now. North Carolina ranked 14th. They had a down year last year, too, so for North Carolina to get back into the top 15, that's a team to look out for. You've got the Houston Cougars at the BYU Cougars. Clash of the Cougars in Provo. Ooh. We were just talking about the great state of Utah.
We were.
During the break. Houston ranked 8th in the country. BYU has slid a good bit there with A.J. Dybanta. They've lost 3 in a row. So hopefully getting back on track at home against Houston. And then, Jake, a top 5 or a top 10 Big Ten matchup tonight. Number 5, Illinois at number 10, Michigan State. You keeping up with any of your home state teams?
I am. The Spartans have been in a little bit of a funk because they lost to Michigan, then went on the road and lost to Minnesota. And the Jeremy Fears, great name, by the way, Fears, strikes fear in the opponent. But it's been established that he might be the dirtiest player in college basketball. He took a couple of swings in the game against Michigan. Dusty May, the Michigan head coach, called him out. Tom Izzo backed him up. And then in the game against Minnesota, less than a week later, a couple days later, he blatantly does a backwards kick like he's some kind of horse at a rodeo. It was the most egregious, obvious kick. Shades of Draymond Green. It's same school, Draymond Green, Michigan State, Jeremy Fears. Does Michigan State breed dirty players? That's the question people are asking.
What's in the water up there, man?
Oh, you don't want to know that one. Oh, you don't want to know that one. You do not want to know. Jacob Ray, I think you had something to add about how dirty Michigan State is.
No, it wasn't necessarily Michigan State, which they are. They produce Draymond Green, but Fears' brother plays for the Pelicans, and he's also up in everybody's face. So I think it just runs in the family. He's been getting into it with vets and everything. So
which I do, and I'm glad we opened with this with the North Carolina Duke thing. It's almost like there's a line. And it doesn't have necessarily a definition of when you're chippy crossing into that dirty category. Mm-hmm. How can you be chippy, play with an edge, without being dirty? There's a way to do it, and there's not an exact definition, but a lot of things in life, it's like a lot of things. You know it when you see it.
Yeah, in basketball, some subtle hip checks off of a pick and roll, right? Maybe just a tug of the jersey as they're coming down. Just little things to get into the head of the player. There's some gamesmanship stuff you can do without kicking them and punching. And
as a junior varsity player for the Dow High Chargers, I led my team in technical fouls.
Okay.
I wanted to be like Rasheed Wallace, who was the best at getting technical fouls and hurting his team. So I think that's something that you can really channel to be a good hooper.
Detroit Pistons legend.
Right there, it's 2004,
so
baby.
If you're looking at March Madness, less than 6 weeks away, I'll read the last 4 teams in, first 4 teams out right now. This is according to CBS Sports. Oklahoma State, Missouri, St. Mary's, and California right now, if it ended today, the last 4 teams in. So those are some teams that have some work to do. First 4 teams out right now: New Mexico, Indiana, Ohio State, and Seton Hall. So there's a lot of competition there on sneaking in. These teams need to find a way to get a top 20 win. But when you're looking at the bracket, some notable teams that could make a move when you're looking from that 7 to 10 seed line, Jake, that I think is interesting. UCF, this is a team in the Big 12 this year with Dawkins there, the head coach, that has been under the radar a lot because of the dominance of Arizona, Iowa State, BYU, Houston, Texas Tech. They knocked off Texas Tech at home a week ago. They're at the 7 seed line right now, and their 2 seed is Purdue, who's kind of struggled a little bit. So I really like UCF, and then St. John's at the 5. They struggled last year in the tournament, but Rick Pitino's got them playing really well. They beat UConn last night. So there are some teams that if you're trying to find some good value that are kind of falling back a little bit, I would keep an eye on St. John's playing really good basketball. And I liked what I saw to UCF. They're really athletic. They're very physical. They can shoot the 3 well. They're a team that could upset someone in March and just a one winner go home.
That's the great thing about the March Madness tournament format is you have a bad night and you're bleeped. And with UCF, I know this is very pertinent information, but saw a UCF game last year and in Morgantown at the beautiful Coliseum, now the Hope Coliseum in Morgantown, West Virginia. Great atmosphere. And Dawkins, the head coach, you feel like that's a guy that can get the program going.
Yeah, they almost beat Duke several years ago in Zion Williamson's game when they had Taco Fall, and he's kind of built them back. Or Taco, that's his name, right? Yeah, the 7'7" guy.
Tall dude. I forgot about Taco Fall.
Yeah, where's Taco at these days? And then one team that I did watch recently, they lost to Illinois, but it was Nebraska, who's had a great year under Fred Hoiberg. The old Iowa State Chicago Bulls head coach, Jacob.
Yeah, close personal friend. I know you know my Fred Hoiberg story.
I do know your Fred.
We used to have to get his press conferences ready, and by the end of the season, they were so bad, none of the beat writers were showing up. It was just the interns and Fred Hoiberg, and he was delightful, so nice.
So they are 20-2 this year, and this Nebraska team, they're kind of like the Indiana of football, where before Indiana got really good, where they've just been in the cellar in the sport. No tournament appearances, hardly any winning seasons. They're 20-2. They're at the 3 line right now. They're 2 seed they're projected to be in the West region. Their 1 would be Arizona. Their 2 would be UConn. The 4 would be Texas Tech. So it's a region of death if that turns out to be the case. But this Nebraska team can shoot the 3 well. They play really good basketball. So if you pick Nebraska to the Final Four, you get really good value there.
Nebraska ball, if you will.
Nebraska ball, yes. But as the 1 seeds, when you're looking at the odds, updated odds right now, Arizona, Michigan, and Duke have the top 3 best odds, followed by Illinois, Houston, and Florida. So, Jake, I'll just throw it to you. Out of these 6 teams, typically you see upsets in the first round, but usually the 1, 2, 3 seeds do end up in the Final Four. Outside of that crazy year, we had Florida Atlantic and San Diego State.
Dunk City, baby.
Out of these 6, who would you pick to win the national championship if you had to right now?
I think Arizona's just looked so good, so talented, tons of depth. There was that awesome sound clip from Jamal Mashburn, who said there's 6 players in college hoops right now better than Cooper Flagg, which was just ludicrous in so many different ways. And very, very much so disagree with all of that. But Arizona has some significant talent, and they've been, obviously, I'm picking the team that's 22-0 right now. They just haven't. There's never been a game where it looks like they're not the better team.
Yeah, they're undefeated as well as Miami, Ohio, the only other undefeated team left in college basketball. What do you think they make a run? Does Arizona go undefeated?
I'll tell you what, Miami, Ohio, that's a great story. The fact that a team from the MAC is undefeated at this juncture in the season, really, really cool. And are they still undefeated?
They are.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, 22-0. And that's a gymnasium, Millette Hall. I once called a game there from the Crow's Nest, very high up, could barely see the players, a little radio play-by-play. And I posted a photo of Millette Hall on Google, and there must not have been any photos of Millette Hall on Google because I still get emails from Google saying how popular this photo is on Google Maps. So I think it's just somehow, I don't know how that algorithm works, but if you Google Millette Hall, you'll see my photo.
Wow. I'm going to do that over the break.
Yeah, please do.
Well, there's your college basketball fix, Jake.
Hey, I appreciate that. That's the Baxter class. You're always learning something on the Baxter class. Coming up, we debut a new segment with Jacob Ray, where we are jaking around, jaking off. What do we got coming up?
Yeah, we're going to look at some wild Super Bowl bets, courtesy of Louisiana Sports, and some political bets as well. That's next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Resolutions have you back in the gym again? Want to make this year a year you train for a marathon? Swing a club with colleagues again? Maybe even coach your son's team? If pain has slowed you down or is keeping you from an active lifestyle, trust the men's health experts with Men's T Clinic to get you moving again. It's pain-free and part of your personalized total wellness optimization. Regenerative by Men's T Clinic is the safe, natural way to long-term movement without pain, harnessing your body's own growth factors. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
1-800-246-OT. mensteclinic.com.
Hi, it's Pete Thompson with a Consumer Team Alert. Has your HVAC company told you need to replace your home's furnace? Well, pump on the brakes. Before you do anything, call the On-Time Experts to get a free second opinion. Their technicians will be thorough and transparent, so you can be confident you're making the right decision. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell new equipment, so you'll get all the facts you need to get your furnace back up and your home warm again. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. That's theontimeexperts.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Colo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
1 hour in the books. It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers. Well, a little baseball talk coming up later in the program. Jake Rietma alongside Brennan Baxter. Jacob Ray is with us on the ones and twos, and the texts of support continue to flood in, and we appreciate that. This one from the 903. These guys suck. Which I have been told worse, but I did, and self-admittedly, I said, I suck at this. So we will continue to strive to be better.
Someone's got to humble us. Glad the 903 could humble us here.
The world is there to humble us. But 1 hour in the books. If you missed anything, Odyssey Rewind app. You can listen anywhere on the Odyssey app. And we've got Jaking around, Jaking off. I just can't get myself to just go right for it. I feel like if I say Jaking around before I say Jaking off, it softens the initial sting of what the name of this segment is. But we're going to get to that. We've got some Jake's Takes at 10:20, and we'll talk some hockey at 10:40. So great hour. And without further ado, it is time for Jaking off.
That new guy Jake, that's original.
Our buddy Jake, or is it Jacob? Who knows?
Jacob Ray, a.k.a. new guy Jake.
Where's my money?
See, Jake, the issue is you're not fully committed to it. You're saying Jakin. It's Jaking. Jaking off on 105.3 The Fan. At 10 a.m., I can't say I've ever done it this early, but hey, Saturdays are times to do new things, especially a pre-Super Bowl Saturday, gentlemen, and I've got 60 wild Super Bowl bets, courtesy of LouisianaSports.net.
My grandmother listens to this program, and she probably won't for much longer with all the jaking off we're doing.
There you go. So you got it.
Wow. That's tough. I love the intro, though. That's great.
Pretty good,
intro.
right?
Yeah.
Pretty good, right?
Anytime I hear the golden tones of Chiafalo, that's my dude, man. I love the positivity. I love the quick wit, the humor, and the delivery. Just, it always lands.
It's like molasses is what it is.
It's so smooth. Mm-hmm. And you think of a guy, and I mean this in all sincerity, of somebody to look up to, somebody I wish I was, somebody that succeeded in this industry, it's Eric Chiafalo all the way.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I mean every word of that. I am kind of sounding sarcastic, but I mean every word of it. But back to jaking off.
So have you guys seen, I know Brennan was taking a look at this list a little bit earlier. Have you guys seen any of these bets so far? Or is this your first time?
It is my first time jaking off, but it is not the first time I've seen some of these bets.
Okay, cool. Now, Jake, you are a gambler. I don't know if Brennan is, but Jake, I know you are.
I stay away from sports betting.
Smart.
It's a slippery slope.
I've only had 2-3 interventions where people gathered around, people that love and care about me gathered around and said, maybe you should get this under control. So I haven't had one in a while. And the clip from the intro is Uncut Gems, right? Where's my money? Yeah, it's great. I wouldn't say it's a great film because when you've lived that, it kind of is PTSD. You don't want to keep going through that.
Yeah, and it's and as long as you're smart with your money, gambling can be okay. With that being said, I'm not, and I don't think Jake is. And Brennan, if you gambled, I'd like to think you're fun enough to not be smart with your money.
I spend my money on other things.
Like what? You like to share?
I invest in hard money lending.
Smart.
Do you listen from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock on Saturday mornings?
I'm a big lending guy.
Big lending?
Yes.
TexasLending.com.
Yes.
Hell yeah. All right, gentlemen, we've got 3 topics here. We've got cross sport. We've got politics, which those have some real fun ones. We've got broadcast.
Ooh.
Where would you like to begin?
Politics.
No,
Politics.
I was just going to say we're not starting with politics because then the whole segment goes off the rails. Let's have the segment. Let's have the segment go off the rails later in the segment. Let's get one cross sports one broadcast one, and then we'll go political.
All right, cross sport.
That's fair.
All
That's
right.
fair.
Which will be higher? Stefon Diggs receptions or Stefon Diggs children? He's got 6 children. Children so far is a minus 220. Receptions is plus 165.
Are they 6 different women? From 6 different
well, the
women?
next question is Stefon Diggs yardage of shortest catch or Stefon Diggs baby mamas, which just happens to be 6 as well.
Really?
So 6
I did not
kids,
know this.
6 different women.
I don't think Stefon Diggs is getting 6 catches in this game.
You don't think
6
so?
is a lot. I feel like it's a good number, though, because I think that over-under is probably pretty close to right around there, 5.5. Yeah, I'll say more catches.
More catches? Now, what about yardage of shortest catch? Do you think his shortest catch is more than 6 yards or less than 6 yards?
More.
More?
Yeah,
I'd agree.
Unless it's like a screen pass. Or,
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go more there. I like that bet, though.
All right, here we go. I mean, this one is technically under cross sport. Do you want me to save this one for politics when we get into that later?
No, bring it on, man.
Bring it
Let's
on.
go.
Total ice arrests, Super Bowl Sunday, or total yardage by both teams, which will be higher? Total yardage by both teams is plus 110.
I mean, they are good defenses. So
they are good defenses.
That number's, I mean, you got to feel like total yards by one team? Or
No,
by
total by both teams. So you're looking probably in the 700s.
Yeah, I mean, if both team have an off day and only have 250 total yards, that's still 500 arrests.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be busy.
Yeah, this is one of the funniest things I've seen, like Super Bowl, the fact that we're talking about ICE arrests and protests. I see some other questions coming up soon. I'm going to say total yards. I think the arrests will be minimal this week.
How many arrests do you think just in general on a Super Bowl Sunday?
Yeah, can we talk total arrests like DUIs, public intoxication?
Because DUIs has to be the heavy thing.
No, because I'm going to fight back on this one. Not that I've ever been to a Super Bowl, but it's not a typical NFL crowd because the prices gash out your hardcore NFL fan. It's the corporate crowd. And although that doesn't necessarily completely negate the drunken behavior and potential for arrest, I think it significantly downplays it because the people going to the Super Bowl are the pretentious, I couldn't be, can't be seen in that state versus a typical NFL game where you walk through the tailgate party and it is exactly that. It's a scene, and that's when I think you have the big arrest. But I'm just kind of hypothesizing. I'm just speculating.
I'm going to say total yards outweigh the arrest this weekend.
I think so too. I'm going to be optimistic. Let's everybody stay safe. Now I'm going to give you one more ICE one, then we'll move on from the politics. Will ICE arrest Bad Bunny on stage? Yes is a plus 2,000. No is a heavy minus 10,000 favorite. Can you imagine taking yes here and sweating the halftime show?
Yeah. I hope he gets through the halftime show. Can you really make these bets?
According to LouisianaSports.net, maybe this is like a bookie's odds,
Are we getting ball sacked a little bit?
Could be.
Is this true?
Yeah, that's the thing that I actually am wondering here. Are people actually putting money on this?
I mean, they've got. I mean, if you were a bookie, would you present this to your clients?
I guess depending on who your clients are, but
the bookies I've had contact with and interaction with have no shame. So if there's a dollar to be had, then absolutely they're presenting these.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. That Bad Bunny will not be arrested on stage. I would not encourage anyone to put money on that at all. Yeah. I would say that's probably pretty stupid.
I'm going to say no as well.
But it is interesting that I think on a larger scale here, the fact that this is being presented at all kind of shows where we're at right now, which is this is even a subplot of the Super Bowl, and people are talking about this, I find pretty sad.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Let's segue off of that before we get too far down this rabbit hole. Will Bad Bunny experience a wardrobe malfunction? And in parentheses, it says genitalia must be seen. Yes is a plus 550. No is a minus 1,000.
Oh, you put those specific parameters on the wardrobe malfunction.
Because genitalia is just wiener, right? Like, it has to be out.
Can you say that on the air? I think so, but...
I think so.
I would imagine so. Yes. I'm not well versed in this subject matter.
I'm going to say no. I did see that he's wearing a dress.
No, isn't I can't say it on radio, or no, it's not going to happen?
No, it's not going to happen.
I don't think he's wearing a dress anymore. I think that fizzled out.
Is he not? I heard that he's putting on a dress.
And so far, will Bad Bunny wear a dress is a minus 150 favorite.
Oh, so it's still very much a have you refreshed those odds? I swear that's not. And also from the 817, Bad Bunny is a Puerto Rican, which would make him a citizen. Is that how that works?
I guess so. Yeah.
We got a couple.
I don't think anybody's questioning whether he's a citizen.
Yeah, it just if ICE is just gonna send it anyways.
Yeah,
is I think
send
the question.
It in.
That's what it sounds like here for this website. Which
Bad Bunny's performing in the Super Bowl. I'm not watching.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier as well, too. But yeah, if he's not used to wearing a dress, if we want to break down this, then I could see how he might have a problem putting it on, taking it off, something happens, something slips. Yeah. It could be difficult. I don't know, but I'm going to say no wardrobe malfunction.
No. I'm going to say
Has there been a wardrobe malfunction since like the infamous one of Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake back in, 2003 or something? I mean,
long time
Has there been one since then? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
And it's a huge production, so it seems like the odds are pretty low.
Okay, so this next one's a two-parter here. And the only reason I say this, so next one is primary color of Bad Bunny's entrance top. And the reason I say this is because it's emphasizing entrance top, as in it won't be an exit top, which leads me to my next one. Will Bad Bunny expose a nipple? Yes is a minus 500. No is a plus 300.
You take that, no doubt. I am glad it's minus 500.
Yeah,
he's absolutely showing.
Yes, like a fishnet top or something. I could see him doing for sure. So I would take that one.
Yeah, that one. Although the entrance top, is it not a shirt, a garment? What is there? Can we wonder and speculate what type of clothing he'll be wearing?
I don't know. I'm sure we can. I mean, it's got a bunch of questions.
I like the primary color question.
Yeah.
Of like which black is plus 175, white's plus 225, blue plus 400. Yellow plus 800.
I don't see him walking in. Okay, I see black and white are the first two. I don't see him walking into you don't walk onto the Super Bowl in a neutral color. You know, I would absolutely be slamming. Either a green, maybe a brown. I would slam a brown. I know that's a neutral color as well, or a blue. I would not be like, oh yeah, Bad Bunny's gonna show up to the Super Bowl in white. Like, come on, I don't think so.
I could see. I don't know anything about this stuff. I live in a cave, as the texts have indicated.
Well, hopefully, the texts are coming in. Definitely indicating that now. Have you been to Puerto Rico before? Have you ever?
I have. I have called several basketball games courtside at the big, huge stadium there. I forget what it's called. Really good time. And I went out one night in Puerto Rico, and the rainforest there. Great hiking. I've gone hiking there. But yeah, I've called some hoops in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, the Jones Shafroth Act of 1917. Is when Puerto Ricans were made U.S. citizens, Jake. Right, yep. American history, man. Come on.
Now we're learning it. Can't say you didn't learn anything on your college football fix, Fan University. All right, we got a couple more, Jacob, right?
We got a couple more. Let's do some broadcast ones. Will Chris Collinsworth mispronounce Nick Eamon-Warry's last name?
Ooh. Now, here's a guy. There is no doubt about it.
I'm right there with you. I think he'll absolutely do it.
And that's what you love about the Super Bowl, man. You got guys out here that are just laying it on the line, even though no Patrick Mahomes for the first time in what feels like a decade. There is no doubt about it.
Chris Collinsworth is my favorite play-by-play guy.
Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that in Jake's Takes.
Okay, good. So I love his pronunciation of names. I don't think he cares. The best part about it, when he does mispronounce a name, he just lets it flow. Like you wouldn't even know, really, So I think he's going to be on his game. I will say too, the NBC Super Bowls always produce a great game. I don't know why, it falls on their luck, but the last Seahawks-Patriots game, the Philadelphia Eagles, New England Patriots Super Bowl, the Rams-Bengals. So usually we're due for a good game if Chris Collinsworth is on the call.
Tirico has a big game voice, I think. It feels like a big game when he's calling.
Yes. Okay.
I'll give him a lot of credit there.
Sorry, Jacob, did you want to continue on your
I got one more. I got one more two-parter for you.
Okay.
And this is everybody's favorite. Length of national anthem, right?
Oh, this one's fun.
Over under 125 seconds. And I've got a little teaser for you after that. Will there be a scoring drive in this game shorter than the length of the national anthem? So less than 2.5 minutes scoring drive.
Ooh. I like those types of bets that it can happen in any given moment. You're the problem with some of these longer bets is you have to be dialed in for a longer, and I have such a short attention span. I like something that can just win me the bet in one play.
Is drive, if there was a turnover on the 15-20 yard line and they scored, does that count as a scoring drive? Are you talking anything that
it says scoring drive, and if you think about it, you could have a 40-second scoring drive if Sam Darnold throws the ball to a ghost and and they take over at their own at the 20 and kick a field goal, right?
100%. I think there's going to be scoring drives under 2.5 minutes in this game.
I think so too. All right, that's all I got for that. Let's build a parlay real quick before we get up out of here.
Yeah, let's build a parlay. Come on now. Woo!
So we're using Prize Picks, by the way.
Prize Picks.
We have a free square. It's Drake May over 0.5 passing yards. So we can build essentially a 4-legger here with only 3 picks. So we're each going to pick one. I'm going to run through the most popular lines. Stop me when you like something. Sam Darnold over under 229.5 passing yards.
Over.
You want it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Is that the one you're going to attach your name on?
Slinging Sammy D, as Colin Cowherd would say.
Ramondre Stevenson over under 50.5 rushing yards. Kenneth Walker over half a rushing and receiving touchdown. That's a goblin. Cooper Kupp over 1.5 receptions, also a goblin. Jackson Smith and Jigba over to score a touchdown. Cooper Kupp 33.5 receiving yards. Kenneth Walker 22.5 receiving yards. Ooh. Any of those sound good?
I got mine.
Which one?
I'm taking Sam Darnold's passing yards over.
I was going to say the under on Stevenson 50.5.
You like that one?
I like that one.
Okay, that's your pick. See, I'm going to go in a different direction here. I'm going to take let's see here. I just saw it. Mac Hollins 27.5 receiving yards. I'm going to take the under. I don't think he has a huge impact in this game. I really like the fact that he runs a lot of intermediate routes, and you know who the Seattle Seahawks forgot in the intermediate routes? They've got Nick Emanwari, who is probably going to be up for Defensive Player of the Year next year. I think he's that good. So that's what I got. We got a 4-legger here, guys.
Can we add the coin toss to this one?
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the 972. That's the best bet.
Coin toss?
Tails.
Heads or tails?
Right now in here it has what will the Seahawks call during the coin toss? Heads is a minus 500 favorite. Tails is a plus 300 underdog.
But we want to bet what the coin toss will be, how it will. We just want to bet heads or tails. Doesn't matter who's calling it, right?
Take that up with Prize Picks because that's not an option, John.
I'm saying tails.
We got to get a new sponsor for this segment. Oh, they didn't even sponsor it. What the heck are we doing? All right. That's a great parlay, and that's a great Jake and Off segment. Great work from the fine producer extraordinaire of Fan University, Jacob Ray. Also a host that you hear on the weekends right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's keep it rolling. Coming up next, we've got Jake's Takes, and we are talking national personalities because it was Radio Row extravaganza this week in San Francisco. Best and worst. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to...
Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
And it's back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And it is time for the most electrifying man in DFW.
Jake Rietma. He's the only hope. He's the only injection that we could count on.
He's a tree. Bobby's wrong. He's a tree.
It's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star.
Someone said football, so I come running. What's going on, everybody?
That's right. It is time for Jake's Takes. Happy to have you along on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Rietma alongside Brennan Baxter. Jacob Ray on the ones and twos. Let's have a little fun on this Jake's Takes. We'll have a Jake break later on, but Jake's Takes, it's time for some opinions, so get those ready at 877-881-1053. It's time for some rankings, and it is time to discuss what I would call in maybe the NFL circle. Obviously, it's the Super Bowl week, but it is the pinnacle. It is the crest of the mountain, the peak of the mountain. That's the term I'm looking for.
What we're working towards.
Correct. We are going to get the invite to Radio Row next year. Of that, I'm sure. They're like, these Fan University guys, we need our college football fix at Radio Row. Come on!
Kirk Herbstreit was there. There's some college football guys that were there.
We need Fan University at Radio Row. In fact, kind of surprised Radio Row was able to exist without
us there.
Yes.
The 903 doesn't think so. No. he thinks we should be banned. But.
All right. This had me thinking, though, for Jake's Takes, because I, like a lot of people, I'm just totally enamored with all of the activity at Radio Row. It's the Super Bowl. It is the peak of the mountain. But you see the personalities that make it big nationally on full display. We're talking the Pat McAfees, the Kay Adams, the Dan Patricks, obviously with Tirico and Collinsworth calling the game. Like, this is the national week. Pro Football Talk, all of the national shows, in addition to all the local shows, are there. And I wanted to start to brainstorm, collaborate, use the fan text as well, 877-881-1053. Of those national personalities, who do you like? Who do you dislike? And let's start to put together our best and worst of national sports personalities, media personalities. And I think that's the best way we can put it, because it doesn't have to be, a play-by-play broadcaster, a show host, and a content creator. Is that what we're calling them now? Content creators?
Podcasters?
Yes, podcasters. Yeah. Lots of different multimedia journalists.
Yes.
People
that can do it all.
That's right. So versatile. And I'll get the ball rolling with some guys I really, really like. And again, I've got my top 4 list, but I wanted to start with who I just think is the best. He's the best in the business, and from everything professionally, the humor, the style of his show, his ability to get the most out of his interview subjects, and his legacy is going to be his school, his sportscasting school, Full Sail University. That's Dan Patrick. I just think what Dan Patrick and the Dan Patrick Show and the story behind it, when he said, I'm going to bet on myself, he left ESPN, and this is way before we had all these different content creators, these different mediums. Either you're on ESPN or you weren't, but that entity of the Dan Patrick Show is as good as it gets, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's a legend, and he's able to do a lot, too. His relationship with Adam Sandler and being in some of those fun movies as well, too.
Great call.
So I think that looking for the bell. Jake can't find the bell
here
in the studio. But
where the hell is the bell?
He's just classy. Like, he's done it the right way. He's been in the business forever. He was great on SportsCenter. So I do feel like Dan Patrick being number 1, you have a really good case for here.
I appreciate that.
I don't love your number 2, though.
Yeah, well, this is a collaborative environment, so I'll toss the ball over to you, tennis style. Let's, who's the national personality you like?
I like Colin Cowherd.
Oh,
I've been a Herd guy for a long time, ever since he was on Sports Nation at ESPN.
Yeah,
and then,
with Michelle Beadle,
With Michelle Beadle, I would always watch that when I got home from junior high, and then getting...
They'd have the list, the Sports Nation.
Yes, and then getting into... The Herd, and when I worked in Lubbock for the university, I would sit and watch The Herd for 3 hours while I was on there as a student assistant. So I just kind of enjoy his show and his style of show. He has on good guests. I can't stand Jason McIntyre, who's there with him.
I think my thing with The Herd is I give him credit. He's made it big, but he's made it so big that there's no repercussions for when he's wrong about it.
But that's why I appreciate it, because he's very opinionated, but he stands by it. Like
sometimes, I'm sorry, I'm talking more factual. Sometimes he's reckless factually.
Yes, like he mentioned the dynasty thing this week, and he was like, there's no warm weather dynasties. He was talking to Liam Cohen. Cowboy fans were like, hey, what are you talking about? Yes. Dallas is pretty warm here in Dallas, and they had a dynasty. So he can be wrong, but I just think how he structures his opinions, the analogies that he uses to bring into the real world and sports, I personally enjoy listening to The Herd.
Very good. I like it. Jacob Ray, you got a national personality you like?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Rich Eisen. I'm a big Rich Eisen fan. I think all of his shows are really good. I like the fact that he's not as much of like a let me scream in your face and explain why I'm right. He's very soft-spoken. He comes across as very intelligent, and I think his play-by-play is great on NFL Network when he does all the games across the pond and all the international stuff. So, big Rich Eisen fan.
I like that.
I like Rich Eisen a lot, too.
The OG Sports Center days with Rich Eisen, Dan Patrick, there was a text that came in at 877-881-1053. RIP to Stuart Scott. He was a great emphatic personality, and that core of what made Sports Center just an iconic program, Rich Eisen was a big part of that.
Yeah, and I think there's a difference, too, between anchors like Stuart Scott, Rich Eisen. Rich Eisen turned it into a show. Dan Patrick was able to go from anchor to podcast or multimedia legend.
Absolutely.
Right? And then you've got guys like Colin Cowherd or Skip Bayless or Stephen A. Smith that are there for a personality reason. You're supposed to either hate them or love them. There's really no middle ground. And so I think that Rich Eisen and Dan Patrick, guys that can kind of do both, those are the legends in the industry.
For sure. Dan Patrick is the number one guy I would sell my soul to have a beer with one time. Just one time. That would be so fun. All right, next on my list, and I think there's some healthy debate that could be had here. Because the reason I think the world of this guy and respect him is for what he's built, and that's Pat McAfee. The Pat McAfee Show is the closest thing we have right now to the polarizing, captivating sports personality, media extravaganza that is consistently raising the bar as far as numbers, viewership, what Pat McAfee did for College Game Day, injecting that program with life. It's something so unique and organic that it can't be replicated by other people. You can't have too many Pat McAfees.
This is where I disagree on him being number two. I love Pat McAfee as the podcaster. And I love what he built as a show back in his small studio in Indiana. I just liked the familial feel he had to his show. I am not in love with the modern day Pat McAfee. And I don't necessarily love that College Game Day. I get they need the rah-rah, but they give him like the first 10 to 15 minutes of the entire show. You don't even talk football until McAfee's done talking. And I don't know, I kind of like just getting into something. I feel like
is it 10 to 15 minutes? I feel like it's some rah-rah chant.
On my way up to the studio one weekend to do Fan University, I listened. I had on YouTube the real college football fix, not College Game Day, just so everyone's ready for August. And from the drive, it was about 12 minutes from my house to the studio. The entire thing was just Pat McAfee talk. You could have told. I would have no idea where they were located if I didn't already know. It was just McAfee kind of talking and getting the crowd going. And I don't know. I don't love him on College Game Day, but I respect what he's done for the industry.
Fair enough. Okay. Jacob Ray, one more quick one that you really like, because then we got to get into some that we hate.
Yeah, one of Jake's favorites. I'm going to go Jason Benetti. He's great at play-by-play. No, I'm just kidding. My other one is probably going to be Mike Greenberg. I think he does a really good job on his show. And I think it's interesting because I think on his show specifically, I think he has a lot of personalities on that show that don't necessarily know what they're talking about at times. And I think he does a great job at like looking at the camera and being like, all right, focus on me. And he'll just spew some really, really, really strong take at you. That's often correct and kind of bring the show back on track. And it's almost like a very intimate moment with the viewers where he's like, listen to me. this is what I'm saying. This is true. You can trust me. And I'm a big Mike Greenberg fan.
I like Mike Greenberg a lot, too. And he does deal with some morons on Get Up, for sure.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Greeny's a lot of things. He's very well educated, obviously. Northwestern, go Cats. I've met him, sick brag, and he does a lot with the Northwestern journalism program. So I'll always respect the way he never forgets where he came from, kind of thing. And to your point, I think it takes a very special skill set to be able to do what he does in terms of keeping everyone together, keeping the show on the rails, and, oh, by the way, he also can hit you with the take with some knowledge and back it up.
And Mike, right, back with Mike Golick back in the day, they had the radio show, and he really built something there as well, too.
And many called it Mike and Marketing in the morning because it's the Subway Fresh Take Hotline brought to you by, everything was just brought to you by.
Right.
And I think that did, in a lot of ways, kind of set up what Sports Talk Radio became from a revenue standpoint. So give him credit there. But we've wasted too much time because we got to get into the ones that we hate. And this week more than ever, I always had the just fingernails on a chalkboard feel when she spoke, and it just was amplified this week. I don't know why it became so much worse, and now my Twitter algorithm, X algorithm, is just invaded by her content because I searched for some audio, but I think she's the worst. I think she's the worst in sports talk radio, in podcasting, and not sports talk, whatever multimedia is. And that's Kay Adams. I can't take it anymore. If I see Kay Adams flirting with another athlete on my screen one more time, her show needs to be canceled.
This has got to be a universal opinion, right? Like,
who likes Kay Adams?
Yes, and the 682 who doesn't like my opinions very much today, but does hate Kay Adams, so we can agree on one thing. It is so obnoxious. Like, it almost is a disservice to what I think is sports journalism in a way. It's like the Call Her Daddy podcast or whatever. I just wish she was more in that lane where, like, I didn't have to see or talk to some people that I would actually care to listen to.
And it's so, that's a great way. It's so off-putting to the women in the industry that have overcome
that work
much.
hard.
That the Melissa Starks, before her, the Michelle Tafoyas, the Erin Andrews, Carissa Thompson, all of these women that are so knowledge-based and work so hard to get where they are. You flip it around and watch any of Kay Adams' content, and she's flirting with the athlete and in some way, shape, or form making it about her and this, cute, flirty, innocent girl. Like, that bit is so old. I'm not age hating or whatever that the term is for age discrimination, but like, at 40 years old, you can't have that bit anymore. You're not the fun, cute, innocent girl that has a microphone and flirting with you. I'm sick of it.
I was shocked to learn that she was 41 years old. She's had some decent work done, I guess, is the rumor on X there. But
based on some side-by-side screenshots,
yes,
the eye in the sky does not lie.
Does not lie. And I'm with you too, man. But I know we're running short on time, so I wanted to get to your least favorite guy. And I think this is also universally Ryan Clark.
Oh, yeah, we can't have it. Rage baiting.
The rage baiting from Ryan Clark, man.
The virtue signaling.
It's like, just call it like you see it in terms of sports. Like, we don't need to feel your opinions on anything political or racial issues. Like, that's fine. But, like, I'm listening to Get Up. I'm listening to First Take. Well, I'm not actually listening to First Take. But if I was, to hear about an opinion on the game, it's just extremely frustrating. And he is just running with that.
Yeah.
It just drives me crazy.
Yeah, one of my all-time favorites is Scott Van Pelt, and I've cooled on Scott Van Pelt a little bit because of the crew that he's around. I just don't want to watch it. And I know Van Pelt does so much more than just the Monday Night Countdown stuff, pre-post, that sort of thing. But I feel like Scott Van Pelt is such a bro that just wants to be bros with everybody that he's never going to be like, and I don't know what goes on in production meetings, or not, but he's never going to put a stop to Ryan Clark being Ryan Clark. And as long as they're on the same set together, I think Ryan Clark's, it's like a banana in a smoothie. You can have all these different fruit, but you only taste the banana. I only hear Ryan Clark on that set.
Yeah, and SVP is great. His Masters coverage is great.
Phenomenal.
His football coverage, SVP at night, has been great for ESPN. That's why they promote him so much and put him on everything. But at the end of the day, you are a byproduct of who you're talking to and what the opinion and the host is with him, and it's just hard to listen to.
That's a good all-time list of national personalities we hate.
And we could keep going.
You want to add a few?
Yeah, I was gonna go with Emmanuel Acho just because I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't stand these guys who are trying to break into the industry and all they care about is clicks and they just want to go viral for bad takes.
Emmanuel Acho, when he enunciates, this is such a little thing, but he tries so hard to sound smart by the way he enunciates. And I wish I had some audio to point to what I'm trying to refer to, but rather than say like something, and he'll use bigger words than he needs to, which obviously is a weakness of mine because I don't have the broad vocab, but he'll say something like, look at the man attempting to facilitate the emotion. And it's like, no, just say like, wow, he's really upset, you know?
What a play. Yeah. The final point on this that I will make, regardless of which political party, right or left, when all these people started doing their own podcasts and it became more about their political opinions
100%.
than their sports takes, it just messed it up. I want to listen to a Ryan Clark, if I did want to, or whoever it is, insert name here, because they're involved in the world of sports, and I want to hear what they've had to say, who they've talked to. I don't care what your political leanings are. And all these guys, Jason Whitlock, Clay Travis, if they're more on a conservative side or a left side, it doesn't matter. Talk to me about sports. That's why I'm tuning into you, and it's just getting very obnoxious.
Yeah, it's so bizarre in the sense that the way the industry has morphed into that.
It has.
I think of someone like Sage Steele, who was on SportsCenter for a long time and filed the lawsuit against ESPN, and a woman of color that did so much to pave the way for
and got blacklisted.
Yes, correct. And to her credit, Michelle Tafoya is another one. They have, in a way, kind of gone all in on that, where Sage Steele doesn't talk about sports anymore. Like, she is a political commentator now. And that is, and not that occasionally the lines are going to be blurred and whatnot, but the fact of the matter is, like, she recognized that was her calling and went for it. Whereas Ryan Clark and a lot of these others, like, if you want to get in that arena, go do it.
Go do it.
Yeah, Will Cain's another one. Left Sports Talk Radio, and now is a host in a political setting.
And Stephen A. Smith is trying to do both, right? His podcast is essentially completely about politics, and then he gets on to ESPN and does his thing there. And I don't know, man. It's just not for me. Like, if I wanted to listen to political conversation, I would go do that in that setting. When I'm listening to guys that have played professional sports or on ESPN or Fox or wherever, I want to hear about the teams and the games. I don't want to hear your opinion on that.
Well, we can all agree on this, that Kay Adams is the worst.
Yes.
That's for the 817, who is the 41-year-old woman you all are talking about. That's Kay Adams. Got to give her surgeon a lot of credit. Boy, as some would say, he cooked.
He cooked. It's quoted from a Twitter account.
Oh, that's great stuff. Okay, we are going to keep it rolling. What do we got coming up? Well, we haven't talked a ton about the Olympics, so let's talk hockey, the Dallas Stars, and so much more. That's next on Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
What is a buy bid? It is a bid to buy. For 25 years, I've been giving dealers buy bids on the phone for your trade-ins. You go to trade it in, they call me, they get a buy bid. Now I'm giving you a direct buy bid at GiveMeTheVin.com. We're going...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
We're going to build an intro for this segment because it needs one, and it's going to be arguably the best goal song there is, the Dallas Stars goal song, and we're going to add in a couple of drops about the good old hockey game and some sound effects of me skating through Victory Park.
I love that.
And thank you, because there's nothing like the beautiful game of hockey. Jake Rietma alongside Brennan Baxter and Jacob Ray on the ones and twos producing this fine program, Fan University, your college football fix. But time to talk a little bit of hockey, fellas, because hockey has been on a heater. There's a lot of different areas we're going to start with, but we are in DFW. Let's start with the Dallas Stars. Winners of their last 6 games before the Olympic break. Great way to go into the break. Playing some good hockey. They have not necessarily played well in third periods. They've surrendered a couple of late third period leads, but it hasn't cost them yet. But anytime you can win 6 in a row, you're in a good space going into the break.
Yeah, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, that the Stars just need to get some momentum building into the Olympic break, and I wasn't necessarily expecting a 6-game win streak.
But that'll do.
Yeah. That'll do. I mean, we were hitting the panic button just a month ago, and here we are, 6-game win streak, getting a good break. You feel like you're feeling really good about the stretch run that's coming in March and April, and I'm excited, man. It definitely feels like this team, they just kind of stayed the course, is how I felt. Through losing 10 of 12, going through a really rough stretch, this team just kind of stuck together and stayed the course. Amid trade rumors and all that, I know we'll get to that too, but it just feels like we're in a really good spot.
And that's really well put, and especially with a first-year head coach in Glenn Golitzson, who I think has done a great job of leaning on some of this veteran leadership, like the Jamie Benns, and obviously being the team captain, you lean on that leadership regardless. I think the sport of hockey, it just lends itself to being very player-led, but you're seeing Matt Duchene looking really healthy. Dutchy's played great in a limited sample size coming back from the injury, but Jason Robertson needs to be discussed more, and it's a great segue into our Olympic conversation. The headline is that he's snubbed from the All-Star, or from the Olympic team, and as a U.S.-born player, Jason Robertson leads all U.S.-born players with goals scored, with 32 of them, but when it was first initially released that he wouldn't be on the team, you get the initial shock of Jason Robertson, one of the best goal scorers, not being added to the team. But it just continues to look worse and worse based on some things that have gone on around the National Hockey League. And it starts with the New York Rangers completely bottoming out. If you paid attention, they're in a full fire sale, trading pieces. But JT Miller is the captain of the New York Rangers. He's a guy that's on the U.S. Olympic team and can point to that's a guy that's on instead of Jason Robertson. And Robo being left off for a guy like JT Miller, who seemingly has quit on his team, had this a soundbite that was so bad when he was asked, how you go into the Olympic break. And he said, quote, "I literally don't know. Come back with a better mindset, I guess." He's just checked out mentally.
So why was Robo left off?
It's a great question.
What's the reasoning behind this?
So Bill Gerlin is the general manager, Gurren Noel, and he is the GM for the Minnesota Wild. And for whatever reason, you could point to the rivalry, point to maybe something personal about not having Robo on the team. The knock on Jason Robertson was he doesn't skate well enough. He's not a 200-foot player, going to go back and forth. He's just only predicated on scoring.
Which is what they need.
They need scoring, but the thought was he can't impact a game any other way. But his play this season has dictated otherwise. And if that was the reason you left him off the Four Nations team a year ago at this time in February, okay, fine. He at that particular time, I felt like that knock on his game was more factual and more backed up by his play. But over the course of the conclusion of the Four Nations a year ago to now, he has improved those portions of the game, and he has shown how prolific of a scorer he can be. He's played on the penalty kill for the Dallas Stars. He's done all these things that would suggest he is one of the best U.S.-born players and should be representing his team at the Olympics. And it's just ridiculous that he's not on the team.
Well, it's hard for me to fathom, you mentioned it, that he's a leading goal scorer of American-born players. You have the American team going to the Olympics, and that guy's not on your roster. That just doesn't make any sense. What I hope this does do for Jason, though, is that he comes back and it's like, okay, great. Like, I hope the guys do well in the Olympics. I'll root on my country, but I'm going to come back and prove to you why you guys needed me. And I'm going to do that wearing a Dallas Stars uniform and take care of business and go beat the Wild and the Avalanche and make a run to the Stanley Cup and show what they missed out on. And I hope that's what happens. Sometimes these great athletes, all you need to do is give them a little nugget to use, and they'll go prove, like, why you should not have disrespected him, and I hope that happens with Jason.
And he's done exactly that. He's been hot since the snub initially was announced, but you're exactly right. I hope he continues to do that. But we're talking hockey right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk hockey. A couple of league-wide stuff to get to. A lot of people know Biz Nasty, the Barstool personality, Paul Bissonnette, who played a little bit, had a cup of coffee in the league, but had a legendary, he does a great job on the TNT crew, but legendary tweet about hockey being back because Jack Hughes is dating international pop star Tate McRae. And I understand she's very attractive and kind of, would you say she's kind of she's it right now, right? She's a bop? Like, she's big time.
She's a bop.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So she is now endorsing, I think is probably the best way to put it, the U.S. team, despite being Canadian. And the way Biz Nasty put it on Twitter, Jack Hughes has international pop stars changing nationalities days before the Olympics because the you-know-what that I can't say is too good. And that's just a great way to put it, how back U.S. hockey is.
Yes. I'm reading it.
You're a little rattled.
I'm a little rattled because I'm reading the tweet like, oh, we probably can't say that on air. But yeah, hockey's on a warpath. We're coming for you, Goodell, is how he ends the tweet, which is great. And then hashtag heated rivalry, which if you know what that is, Jake, that's Jake Reitman's favorite show on Prime.
Rivalry. Yeah. Careful. It is heated, all right. But we got to wrap it up one more minute. I'll try to be quick on this one. But number one overall pick, Gavin McKenna, or expected to be number one overall pick, so number one overall prospect for Penn State, Gavin McKenna was recently charged with assault when he beat the living snot out of someone after their outdoor game. And the charges, this was as of yesterday, the charges were dropped. So hockey is back. The number one prospect no longer being charged with assault. The alleged rumor is the guy had it coming for him based on what he called his mom.
Yep, called his mom.
The W word.
The W word.
And he punched
a very
his lights
rude
out.
name.
Yes.
And then if someone called my mom that, I'd be going after him too. And I look, you don't want to call a hockey player. These are, Jake, as you know, these are the toughest dudes in
100%.
sport.
100%. But charges
I would
dropped.
not go after them if I were you.
Yeah, charges dropped. He's going to be the number one overall pick. It's going to be great. Let's continue talking some hockey. And we've got, would you watch that and would you eat that? I would not watch Heated Rivalry, but there are some
already have.
Dang it. There are some things on here that I would watch and eat. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear?
Let's talk hockey. We were discussing some of the, one of my all-time favorite G-Bag segments is the where have you taken some dubs, where have you taken some L's, and hockey has taken a lot of dubs as of late, and one of the dubs we were discussing was Jack Hughes and his romance with Tate McRae.
Yes.
I thought I was complimenting Tate McRae with this sentiment because she's a musical artist, and a good song or a good album, one you like to sing along with. In my generation, what are we, millennials?
We're millennials.
Yeah.
Well, you're 33.
33.
I'm 29. We're in the same generation, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought saying a bop was a compliment to a musician. Oh, that's a bop. Like, all of her songs are bops.
Yes.
But apparently, if you call a person a bop, it means something totally different.
It's not good. It's rude.
Tate, if you're listening, I know you're a big fan.
Tate listens to us regularly.
I am sincerely sorry. I did not mean. I meant to be.
We don't think that about you, Tate.
I think she's a baddie.
She is a baddie.
You're a married man. I'm engaged to be married, but real recognize real.
But a baddie could be like just and not even on an attraction. Like she's just doing the right thing.
Yeah. Right.
She's kicking. She's dominating the industry,
doing her thing.
She's doing her thing. You can tell we don't know what we're talking about.
You can't call that a bop, apparently, because maybe some texters at 877-881-1053 also knew this. I really thought a bop was
just a hit song.
Yeah, like Taylor Swift. She's got a lot of bops.
Yeah, like I think bop like old school too sometimes.
Yeah,
like if my mom, big ABBA fan, right? Like if Dancing Queen comes on, she'll be like, "This is such a bop."
Such a bop. Your mom's. I would not say that. Now that we know what a bop means,
my mom's a bop.
She is a sweetheart. She fed me Thanksgiving dinner. That was delightful, and I enjoyed my conversations with your mom. But I will not call her a bop because apparently,
I appreciate that.
Per Jacob Ray, bop means.
Guess what? Bop. Let us know. Let us know what you think bop means.
Yeah, I had to look it up, and it means someone that has a lot of partners and are, in a way, very flirtatious that can sometimes lead into other
activities.
Yes.
The word that gentleman used to describe our number one prospect's mother. It's that word.
Yes, and it's used to shame individuals.
Man, that's sad.
I really apologize. And I know we've taken some time away from would you watch that, would you eat that, would you eat that, would you watch that? But I'm really sorry because I didn't mean it.
And Tate, we know you're here, and we apologize.
We love you, Tate. All right, moving on. We got to get an intro to would you watch that, would you eat that, would you eat that, would you watch that? Because it's a great segment. And the Super Bowl is the best time to discuss would you watch, would you eat? I got a couple of them. Before we get into the Super Bowl stuff, I'm just going to throw it out there. I am fired up. I haven't watched it yet, but Shrinking on Apple TV, season 3's out.
Never seen it.
Oh, you got to.
That's with Harrison Ford, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is your sense of humor, my sense of humor, where we are laughing at the oddities of life and some of the heartbreaks in life. We've been through our fair share of heartbreaks, adversity, and we always find the comedic lens to view it through. And this show personifies that in every way. The star power's there. Harrison Ford, Jason Segel,
yep.
Huge fan. There's one other big actress in it that I am blanking on, but the star power is there. I can't recommend Shrinking enough.
And I did see an article that this is Harrison Ford's swan song. In a way, this is kind of it. Like he's done. He did a 1923, I believe, with Taylor Sheridan there in the Yellowstone universe, but I did see that I think this might be it for him once Shrinking wraps up.
Okay. Okay, that's sad, but I also feel like he's going to put everything he has into it, and it's going to continue to be really good. Shrinking also inspired me to buy my Ford Bronco because Jason Segel drives the Bronco in Shrinking. It's an old school one. I couldn't find the 80s version of the old Broncos, but I thought, Jason Segel has a Bronco. I want a Bronco.
There you go. Why not?
So there you go. Okay, season 3, Shrinking. Recommend the whole series. Apple TV. I think most episodes are quick watches between that fine 30-minute-ish.
Okay. Are you thinking, and the actress, who's the character that plays the actor? Are you talking about Gabby? That's
Yes.
Jessica Williams.
Jessica Williams. She is hilarious. I mean, I laugh like a hyena with some of her jokes.
Okay, good.
I am cackling from time to time.
Not Tiffany Haddish.
No,
but Jessica
much
Williams.
funnier.
Yes.
She should have been introducing Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel. Gabby wouldn't have messed it up.
No way.
All right. I'm probably jumping the gun on this, but I saw an ad on the internet where this show is being, or a trailer, if you will, because I saw my favorite actor, Steve Carell, coming out in an HBO series. I'm going to watch it no matter what. I can't stress that enough. Steve Carell is the master of comedy, The Office, Crazy Stupid Love, the list goes on, Date Night, all of it. Steve Carell is a god.
I would watch this. I would. The show that he was on Apple TV, the morning show.
Yeah, I didn't get enough Steve Carell.
Exactly. That's why I didn't. I tried watching the pilot. I just couldn't get into it because I'm like, his character is probably going to get phased out. He is in the midst of a scandal. But if he's the main guy in a show like The Office, obviously, I would definitely check it out. So I would watch this.
Here's 30 seconds of the preview trailer of the new HBO series coming in March, Rooster.
Dad, I love that you're here, but I don't need you to check on me.
I just want to help. I know you're going through something with your marriage.
Katie? Everybody knows. This place like a fishbowl. That guy knows.
He doesn't know.
Excuse me. You know that my husband left me for a grad student, right?
Yes.
What can I do for you, Greg?
I'm here to make sure that Katie's job is safe.
She burned down the faculty house.
It was an accident.
She also assaulted a professor.
I still love you. Ow! That was on purpose.
Comedy. It sounds hilarious. So the plot, the basis of this is Steve Carell is the father of a college professor who finds out her husband has an affair with a grad student, and it's about Steve Carell being there to support and help her recover, land on her feet. And again, I love comedy as a sense of real life problems that we all face or situations. Mm-hmm. And the more bizarre, the better.
Yeah, I'm here for this one.
From the 682, 40-year-old virgin is my favorite. He's so good in all that. Yeah, the list goes on. Somebody sent us a link on Facebook. Can't click it, but I'm sure it's great. Yeah. So I'm excited to watch Rooster.
Me too. Let's have a watch party together. Let's start.
No, you can get to season 3 on Shrinking. We'll start with that.
Okay.
Once you're there, then we'll go, because we've got time. It doesn't come out till March. But Jacob Ray, either of these, Shrinking or Rooster, tickle your fancy?
I mean, it tickles everything. I mean, I'm the biggest Steve Carell fan.
No, I am. I just got done saying I am.
I've watched. How many times have you watched The Office?
The limit does not exist. I will quote every episode. I will tell you times. Could too, yeah. Let's have an Office off. That's great radio.
Now he is great in serious stuff too. Like Crazy Stupid Love is a funny movie, but he plays a really down and out character in that. And then beautiful.
Same with Anchorman. Anchorman too. He plays like a background character, but he's amazing.
And then he had that sad movie with Timothy Chalamet, the beautiful boy on it was like 7-8 years ago, and he's great in that too. So Steve Carell's not only sometimes appreciated for his comedic roles, but he can
play the psycho,
go deep into the bag
too.
Yeah.
Also great in animated films. The Minions. What is
Monsters or Despicable Me?
Despicable Me. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's the voice of
Gru.
I always forget about that.
Yeah, he looks so uncomfortable with the hunchback as
I'm
Gru.
going to steal the moon.
That was pretty good. That was really good.
Wait, was that a drop?
No,
that was him.
Was you?
That was me.
That was Jacob.
Wow, that was really good. The Minions. What a funny character that was just created, and they don't say anything. They just go,
and it's perfect.
It's hilarious every time. But all right, Steve Carell. I'll watch anything that he is on. All right. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. The Big Short from the 817. That's a phenomenal movie. And I know everybody thinks I'm just this dumb idiot that blares and blabs on the radio, because I am. But from a financial understanding of what happened in The Big Short, I really enjoy that.
Yeah,
film.
must watch.
Yes,
because we were a little younger when that market crash was going on back in 2008, 2009.
Very well, yes.
So
we were putting our paper plates in the dishwasher.
we weren't in the hard money lending business yet. We weren't loan sharks yet back in the day.
Foxcatcher, that's the one. Yep, that's from the 903. Thank you. All right, let's continue on with Would You Watch That? Would You Eat That? Would you eat that? Would you watch that? Because McDonald's is changing the game. They announced they will give away free limited edition chicken McNuggets and caviar kits for Valentine's Day. Would you eat that?
I'm out on this one, man.
I'm looking at the tweet. If you're watching on the fan cam, nobody's actually operating the fan cam, so we can't show you what the image is. But caviar is a luxury food consisting of salt-cured, unfertilized fish eggs, traditionally sourced from wild sturgeon in the Black Seas. Okay, that does not scream fast food, nor McDonald's. What are we doing here?
I'm not certain does this come with like a health risk factor or an asterisk at the bottom of the package? I don't know, man. This one I'm probably out on.
Because it's like the nugget with the fish eggs on
top.
It. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Now,
would you eat that?
Now, this poses the question, too. So it's already kind of like a fake chicken nugget.
Oh, yeah.
So,
it's full of the pink fluff. Have you ever seen those documentaries?
Right, yeah, I have.
Like what's really inside a chicken nugget? It's like air, pink fluff.
Yeah, not saying they aren't good at 1 in the morning.
Taste delicious, but nutritionally.
Nutritionally. So what is the caviar from McDonald's? Where did they get this?
I mean, I'm looking at this picture.
Is it made in-house? It looks good.
I certainly don't think they're catching wild sturgeon in the Black Sea.
Yeah, McNugget caviar. It comes in a little package. I don't know. I don't know, man.
Would you eat that?
I feel like if you eat this, you might have a rough day after.
Yeah, Jacob Ray, would you eat that?
I'm not coming within 250 feet of these McFish eggs.
Do you eat fish at McDonald's anyways?
No. If I'm
Filet
doing
fish is good.
No, it's fake though. If I'm doing seafood,
I didn't say it was real. I said it was good.
If I'm doing seafood, this is where I'm gonna sound bougie. It's gonna be good seafood.
Good seafood.
I think seafood is that corner of the market in terms of your food pyramid or food pie chart. If you're doing seafood, it has to be good. I can't do bad seafood. That risk is far greater than the enjoyment of good seafood.
I agree with you. 100% agree. Now, look, to be fair, I do like McDonald's. Some of the best French fries on the planet.
100%.
But you can't get me on caviar.
Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane.
Stay there.
All right, it's the Super Bowl, the big game this weekend. So we got to mix in some Super Bowl eats on Would You Watch That? Would you eat that? Would you eat that? Would you watch that? And according to a Yahoo, what is happening? That's why you can't make it, Reetma. That is why.
There's a reason you're here.
You suck. You suck at this, Reetma. God dang it. We've lost Baxter. We've lost cabin pressure. Would you watch that? Would you eat that? Would you eat that? Would you watch that? Now you can have a $180 burger to go with your $5K Super Bowl ticket. If you thought nearly $5,000 for a ticket was extravagant, wait until you hear about the $180 burger on the menu at the Big Game LX. That's Super Bowl 60. Levi Stadium revealed its menu Wednesday ahead of Sunday's matchup between the New England. Okay, blah, 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 blah. This is dubbed Thor's Hammer. This burger will be available at concession stands near Section 106. Other meat-centric items include a unique foot-long, super hot Chinatown dog topped with Chinese hot mustard and some other things I can't pronounce. That actually sounds kind of good.
That does sound good. A demi-glaze Point Reyes blue cheese fondue on a flaky brioche bun. It's saying this. It's 180 pounds, but it's a $180, $3.5 pound shareable. So how many people could share a 3.5 pound burger realistically? So like what
depends on how girthy the eaters are.
Because you like
I'm not sharing anything.
Do you think you could down a 3.5 pound burger by yourself?
I could take that dog down, no problem.
Easily,
or
not
burger.
a problem.
I could take anything down.
Because I'm thinking, like, if you wanted,
mark that.
I'm thinking if you wanted to
pause or whatever,
split this realistically and make it, let's say
that brings up a great point, Brendan Baxter.
Are 7 people sharing this, and you're splitting that? Like, what's the like? How many people can split a 3.5 pound burger?
It depends. That's a great point. Because typically women don't eat as much, but there are some big mamas out there that they're
Big
gonna
mamas.
down a burger by themselves.
Yes.
So that's where it purely depends on the clientele of who you're splitting this burger with.
So you spend
better safe than sorry,
right?
And I'm judging by the way they look. You know, if you're in my party, right, wrong, or indifferent, I think I could eat more than you, just only based on the physical side of it. I've got a little bit fatter of a face, whereas I look at you, you're a guy that works out a lot. Jacob Ray works out a lot. He was wearing the Rowback tight-fitting shirt here. I think I can eat more than you guys because I'm a little pudgier.
So, but I'm trying to think, like, when you have a 1 pound burger, is that a lot for you?
No, that's child's play.
Okay. So that's nothing.
Yeah, I feel very confident in. I know we do a lot of eating contests at this station. I'm not a competitive eater by speed. I will enjoy. But if we want to just do quantity with no time limits, I feel pretty good about my abilities.
Okay.
All right. Would you watch that? Would you eat that? Super Bowl menu. Real quick before we move on, we'll just go round table here. Favorite Super Bowl. Favorite Super Bowl food. Favorite Super Bowl food. I got the easy one. It's hot wings, cold beer. That's the combination you can't beat.
I'm here for it, too. There's also one more I wanted to bring up. The Fog City Frozen Irish Coffee, blending Irish whiskey, vanilla bean ice cream, and cold brew with an ice cream cookie sandwich garnish.
Thought about it. I'm in. Absolutely.
I'm in on that one.
Yes.
And yes,
100%. Sounded good.
From the 972, you guys really can't read. I just did.
Yeah, no, that's from the 972. We appreciate that. The last thing I'll say, Levi Stadium, been there many times. Whoa, very cool. The tailgate scene's incredible. So I've never had the concession stands because I'm always with my in-laws to be, and their tailgate spread is insane. I walk into Levi Stadium so full. At times I feel like I need a stretcher to wheel me in there. I've eaten so much.
That's great. You definitely can handle that burger then. No problem.
I have left you speechless a couple times, which is a problem at a radio
real
show.
Quick, to put it this way, from the 6 of 1, he says that 3.5 pounds is 14 quarter pounders. Could you down that in one sitting?
Well, you're not putting bread on all of them.
Okay, so just the meat.
Yeah, because the bread is what fills you up. That's the carbs.
Okay, so 14 quarter pounders.
I could do a 3.5 pound burger by myself, no problem.
We've got to get this done here on the show.
Oh, absolutely. But again, I'm not a fast eater. I like to enjoy the food.
That's good.
Oh, God, yeah. I try to, and I know we've gone way too long, but probably going to get a slap on the wrist for this. But we talk about working out and this and everything, but I would much rather sit around all day and see how much food I could consume, how fat I could be for a day than working out anytime.
I really respect that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's Would You Watch That? Would You Eat It? Great conversation right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, of course, your college football fix, Fan University. Let's go to Radio Row with the little Radio Row recap. That's next. Some of the best audio. And what did C.D. Lamb say on the Dan Patrick Show? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
And always confidential. Call Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney at 972-484-0TAX or go to myirsteam.com.
And it's back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, your college football fix in February. Doesn't get much better than that. Our favorite Indiana quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, was on Radio Row making his rounds. I'm sure Kay Adams was trying to hit on him, too, despite her being 41 and him being a college athlete. But he is open to work on LinkedIn. He's willing and able to provide his professional services and abilities, but all kinds of audio from Radio Row, and we've talked about it at length, of course, with the big game coming up. But Jake Reitmo alongside Brennan Baxter and Jacob Ray with you on Fan University. Some of the sound bites, I feel like, from Radio Row, because of the setting, elicits almost a more genuine or laid-back response than they would on a normal radio program. Or some of them are just, hey, I'm here to promote so-and-so product, and that's all you get.
Yeah, this was my first time really paying attention to Radio Row as the week that it is and how many people are actually there. I don't know why I was fairly unfamiliar with what Radio Row is, and to see all these guests, especially here on 105.3 The Fan, just be able to hop on K&C or hop on Sean and RJ or G-Bag.
Yeah, and
it was really cool to see all these types of personalities, whether in sport or even in entertainment, just sit down with the fellas. I thought it was a great week.
Yeah, and shout out to, I said this at the beginning of the show, but everybody that was there. It takes a village, everyone from the top on down. Boss man Tim Collins with the logistical planning. And next year, that logistical planning is going to include Fan University.
It has to.
Looking forward to that. But the engineering, DJ, Ross, the talent, and everyone in between. Just phenomenal stuff. And that's why you turn it on and leave it on. But you also see your members of your teams, the teams that you cover, on a different stage than you might normally throughout the course of, let's say, the season. And I'm obviously referring to CeeDee Lamb, who was on the Dan Patrick Show, made some pretty bold proclamations, which I want to start with here, because you listen to CeeDee Lamb on a national show like Dan Patrick, and I think it gives a good glimpse and a good picture of what he's feeling like as it relates internally to the Dallas Cowboys in a different perspective than what we get on a day-to-day, covering these teams, talking about them every single day. And Dan Patrick, as I mentioned, is the best interviewer in the game. He always gets the most out of his interview subject. But check this out from the Dan Patrick Show, CeeDee Lamb on the Cowboys' Super Bowl chances and a little George Pickens nugget at the end.
How close are the Cowboys to being in a game like this?
I feel like we're very close. We just gotta put the pieces together, right? As we know, our offense was fire, our defense wasn't as good, but once we combine those two things, we got a couple pieces that we need to bring back offensively, and I'm pretty sure everybody here knows exactly who I'm talking about. But get our defense together. And
is George coming back?
He has no choice. Oh. I say that.
Oh.
This is my pick.
But you're not going to give up any of your. You're not going to defer any of your money or restructure to bring George in.
I mean, if it's necessary.
Oh,
honestly.
Okay.
I'm pretty good, but I know he's going to get every penny that he deserves here in Dallas.
The last part of that soundbite, we can get to the beginning portion in a second here, but man, it sounds, and it's Radio Row, it's the Super Bowl, although Dan Patrick had his own set and everything in McCovey Cove, which is absolutely gorgeous. But point being, I think it's pretty accurate, even in that setting, for him to say he'd be willing to defer a portion of his salary to enable them, being the Cowboys, to bring George Pickens back.
Which I look at this two ways. One, on the receiver perspective side of things, like a lot of these receivers, we kind of know them as prima donnas. They want to be the guy. They want to be the number one. And I think CeeDee Lamb, respecting George's ability to not only help the Cowboys, but help CeeDee Lamb. Like, he opens up the field more for CD because you have to keep eyes on Pickens at all time as well, too. And Pickens had a phenomenal year. But when it comes to money on the other side, I really respect CD for saying this because so many of these guys now, it feels like, just want to get the most money. We had a text in earlier about agents in the NFL and kind of dominating the leagues now, and it seems like they're always just trying to go get theirs and doesn't really matter about the team as much. So to hear CD say this, not only at his own position, like, would he have done this for Micah Parsons? Would he have done this for a great offensive lineman? Maybe, maybe not, but he's willing to do it for George Pickens, so he says, and I think I respect that.
And it also speaks to how good the offense was with a thriving George Pickens. And so many times that has to happen. A change of scenery, change in environment, everything like that, where a player almost reinvents himself. And Sam Darnold, great example, obviously. But George Pickens, in a lot of ways, felt like he reinvented himself in just 1 year in Dallas. And you want to continue to see him thrive. But the limitations and the restrictions that the Cowboys front office have put on this team as it relates to salary, because of how top-heavy they are with the Dak contract, with the CD contract, makes you wonder, is that same level of investment and allocation of funds to one position group at wide receiver, is it worth it?
Yeah, and is that what the Cowboys need? CeeDee Lamb mentioned the defense there. He said, we're fire on offense. We all understand the defense. So would you be better off utilizing what money you do have to improve the certain areas on the defensive side of the ball that you need to improve on? Or does having a fully healthy CeeDee Lamb, a fully healthy George Pickens, Dak Prescott back and playing good football, is that enough to win the division and ultimately get to a Super Bowl? Right now, it doesn't look like it is. And those are the hard questions that the Cowboys will have to answer this offseason. But with how good George Pickens lose, you would hate to lose him, but you also don't just want to pick him just because he had a good year and then risk not having a good defense that can compete and win Super Bowls.
It's Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan, recapping the week that was on Radio Row. Tremendous work by the Sean and RJ program, KNC Masterpiece, and of course G-Bag Nation, who were out all week at Radio Row doing such a great job. But the guests that all three shows had just tremendous guests, tremendous audio. But one thing I pulled from the week that was the interview with Brian Urlacher. And Jacob Ray, I know your ears just perked up, all-time legend for your Chicago Bears. But from a guest standpoint, he was funny. He was well-spoken. I thought the guys did a great job of getting the most out of him, and he was happy to be there, which, again, nothing worse than somebody that doesn't want to be on a show. But the tie into Dallas that Sean, RJ, and Bobby were able to connect with Brian Urlacher on was awesome. They started talking about Darren Woodson and his case for the Hall of Fame, and I thought Brian Urlacher's response was unbelievable.
I'm waiting for someone like, it won't be Darren Woodson. He's too classy.
He should be in the Hall of Fame too. That's my favorite player. That's my favorite player of all time.
Why is he not?
28 for the Cowboys. Bro, 6'3", 225 playing safety. You got 2 or 3 rings. I don't know if he was there.
Three.
So, okay, 3 rings if you're factoring that in, which they didn't factor in for me because I didn't get any rings. But he should be in the Hall of Fame, man. That dude was unbelievable.
He was your favorite player?
Yeah, he still is. I love that guy. And he's such a good person. Like,
amazing.
when you talk to him.
$1 million smile.
Yeah, good-looking dude.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Treats everyone the same. And knock the piss out of you on the football field.
Brian,
he's not in the Hall of Fame. Put him in.
There you go, man. Brian Urlacher calling him his favorite player of all time, Darren Woodson.
Yeah, and Cowboys legend too, and I do think him bringing up the good person, like the guy that he was too, because we've seen some of that debate this week. There's no morality clause in the NFL to make the Hall of Fame, and if you don't like somebody, some of these guys didn't like Bill Belichick, they don't have to put him in right away. But Darren Woodson, I think, exemplifies what it means to be a Dallas Cowboy, and it was a leader on this franchise for the good times and the bad. Like, he was a part of some of those teams going through the struggle in the early 2000s as well too. And I remember growing up rooting for Darren Woodson. I'd love to see him get in, but to have a legend like Brian Urlacher, his position, just showing the amount of respect that he has for a guy like Darren Woodson is great to hear.
I also think the whole next generation analytics, they don't value the simple statistic of tackles as much as we may have in past eras. But to be the leading tackler of the Dallas Cowboys, that has to count for something.
Yeah, like this is America's franchise.
America's team.
This is America's team, and he leads a tackle with them. You're keeping him out of the Hall? What are we doing?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Darren Woodson, eventually is elected and enshrined into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. But great job by the guys on Radio Row all week long. Fan University will be there next year, I'm hearing. It's in pencil right now, hoping to get that in ink. But, the powers that be, they're listening, so chances are good that Fan University will be at Radio Row. For one episode, we'll just do one day.
Yeah, just one. We could do 7 to 11, one show on a Wednesday night. How's that
Why
sound?
doesn't Radio Row extend into weekends? Come on.
And the fact that the powers that be at Radio Row haven't reached out to us, because we know they're listening.
They have. They reached out to me. They're like,
okay, that's good to know.
We know you run Fan University. Why are you not on Radio Row?
They were stunned, apparently, in California this week.
Yeah, I mean, biggest headlines of the week that was Fan University not being on Radio Row.
The fact that we've only been around for, 6 months now, too, and
Well, you got to give the people what they want.
It took that long to get noticed.
Yeah.
I'm shocked they didn't call us in August.
That'll change for next year. That's for sure. Okay, we've got more to do. We've got a Jake Break. A Jake Break's coming up next. That's Jacob Ray's favorite segment, I hear. And he's excited to participate because we've got another dicey situation where we need a ruling on. That's next on the Jake Break on 105.3 The Fan.
Trade screen time for family time. The Dallas Boat Show brings together more than 200 exhibitors and show-only deals all in one place.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I'm a people person. I absolutely insist on enjoying life, not a workhorse.
He's not some walk-on scrub, Yost. The boy's a player. He's a star. And he busted his butt for you.
Oh, my God. Okay, it's happening. Stay calm.
Thanks for playing that intro, Brendan. Jacob, I really appreciate that. Thanks for playing that intro. And thank you to our sponsors. It's the Jake Break.
Is that Brian Broaddus?
Jake Break's going to be a little different. It's going to be a little different today. The Jake Break, instead of choose your own adventures, I've got two scenarios. Scenario? What do you say?
Scenarios.
Two scenarios in which we need a ruling on. So the purpose of the Jake Break, if you don't know, if this is your first Jake Break, we're all over the place. We take a break from sports. A lot of them are what's the rule here, do's and don'ts, maybe some life advice, all things that happen throughout the course of a week in your day-to-day. Maybe you need a ruling on something. You need some feedback, and that's what we count on you for at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We need your opinion and the ruling on something here. So, I take you for the first situation, I take you to the gym, and not the gymnasium, this is like the workout gym setting. And Fred Davis likes to tease me for doing no free plugs on the Jake Break, but doing a workout class that, demographically speaking, probably is predominantly women.
Pilates?
No, great question. It is a...
Is it that trampoline stuff?
Yeah.
Lower body, max out?
It's the one with the ripcords around you. And you're just going, and you're air thrusting.
I wish the fan cam was working, man. This is a show.
It's working. It's up. I can see it.
Can I get that hip thrust one more time? Yeah, that's great.
And then you got the little walkie-talkie microphone. I do like the
are you thinking of like a
Peloton? Yeah, Peloton.
Yeah, the Peloton classes.
Yeah, I love those.
Okay, good to know.
Couldn't afford them. Although I think this membership is more expensive, but it's not synchronized. It's a workout class. Wow, I'm out of breath. And there's probably about 20-ish, 25. The max there can be is 24. Yeah, the max there can be is 24. This is a full class. It is middle of the week, probably around 5:30, a very popular time, 5:30 in the evening.
Okay. Woo. Man, yeah, get it together. that hip thrust there, gotcha.
Yeah, a lot of working out. And I'm in this class, I'm on the treadmill portion, and there's 12 treadmills. I'm on number 12. That's the farthest to the side you could possibly, furthest? I don't know. The furthest to the one side you possibly could be. On tread number 3 and 4 is a woman, our age-ish. Both of these people are our age. And I'm using air quotes here, a man that maybe doesn't necessarily love women, probably likes men better.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
And has a very distinct tone to his voice.
Okay.
Now, the issue that happened here, I'm fine with a little chit-chat throughout the workout. You're catching up with a friend. Maybe you haven't seen them in a while. A little bit of dialogue is just fine. But these two individuals, at a very loud voice over the music, did not stop talking for a 24-minute treadmill block. And I could hear them so clearly over the music that I can't even imagine what people on tread 6 through 12 were hearing, because I'm all the way to the side. It was so distracting. It ruined the workout, and you pay a lot of money for these workouts. Again, the membership, not cheap. So I did it.
You did what?
I Karen'd. I told the front desk, I want to enjoy my workout. I pay for a membership. I do not need people blabbing the entire time. If you want to do that, go out for coffee. Go sit at a coffee shop together and go get drinks at happy hour. I understand you want the workout, but the workout is not the time to be conversing at a volume that is over music being played.
Well, they obviously aren't working hard enough.
That's what I said, too.
They can sit there and talk for 24 minutes like that loud. They're not out of breath enough, so they shouldn't be going to a workout class anyways.
I agree.
Push yourself if you're going to go. It's not chit-chat hour.
Exactly. And I was this close to confronting them, which I felt bad because I don't think they're mean people. They just didn't stop talking.
What was the conversation about? I
was trying to block them out.
Yeah,
it was just
annoying.
Yeah, it was. And you know when you can't actually, because I was so far away. Mind you, I'm so far away. There was music going, workout music, but you can't hear necessarily the specifics of what they're saying. You just hear noise.
So is the rule? Do you rat people out?
That's my
at
point.
The gym?
What is the scenario here? What is the ruling, the proper approach? Is it, hey, tell the front desk, could you maybe mention something to them that they could maybe not talk as much? Because I thought about going up to them directly. And I'm before I met my fiance, I was a much more confrontational person. And not to the point where I'm looking to start a fight or anything. I just would have had no problem going and saying, hey, it's really distracting. You guys didn't stop talking the entire time. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but all these people want to get a good workout in, and you talking nonstop deters that from happening. If you want to do that, just go out and have coffee. I would have had no problem doing that, but my beautiful fiance, who I love so much, is anti-confrontational. I think, and I legitimately thought of her in that moment, she would be embarrassed if I did that, which I don't find embarrassing at all.
Yeah, I do feel like the rule here is just tell them to shut up.
Yeah.
And
Jacob Ray.
Yeah, I mean, I'm anti-confrontational too, but like it gets to a point. So when it first started, right? Say we're on like minute 2 of this conversation, I would probably be like somewhat non-confrontational. But throughout minute 2 to 24, I think I would have convinced myself to be confrontational, probably.
Because like the way this particular tread block worked, it's high intensity interval training.
Mm-hmm. So where is this? What can you say in the bit? What is this class?
Orange Theory. So
Orange Theory.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you do half the class on tread, the other half in weights, like circuit style.
Interesting.
So this was the high intensity interval training portion of the workout, where there's a part where you sprint and then have a walking recovery after. So I should have walked, and I contemplated it, but then I thought like they're going to stop talking eventually, right? And they never.
Then
did.
you had no earbuds in because the music's over the speaker. It's a class.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. It's a class, and the company policy is you're not allowed to have AirPods or anything. You have to listen to their music.
I will say you do have to be careful because there are certain people that think the world's out to get them and will snap at you if you confront them over certain things. And
the texts are great. This is why Tolos are the best.
Tolos are the best.
From the 817, the rule here is mind your own GD business and concentrate on your workout. The gym is a social place as well. Suck it up.
Yeah, suck it up, Reetma. Or you can just unplug their treadmill.
That's good.
That's a good one.
I think back, and when I want to get to the other one too, I think back I should have been more proactive.
I think that's always the answer.
Missed opportunity.
Too many soft people in the world these days.
100%. And the next time, based on their behavior and their demeanor, I think it's going to happen again, and I'll be ready. Let's go to scenario number 2. We've got audio with this one because this is from Barstool Sports, one of the shows. I can't remember. This is a great debate. I've felt this way for a long time. Let's hear it.
Let me tell you this.
What is going on over there?
Is it appropriate for a grown man to FaceTime?
No, I've never been a fan of that. Every time I get FaceTime calls from men, I always decline. Because why are you trying to see my face? I can call you like a normal man.
No, I agree.
Like, it just needs to be a normalized thing. Because what I don't understand is why are we going around saying, hey, let me see you. Let me tell you this. Let me see you. See me?
If you're trying to call me, make sure you call me for the right reasons. When you start FaceTiming, it's like, okay, what are you really looking for out of this exchange? Are you trying to make sure my hair is done? You trying to make sure I'm looking cute today? Like, what do you really want out of me from FaceTime?
That's the big debate. FaceTime versus call. I love a call. I love a good phone call, but man to man, I'm not answering your FaceTime.
I'm not a FaceTime guy, even with women, like my wife. It's like, just call me. I don't like having a camera that close to my face when I have to, and I'm talking and I'm looking at something else and I'm holding my arm up looking. I just think it's kind of stupid. And I actually got in this argument. Are you a text or call guy too? Like, if someone needs something from you, would you rather them call you and just say, hey, I need this? Like, can you check this, whether it's work, business,
great question,
whatever? Or do you just want a quick text?
I want a quick text because then I have it in writing for when I forget too.
Yeah, I am actually a phone call guy. Like, call me, get back to, because I like.
You are a phone call guy.
Yes.
Sometimes you call me and I ignore it.
Yeah, exactly. I just like to get to it quick. Texting, got to wait. If the conversation can be done in a minute, I'd rather just have it on the phone than get right to it.
Interesting.
So I am a phone call guy. Now, I work in a field and where I am on the phone a lot.
Got it.
As a loan shark myself.
Yes. Okay. So for whatever reason, guy to guy, I think it's such a clear line that you don't FaceTime under any circumstances. Here's where I'll FaceTime. I'll FaceTime my nieces and nephew after, a soccer game. They want to tell Uncle Jake about the goal that they just scored or something. If it's my nieces and nephews, those are the only people I'll FaceTime. Occasionally my fiance, because we're long distance. Nobody has it more difficult than us. Life is hard, and occasionally, you need that FaceTime.
Yeah, I totally agree. We got
a new segment name.
I'm loving some of the texts that are coming in here. And feel free to text in 877-881-1053.
From the 682. Can I say that word on air?
I don't know.
I think you can.
I don't know if you can.
I think you can.
It's weekends.
Yes. From the 682, this segment should be called Gay Things Bother Me Because I'm Gay.
All right, we got a new segment. Thanks for the segment.
Drop.
We appreciate it. Someone said y'all are too serious. It's just a FaceTime. It's more just the annoyance of I just don't want to hold my phone. It's inconvenient to me.
Yes.
So,
and I also don't feel the need for it.
Same. Totally same.
I've had some instances where I'm working on a project, again, for the day job as a loan shark, and I'm working on a graphic, and I'll need to show it to someone to see if it looks good, and I'll still, instead of FaceTiming, I'll screenshot it and text it to them.
Yeah, I am saying this. I actually did FaceTime someone yesterday, but they needed help unlocking a door at a property.
Okay.
And but I didn't show, my face. I'm driving and FaceTime trying to look and do this, and it just felt awkward. I felt awkward.
I remember before I had an iPhone, I was setting up, I'm so bad at anything manly. And this was a manly.
That makes sense.
Right.
This is all adding up now.
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't figure out how to connect the trailer that was towing the jet skis on my old vehicle that was a 80th anniversary of the Jeep Grand Cherokee fully loaded, no big deal. And I was setting up the trailer on the tow hitch and could not figure out for the life of me, but I didn't have an iPhone, so I had to go get my laptop and Zoom call my uncle, who no longer speaks to me, and I'm estranged from that relationship, but that's okay. And at that time, he was helping me set up the trailer with a Zoom call, and I was holding the laptop with one hand trying to configure the trailer on the back of the tow hitch. At that time, I wish I would have been able to FaceTime.
And find out how to do it.
Correct.
I think that's a great one. From the 682, man card revoked if you're FaceTiming the homies. Looking at you, Peyton. Shots fired.
Yeah, big time shots
Peyton,
fired.
come on.
We're overtime. That's a Jake break. Thank you for the ruling on that. Maybe we'll keep it going. Maybe we'll go around the National Football League and talk about the DFW sweep and the player awards next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
But it is time to get you over to Underdog Fantasy. We are making plays for the big game already. And of course, when you use promo code Tolo, they are going to hook you up $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Sam Darnold, higher or lower than 228.5 pass yards. Drake May, higher or lower than 225.5 pass yards. Jackson Smith and Jigba, higher or lower than 93.5 receiving yards. You can make your plays on Underdog.
What are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use promo code TOLO to score $75 in bonus entries, fantasy bonus entries, when you play your first $5 on fantasy. That's promo code TOLO at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
What are the most common calls you guys get for someone who's like, oh, I wonder if I should call the Frankels for this?
The bottom line is if you're in a car wreck and it's not your fault, you may not need us, but the call and the consultation are free. So what can it hurt? I was in a car wreck. I went to the emergency room. I don't have health insurance. Now I've got a $20,000 bill. What do? I missed a week of work. I got hit by an uninsured driver. How do I deal with that? Make us your first call.
214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Dax. Maybe leave the singing to the pros.
Hey, I can't help it. I love these windows.
Well, it's easy to sing about savings. Get 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50.
And 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit.
Exactly.
So call Best Buy Windows and Siding today at 469 Windows. That's Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Close enough, buddy.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Dallas, are you ready for the next move? Welcome to Hampton House. This is where the nightlife lives. Great food, crafted cocktails, live DJs, and bottle service. All in one stylish spot made for letting go and celebrating big. From pre-game cocktails and bites to full-on party vibes, Hampton House Dallas is the place everyone's talking about. Make your reservation and plan your next night out at HamptonHouseDallas.com.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I've finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
You finally made it to your destination, but that little voice says, did I lock the door? With DFW Security, you just tap the app. Doors locked, cameras rolling, house safe. Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
Texans enjoy more ways to save at Kroger, like low prices in every aisle. And you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the Kroger app. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. So it's always easy to get Texas-sized savings. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply. See site for details.
Select 12 packs of Coca-Cola, Dr. Pepper, or Pepsi, or buy 2, get 3 free with your card. Limit 10 with minimum $25 purchase. Kroger, Texas proud since 1955.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's your college football fix. Welcome to Fan University on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, it's your college football fix. Good afternoon. Officially DFW. Fired up to be with you on the radio, on the Odyssey app, and on the Fan Cam and YouTube. Jake Riepma, Brennan Baxter, and Jacob Ray with you until 1 o'clock.
We're almost done, man.
Final hour. Are you kidding me? Golly, the show has just flown by. The fan text at 877-881-1053 is fired up. The Jake break, if you missed it, a couple of scenarios we needed your opinion on. Scenarios. I'm done saying scenario. As we've talked, and the fan text has really leaned into, they think I'm gay because of my workout take.
Yeah, you're gay, dude. It's been settled.
It has been.
You gotta tell your fiance. You gotta tell Sid.
I do. Which, you've met Sid, but people on the fan text, they could say Sydney. That could be a guy.
I have met Sydneys that are named guys. This is all crazy
but
stuff.
But you've met my fiance.
I have. She is a woman.
Thank you.
Yes.
She's beautiful.
A very beautiful woman. I can confirm that, yes, out of your league.
But it's Fan University, your college football fix. We're going to give you your NFL fix with the big game coming up, Super Bowl picks in a second here. We've got Who Said It later on in the program, which is everybody's favorite game show. Jacob Ray was so excited about Who Said It, he called me on Wednesday. Jacob Ray was ready to go.
Didn't FaceTime. We called.
Yes, that is the other scenario we needed help with. Guy-on-guy FaceTime, I won't have it. You can't. FaceTiming the homies is an absolute no.
I have one for you though. So I got 3 college buddies. What is your rule against the 4 of us hopping on a group FaceTime?
No, absolutely not. It's gay.
I have one of my best friends, and he's got 6 really good buddies, and I think every Saturday morning they call each other on FaceTime, and they call it the podcast.
What? Are you a part of that?
I'm not. No, they're all. Not that this matters, but they're all Indian. They're all like it's like their culture, I guess, is what he says.
That is bizarre.
So I'm not a part of it because I'm not Indian. I wasn't invited into the club.
Interesting.
But I wouldn't anyways.
That's discrimination.
Like they Thank you. And they call each. I mean, it's all the time. It's a group FaceTime. I've been with them at coffee shops. I see it happen. It pops up. There's like 9 of them on the phone call.
That is
group FaceTime.
They probably have it on speakerphone for the rest of the coffee shop to hear.
Oh yeah, I'm listening to it, and then I get shown, and I'm like, I'm not a part of this, man. I don't fit in.
That is wild.
So that is a thing, Jacob. To your point, guys do that.
That's the beauty of the Jake break. I think we've made some real progress. That guy-on-guy FaceTime, or in Brennan's Indian friend's case, the podcast group call is a big time no. And
they're just sitting in bed. They're wherever they are.
We did that during
they're just talking
COVID, but it was like a Zoom call, Zoom happy hours during COVID. You remember that?
Yeah, and that's COVID, right? I mean, you weren't allowed to go to bars together and do all that. That makes sense.
Makes sense, yeah.
But every week, FaceTiming your dudes?
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know.
Yeah, I need to get out. Group. That's why I'm a texter. Group texts are fun.
Group texts are fine.
Yes.
The Fan University text line is
we
fantastic.
miss you, Carter. We love you, Carter.
Should we start a Discord? So everyone can talk to us?
I don't know what a Discord is.
It's like a group text that you can join the Discord and you have 24/7 access to text each other.
Basically, just like a massive.
It's like a massive group
server.
text.
Yeah. Where you can have. I mean, you can
the
have
Tolo. Me and you could initiate the Tolo Discord.
Yeah, that sounds like a great opportunity.
How many people can you have on one of those? Is it
hundreds?
It sounds like
it's unlimited.
Group Me. The same thing as Group Me.
It's kind of like a Group Me, but it's better.
In what way?
I don't really know. I guess I'm just kind of speaking at this point about it. I'm in like 2 or 3 Discords, but it's like a subtext. It's like a subtext thing, so you can just stay up to date on different things.
As we've established on this show, I'm not the brightest and obviously swing a different way, but that's one more. I didn't know what discourse was. All right, NFL awards were this week. Clean sweep for DFW. Clean sweep. How about that? Your MVP of the National Football League, Highland Park's own Matthew Stafford. You said it solidified his Hall of Fame status.
I believe it has to. Sure, right? Surely. I mean, you win a Super Bowl, you win an MVP, you're a quarterback. He's been in the league as long as he has. It's interesting because for some reason, I don't know if it was because he was in Detroit and they weren't winning playoff games.
No, yeah.
Not against Detroit, that we just kind of thought that Stafford is not top tier when it comes to quarterbacks. But when you compare him to some of what the other Hall of Fame quarterbacks are, like, would you say that Matthew Stafford, and I know Eli Manning has not been in the Hall of Fame yet, but would you say that Matthew Stafford is clearly like a better quarterback than Eli Manning, and people heavily debate his candidacy because he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion.
Very true.
I would say Matthew Stafford's had a better career and is a better quarterback than Eli Manning.
Well, you know what we used to call him in Detroit was, instead of Matt Stafford, we called him Stat Padford, because he just wanted to pad his stats. Lions would be down 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and he'd go throw 3 more touchdowns in the fourth quarter in the mop-up garbage time, and that's how he built a lot of his numbers on some of those bad teams. But he is absolutely deserving. He has been the best quarterback in the National Football League, the most consistent. All of the accolades you would use to praise a quarterback, he's been exactly that. So props to him. Moving on, the Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett. Very cool. Defensive Player of the Year. And I believe he's another individual that was kind of undisputed for this award and all the accomplishments that Myles Garrett, Arlington's own Myles Garrett, brings to the table.
Yeah, there was no controversy here this season with what Myles Garrett was able to do, breaking the sack record. His second Defensive Player of the Year award. He's consistently been one of the top guys in the league for a long time. It's unfortunate that he plays on the Browns that are so bad that he really can't even make an impact for that team in terms of wins. In a way, it feels like, could this guy be traded at some point? But he signed the extension amidst all those rumors. Like, you'd love to see Myles Garrett be able to make impacts in meaningful playoff games. And outside of the 1 year they made it with Baker Mayfield, it's been essentially it's a non-factor for him to play into late January and early February. So it's unfortunate, but kudos to him for still playing his butt off and breaking the record.
Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith-Njigba from Rockwall. So look at that, just continuing the DFW sweep in all the most important roles.
Which is how it should be, right? I mean, this is Texas high school football we're talking about here.
On
this
Fan
is the
University,
best,
your
on
college
Fan
football
University,
fix.
the college football fix, and this is the best state that produces, in my opinion, the best talent. You can make an argument for Florida and California if you want to, but I would disagree with you. And to see these guys make their way through Rockwall and get, I mean, what JSN did at Ohio State was crazy, and then here he is with the Seahawks, with Sam Darnold, by the way, as his quarterback. And a lot of people gave Sam a lot of heat. Look what Justin Jefferson's feeling right now, watching JSN do what he did and him have the year with J.J. McCarthy. And I think it just shows, one, how talented Sam Darnold is, but also JSN, he just goes and plays ball, man. Like, the dude doesn't really care. He looks undersized, but he can play from the slot. He can play from the outside. He gets open.
I love his game. The routes are
his
so
catch radius is insane. The guy is just a phenomenal athlete and a great player.
And your Coach of the Year from the New England Patriots,
Mike Verable.
Yeah, I wanted to play the drop one more time. Great job, Jacob Ray, all over it. As we learned, Tiffany Haddish, world-renowned comedian, actress, hilarious, just not very well versed in name pronunciation. With Mike Vrabel is your Coach of the Year.
This is a phenomenal turnaround, and there were a lot of candidates this year. When you look at Ben Johnson with the Bears, I know Jacob Ray probably wanted him. Liam Cohen with the Jacksonville Jaguars. But Vrabel got to, or Verbal. Yep. Sorry. Shout out, Tiffany.
Oh, that's going to help the text line.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was a really good voice there, Jake.
Thank you.
It's coming along strong.
I appreciate that. Well, that's going to be the biggest rumor now. And, I feel like Andy Bernard on The Office when he's like, this is not the first time this has happened to me where people think I'm gay.
No, it's the first time I'm learning about this for you. This has been a big show of revelation today. I'm happy for you, too, man.
Appreciate that, guys. It feels good. Feels good to be outed on the home of all of the Dallas, all of DFW for the
millions of people that are listening this morning to the best show, Fan University. But I will say that what Vrabel did in year one, Drake May in year two, a lot of people are talking about their schedule and the easy route they faced and all of that, but Vrabel was hired because he's a culture builder. I mean, what he did in Tennessee was great. He's been a part of the New England dynasties in the past, and this shows you what a good coach can really do. Like what a guy like Vrabel, like a Ben Johnson, a Sean McVay, they just command respect, and guys want to play for him. They're players, coaches, and the teams tend to find success from those guys. You're hoping you have one here in Schottenheimer in year two coming up for the Cowboys, but I think this is a great story. I'm just not ready for it yet, if I'm being honest. I still feel like the Patriots dynasties that were so obnoxious, I haven't gotten over them yet. I know it's been 8 years, but it just feels like I had to watch it for so long, and now I'm back with the Patriots in the Super Bowl again. I don't know if I'm ready for it.
Boston sports fans, massholes, if you will, they're exactly that. They're massholes, and I freaking hate them, and I don't want anything good to happen to them. And that's any sport. That's the Boston Celtics. The Celtics are the boss, if you guys are familiar with the Boston accents. Wicked Fa, the Boston Red Sox. And who am I missing? The Boston Bruins. I cannot stand any masshole feeling any type of happiness in sports.
Right, and they had to go through the sufferable years with the Red Sox, and then since 2004, they've had a ton of success too. So I agree with you. The Patriots, though, it's just obnoxious because of how they win. There's so much luck involved coming back. the offsides against the Chiefs in 2018, if you recall that, where there was that offsides penalty on, I believe it was Chris Jones, and like the Chiefs had an interception, they should have won the game. It just the 28-3 game against the Falcons.
Oh yeah,
they had their fair share of losses too, but I'm just not ready for the Patriots to be back.
No, I absolutely am not as well. All right, who we got left? We got the offensive rookie of the year, Tet McMillan, our Carolina Panthers, who we love on this program. Our Panthers guy with the awesome song, great stuff there. Shout out to him. Comeback player of the year, Christian McCaffrey for the San Francisco 49ers. For the exciting Whites, it's another big win. So I think at this point he's the face of the program.
Yes.
Maybe Cooper DeJean.
Yes, I would agree. What do you think? Do you feel like Tet McMillan's going to... And I'm sorry, I'm reading the text line.
You can't be that. You got to stop getting distracted by the text line.
It's too funny. The Tolos are on fire today, man.
Yeah, the 682 is really coming at me.
He is. He's coming at you.
Going a little far there.
Yeah, it's getting a little heated here, the text line today. But do you feel like Bryce Young... I was thinking about this with Tet McMillan winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. Do you feel like a guy like this, a receiver like this, is going to help keep Bryce Young in Carolina long term?
I do, and Bryce Young was another one whose interviews I watched on Radio Row. I believe he was on with Sean and RJ, ? Yes, Sean and RJ did a great job, and it feels like he's comfortable in his own skin and took that next step forward to be an elite quarterback. And in a weird way, a lot of people always saw him as, I feel like, and I don't want to speak for people, but almost like an underdog story because he was so short. There was the photo with him in the backpack, but you can't forget that this is a number 1 overall pick. He's not an underdog story.
Right.
He's got to live up to the billing of being a number 1 pick, and I think he's close.
Yeah, and I mean they won the division this year regardless of how they won the division, and they did have a decent playoff game and a chance to win that game too against the Rams. So I don't know, we'll see, but having a weapon like McMillan certainly helps, and a great year for the kid out of Arizona.
Defensive Rookie of the Year, Carson Schlesinger for the Cleveland Browns. So Browns, I mean,
defense.
Yeah, they got a good defense. Myles Garrett and the Defensive Rookie of the Year. But real quick, some picks because it's the big game. We got to have our picks. People are dying for my analysis on this game, but I think the Seattle Seahawks defense is the best unit on the field. They're going to stifle Drake May in that offense. Give me the Seattle Seahawks to win and cover. Brennan Baxter.
I'm with you here, man. The Seahawks defense has been great. And then when you look at what Drake May and the Patriots have done this postseason, it hasn't necessarily been the most sexy offensive performance by these guys. So I feel like Seattle is going to force turnovers. Drake May is completing around 55% of his passes in the playoffs. So I think Seattle is just going to make Drake May very uncomfortable. And I don't think Sam Darnold's going to have to do too much like he did in the Rams game. He showed he was capable of it. I don't think he's going to have to do too much to win this game, as long as he doesn't essentially become a pumpkin and have 4 or 5 turnovers, which we've seen
him do that
can
before.
do that. But as long as he doesn't do that, I think Seattle wins this game.
Jacob Ray, who do you got?
See, it's really interesting because the gap between the final playoff games and Super Bowls is 2 weeks. So there's a lot of time for you to post stuff on Twitter and change narratives and stuff like that. So I feel like a lot of the league has kind of forgotten how good Drake May is and forgotten what a talent he is. I don't know. I feel like it's too early for them. I'm kind of with you guys. I think the Seattle defense is going to pose a lot of issues, but the people saying that Drake May is not going to have a good game is kind of ridiculous to me. I think he balls out. I don't think New England has the guys on their roster to compete with Seattle. So I'm going to go Seattle to win and cover as well.
There you have it, folks, and we will crosstalk with Eric Kassar and Chris Arnold later in the program. We'll get their takes on it, and that's assuming they don't have a production meeting in the studio like they did last
unnecessary.
week.
That was me.
That was
unnecessary.
That was a shot.
Jake.
That was a shot, especially unnecessary because you worked so diligently, so hard on preparing our next segment. Are you the baddest of all Tolos? Are you the most informed on DFW Sports Talk Radio? Well, here is your chance to prove it, my friends. It's Who Said It next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being told by an HVAC company that you need to replace your home's furnace, pump the brakes and don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. They'll tell you the truth and not just try to sell you a furnace you may not need. Their focus is fixing your furnace and getting you warm again. Plus, you'll get a stay warm guarantee for the rest of the winter. Book your appointment online right now at theontimeexperts.com. Theontimeexperts.com. The On-Time Experts, the official HVAC partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Good news. Frontier is joining Verizon. That's right. America's best mobile network and Frontier's lightning-fast fiber internet are coming together. So whether at home, on the go, or running a business, you'll have the connection you can count on to get more done. And for a limited time, switch and bundle both plans to get our best offer ever. Frontier and Verizon. Better together. Visit Verizon.com/welcome-frontier to learn more. Based on RootMetrics US Root Score Report second half 2025. Not an endorsement. All rights reserved. The results may vary. Service availability varies. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Tony from East Dallas Diesel. And look, we all know how it goes at those big box dealerships. They lure you in with a sale, then hit you with fees, markups, and hours of waiting around. Yeah, not here. At East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars, we keep it honest and easy. Upfront pricing, no hidden fees, and you can be in and out in under an hour. And whether you're after his dream truck or her sleek weekend car, we've got something for both. Everyone handpicked and Tony approved. Check us out at EastDallasDiesel.com or EastDallasMotorcars.com, where custom comes standard for him, for her, and for anyone tired of dealership games.
Hey, sports fans, it's Becca
and Michaela
from Boomer Jacks, and $2 domestic drafts are here all February.
Head to Boomer Jacks where the beer is cold, the games are always on, and the vibes are just right with $2 domestic drafts. That's right, just $2.
Kick back on our dog-friendly patio, bring your crew, and don't miss a second of the game.
From late night bites to the best drink deals in town, Boomer Jacks has you covered.
We're open till 2 a.m., serving our full menu late.
Get in here for $2 domestic drafts all February long.
Find your location at boomerjacks.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Hellsberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
The countdown is on. This February, tennis comes to Texas. The world's best players step onto center court at the Ford Center at the Star for 9 days of nonstop action at the 2026 Nexo Dallas Open, February 7th through 15th. The American field is strong as Taylor Fritz, Ben Shelton, Tommy Paul, Francis Tiafoe, and Lerner Tien all fight to be crowned the next champion. Every serve, every ace, every moment, the stars shine brighter in Texas. Get your tickets now at DallasOpen.com.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. During the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, we have over 600 vehicles in stock, like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, and owner's assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mr. Smith, there's someone here to see you.
Who is it?
They say they're from the IRS.
No need to panic. Get tax attorney Nick Namath on the phone right away.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath with the law offices of Namath and Flores. If you're facing IRS wage levies, garnishments, tax liens, or unfiled returns, whether business or personal, call me now. Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney at 972-484-0-TAX. That's 972-484-0829, or go to myirsteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
I asked a D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation? Someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity? Or someone budget conscious, looking to save 30 to 40% on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. With 50,000 active customers, D&M has the program for you. Leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
And it's back to the Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Fan University right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for everybody's favorite game. If Brennan Baxter can keep it together over there in studio, we'll crosstalk with Eric and the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold in just a couple of moments. But Brennan Baxter, you love Who Said It. Who Said It, everybody's favorite game.
Favorite segment for the Tolos, man. This is where you get to test your expertise. And I'm like an ofer right now.
No, you're too hard on yourself. You got a couple correct last week. Jacob Ray's been hard at work preparing for our Who Said It segment. And if you don't know by now, here's how the game works. It's everybody's favorite game show. Jacob Ray has prepared several different cuts in which he will read verbatim what the cuts are before playing the audio clip. Once you hear the audio clip, we will then know who said it.
Yes.
It's 2 points for a correct guess for you and I.
Yep.
1 point for the producer who stumps us.
Oh, okay.
Because it's easier for a producer to stump us based on the number of options.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think I've gotten a single point during this game.
It is
unless
tough.
I ride your coattails.
Yeah,
it's hard.
We had a really complicated scoring system when we first started this with if you got the show, that was 1 point. If you got the host, that was 2 points. And then it just got way too much because we just want to know who said it. Tolos, play along, 877-881-1053. And if you're listening on a little bit of a delay, we'll try and buy you some time. But usually the quicker you can text in at 877-881-1053, the better. So, without further ado, Jacob Ray, who said it?
All right, let's get started here. Let's do this one first. I take it as good as anyone has ever taken it.
Oh, sounds like something I would say on this program.
That's a new Fan U slogan right there.
It is. Fan U quickly becoming the off-season. The off-season Fan U is quickly becoming off the rails.
Your college football fix,
Your college football fix.
Who said it?
Who said it? One more time.
I take it as good as anyone has ever taken it.
I'm going to go Corey.
You quickly went with Corey there.
Wow.
No, I thought about it.
I'm taking it as good as anyone would have taken it.
God, Brendan thinks I'm lazy enough to just pull stuff from Masterpiece of the Week, doesn't he?
Oh, I did hear that I did hear Masterpiece of the Week this week. But you called me on Wednesday, so this would have been before. I think you had all of these prepared, so this is going to be earlier in the week. I think it's something in the morning show. I think it's RJ.
I take it. I take it as good as anybody's ever taken it before.
Nice.
Let's go. The Tolos also got it. So chalk one up for the Tolos there as well. Although one Tolo texted Corey as well. So you weren't alone in thinking
I wasn't
that.
totally alone.
Yeah.
But a lot of choppy. Good job to the Tolos there.
Yep. That one, I feel like that was just great who said it reasoning because I didn't hear it in the moment, admittedly, but I thought it was something that RJ Choppy would say. All right, this is from the 682. Do y'all get my get my
Yes,
text?
we do.
Yes, we do. All right.
He said Corey, by the way. The 682 said Corey.
Okay.
That was who was with me. So shout out.
There we go. So I've got 2 points. Brennan Baxter with none, and Jacob Ray with none. Oh, we have the same initials, Jacob Ray, Jake Rietma.
I know. That's why when I text back, I can't just say JR. Like, I actually have to say my name.
Yeah, I'll be JPFR. That stands for Jake Patrick Flanagan Rietma. That is my legal name.
Perfect.
All right, JR. There we go. So I've got 2 points. 0-0. All right, go ahead.
Up next, getting tag teamed on the Dome.
What? What are people saying at Radio Row? That's why we didn't get invited to Radio Row.
It sounds like we'd fit right in.
We absolutely would. Man.
It sounds like it would fit right in, man.
Oh, shout out to the 682. Love y'all's show, man.
I love this guy.
That's the first time. Is that the one that's been making fun of me the whole day, though?
I don't know. There's been so many people making
that doesn't limit
fun of you. I don't really know.
But hey, we busted out of our shell. That's not the only thing we busted on this episode of Fan University, this off-season episode of Fan University. I've never heard Brennan Baxter laugh this much. It's incredible. All right. Next up for Who Said It?
Did you even guess who it was? Are you guys going to guess?
I'm going Bobby.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna go Sean.
Getting tag team on the Dome.
Gosh, dude.
2 for 2. Come on. How about the Tolos as well? Got to give them some love there because I saw Sean several times on the Tolos, but that's 4 for me, man.
That's 4 for you. You're killing it so far.
0 for me.
Up next, if they're asking for all the wood, we have to draw the line.
Ooh, that sounds like midday. That sounds like KNC Masterpiece.
Well, you did 2, Sean. You did 2, Sean and RJ. So, yeah, I'll go Kevin.
I'll take.
Are you going Kevin?
Not, but I want to help our chances, so I'm going to go Corey.
Corey? Okay.
If they're asking for all the wood, so I'm like, okay, we have to draw a line somewhere.
Chief. I was thinking we haven't shown any love to G-Bag Nation. All right, Jacob Ray, 2 points for him. We've got a tight race right now.
We do.
No, that's only 1 point. It's only one because
yeah, 1 point. 1 point.
All right. We want to keep it. You got a lot too, right?
I've got a lot. Yeah, I've got a lot.
We don't have to worry about sometimes, not calling any producers out by name, but sometimes the producers prepare 3 or 4 cuts and like, wow, we got to.
I've got 8 here.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. There we go. All right. Let's keep it rolling. Who said it?
You can be a pervert and still drop bars.
Oh, you can be a pervert and still drop bars. That has some Fan After Dark tone.
Yeah, that I feel Fan After Dark.
Yeah, look at us on the same page.
I'm going Blake.
Look at us.
Yeah, the symbiotic relationship that we're forming here.
Yeah, based on this show, it might be a different type of relationship.
It's getting scary over here.
Yeah, it's getting hot and heavy. You go Blake, I'll go Fred.
You can still be a pervert and still be drop bars, okay?
Gosh, okay.
Come on, Rima, come on.
Can you get a point for guessing the show correctly? Can I at least get some love over here for doing that right?
Maybe we got to figure out because I just got lucky there. The Tolos were wrong on that one. They're guessing Corey, Zach, Lucius.
Fred.
Or as the one-liner calls it, Lucius. That was a great liner.
Yeah.
Great work by Austin.
Good job on Fred there.
Yep.
Great
job by Fred there.
All right, I've got 6 points, folks.
Am I still at a 0 right there?
We got to get you on the board.
It's hard because during the week I'm just so busy doing my loan shark and stuff that I'm having
hunting.
I'm having a hard time.
Hunting loans.
It's hard to be a Tolo.
All right, let's go ahead with the next one of Who Said It.
I think you have good head.
Oh my
God! Come on,
dude,
Jacob.
What mood?
Oh my gosh.
Are you into?
It seems like I'm following the theme of the show. Is what I'm doing.
I mean, this is going to be the day, February 7th, 2026, off-season Fan University, your college football fix. Whole new world out there, guys. All right.
Dude, but you suck at radio.
Rima, you suck at this. God, I suck at this. I'm blowing it every time.
Can you read it one more time?
I think you have good head.
I mean, what are you even talking about here?
I think I vaguely remember Chiafalo, Wolchuk. This is G-Bag. This is definitely G-Bag. And Broadus was saying something. No, they were talking about Bobby's shaved head. They had to be talking about Bobby's shaved head.
Oh, yeah, that was a big thing this week. Was it? Okay, you're going G-Bag.
The Tolos, I got to say, the Tolos
are saying Jacob Ray.
Yeah. It sounds like
technically I am saying all of this.
That's a great point. I'll go Kevin. Actually, I think you take Kevin. You need a point.
I'll take Kevin. You're taking a G-Bag?
Yeah, I'm going to go.
You going Chiafalo?
I'll go Chiafalo. Okay. Although he's already been, he wouldn't do two cuts. Yeah.
I would do two cuts to the same person.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll do Chiafalo.
Dude, I think you got good head.
Oh, two cuts of the same person. Fred. Jacob Ray. Give him another point. You've got 2. And all of a sudden, the Tolos have 2 points. Jacob Ray has 2 points. And yours truly, Jake Patrick Flanagan Reitma with 6 points.
Your middle name is Flanagan?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, right here on the driver's license, man.
I didn't know that.
Yep. Fun fact about that, my was my grandmother's maiden name. And then my parents thought they were doing this kind gesture. And it turns out Flanagan, her father, terrible person, walked out on the family, womanizer, gambler, and that's who I'm named after.
Wow. Good for you, man. No wonder. This is making a lot more sense now. This is making a lot of sense.
All right, let's keep it going. This is from the 903. Bops, y'all killing it today.
We're bops.
It's a bop.
It's a bop.
Fan University
is a bop here on Fan U.
All right, we got another one on Who Said It?
They all make sweet loving to each other and mix flavors in your mouth.
Oh, Corey said this. I heard it live.
Okay, perfect, Corey.
Yes.
I'm with you. I got to get a point. I have to get on the board.
They all meet in the pot, and then they get a chance to get to know each other, make sweet love to each other, and have all those flavors trickling around in your mouth.
What was that in reference to? What were they talking about?
It was about a soup, I think it was.
Oh, yeah,
soup.
yeah.
Okay. It was a soup.
Yep. Hey, shout out to Corey Majors on that one. It was memorable because I heard it both live and on Masterpiece. Mm-hmm. So well done there. You got 2 more points there, bro.
I've got 2 more cuts here.
You're on the board with 2. How much time we got? Okay, let's hurry. Go ahead.
You've got to be willing to get it.
You've got to be willing to get it. That's the message to Fan University.
It is. Just got to get it, man.
Sorry.
Got to be willing. Heated rivalry.
I'm going to go Gavin.
That's a good guess, yeah.
Gavin Spittle or Gavin Dawson? We never was it on.
We rarely
Spits
have
and
Gavin. I hardly ever hear a Gavin quote here.
We got to take some audio from Spits and Suds.
Too buttoned up, man. Gavin's too buttoned up.
Yeah. He would never let himself slip to be a victim on Who Said It.
That's why I think it could be a good sneaker.
Yeah, true. We would never guess it. Gavin Dawson is your guess.
Yep.
I'll keep it with G-Bag. We haven't guessed a Broadus yet. I'm going to go with a Broadus.
You got to be willing to get it,
Ooh.
Corey, another double.
Yeah, Corey's been your guy.
Figured back-to-back would get you guys.
Yeah. Hey, props to you, Jacob Ray.
The 817 knew that. They said Corey.
All right, give some to the Tolos, and Tolos get a point.
Get a point.
Doesn't matter, because I ran away with this one.
Yeah, you killed it.
I don't want to brag, but man.
You did do really good.
I am killing my own game.
The 903 was with me, though. They said Dawson.
Nice.
I appreciate that.
All right, this is the bonus
last one. This is the last one.
All right.
Unless you want me to come over, orgies.
I remember this because they're talking about the Epstein files. Mm-hmm. And I forget which person. Was this the Giants owner that was sending this text? And Bobby Belt joked that he would send a text like that if he was talking to his friends. I am 75% sure this is Bobby Belt.
Yeah, Bobby.
You just on my coattails.
No, I know it. I was going to say Bobby.
From all your toll away.
I know. I'm a regular dog.
Go ahead. Who said it?
What's your guess, Jake?
I said Bobby.
You said Bobby?
Yeah.
Unless you want me to come over before, for any reason, orgies.
Damn it. Dang it. Because I had the right segment. I thought it was Bobby that said that.
Bobby said it right after. But Sean specifically told me not to pull that, so I had to pull it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, he said, Jacob Ray, don't use this against me. Golly, I was toloing during this. That's a missed opportunity. That's like when you draw up the perfect play and you just don't execute. I knew it. I just didn't execute it.
Good job, man. And I apologize for all my laughing today to the 682, man.
Yeah, he's not having it, man.
He's not having it with me.
The 682 is tired of it. This game proves your segment from earlier as you giggle to all these. Which segment?
I think the one that your confession. I think talking about
the Jake break?
The Jake break.
The Jake coming right out break?
Yes.
Heated rivalry?
Yeah. I'm going to stop laughing. Stop making me laugh, man.
Yeah.
This is hard.
The 682 does not like laughter on a Saturday. We love laughter on a Saturday, and we love crosstalk. We will do that next with Eric and the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold as we pass the baton from your college football fix to CA and Eric. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Ready to upgrade your weekends? The Dallas Boat Show brings together more than
7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to dallasopen.com.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fan University, what a day it has been. The Fan University off-season edition has taken a couple unexpected turns, but that's what makes it fun. That's why you turn it on and leave it on. Jake Riepma, Brennan Baxter, and of course Jacob Ray, flawless behind the glass. Time now to pass the baton on for the fine esteemed gentleman that you will be turning and tuning into for the rest of the afternoon. The three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, the fan phenom Eric Casares. Gentlemen, good afternoon. How we doing?
Good afternoon. I feel like I've been listening to a frat house the last hour. It's funny as hell. Fraternity Row.
Oh, man.
It has felt like that, hasn't
it? Has.
It's Fan University.
Locker room talk,
man. Come on.
Right. That's a great segment idea, CA. Locker room talk on Fan University.
Well, we had it for a good 3 hours. More than just one segment.
I mean, it created a heated rivalry.
Yes. A big heat between the Tolos and us as well.
Very heated. Three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold will be with you for the rest of the afternoon with Eric Casares. But you, CA, will also have one eye on a little Big 12 track action with Eric in Albuquerque, New Mexico. How about that?
Some altitude. Yeah. My son Alex is running for TCU. He runs track for TCU. I wasn't here last Saturday because I was at the University of Houston where he ran the 800 meter there, indoor track. This weekend, he is in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Albuquerque's got this classic. They got USC, Jared Sandler schools there, UCLA, all these different Big 12 teams. They're all there, and he's running the 400 meter today. Last night he was running in the 800 meter, and his 400 meter race starts in about 20 minutes. So I might have one eye on this little smartphone right here.
Good deal. The power of technology.
Do you get? And by the way, it kind of ties into Eric.
I would say, Eric, you're a track guy. Cross country,
and speak of the devil, I'm actually opening up my season next week in Boston. So I'll be
still running.
Yeah. So I'll be traveling back on Saturday.
Wait, whoa, time out.
Yeah,
are you unattached?
No. So I'm running for Thunder Road Running.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
You gotta explain this.
So yeah, it's a club. It's basically a club track team that was founded by my former coach at Oklahoma, Kevin Ondrasik. Shout out to him.
Wait, okay. I'm
you
sorry.
went to OU and Texas A&M.
Okay, all right.
Started at OU and then went to A&M.
Yeah, so long story short, started at OU for 1 year. Coach got fired, transferred to A&M, but the coach that got fired actually went to A&M, so we had ties there. And then I kind of always knew that even post-college I would end up working with him again because our time was so limited. And the reason that I did go to OU was because I really liked the coach, and I liked his philosophy. I liked what he brought to the table. So
real quick, where did you run locally in high school?
Keller Central.
There you go.
Yeah.
So everybody wants the shout out. You got to get the shout out.
Shout out. Yeah.
I
didn't know we were in the midst
Keller
of a
Central.
star.
Get it right.
Keller Central.
2 different schools.
Hopefully.
Cross country.
My bad.
And track.
And track.
They're two different. You got
I know. That's
cross country. You run across the whole country.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, literally
Forrest
everywhere.
Gump,
You're not
right?
just running around the block.
That's across the whole country. Why would they call it cross country if you didn't run across
up and down
country?
those hills?
All right. I did want to.
So you're running next week? Where?
Yeah. So I'll be racing in Boston next Friday at around, I don't know what time exactly, but I'm running the mile.
Ooh,
indoors.
What's the fastest mile you've ever ran?
So that was back in July. I ran 3:58.
Whoa, sub 4 minute mile.
Sub 4 minute mile?
Sub 4, yes, sir.
He's a bad man.
So, all right, the fastest, and we've made fun of me on this program for the last 4 hours, so we can continue. What's one more? But I did the Orange Theory, and they had the timed mile.
Oh, yeah?
And at that time, the fastest you could go on the treadmill was at 12 miles per hour.
5 minute pace, right?
5 minute mile. And I ran a 5 minute mile. I'll show you on my app.
Where's the bell at? Ring the bell.
Thank you. This
Eric
is a humble brag.
Eric said, hold my beer.
Yeah, exactly. And then you come in here. I ran 3 like that. You had to be. That's like 15 miles per hour.
I apologize. I have a follow-up question. So this is a professional track league? Is that what this is when you're going to run in Boston?
Well, yeah. So it's collegiate. Like collegiates will be running, but pros run it too.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I did not know this was a thing.
But it's mostly college oriented because it's held by BU. Yeah. So the Terriers, they're
great hockey school. Boston
What is
University.
a terrier, by the way?
It's a dog.
Oh, there you go. Woof.
Yeah.
Boom.
A Boston Terrier.
Boston Terrier.
Nice.
Or
That
which,
makes sense.
by the way, real quick, real disclaimer, that track is magical. It's so fast.
So how does one track be faster than the other? Like a little bounce in the step?
Yeah, so it's a 200 bank track. CA knows all about that. I mean, he's seen it.
You're looking at it now.
You're watching it right now. So it's a bank track, and it's just more bouncier than ever. Like, I don't know what, there's some geometry or whatever the physics are to make it more, it just feels fast when you're there. You have to be there to see it.
God, one of those things, if you know, then you know.
You know, yeah.
Very good. Well, we are dying to hear what's coming up on the show. We'll get to that in just a second, but we always want to incorporate and include the Jake break for the more the merrier. The more voices we can get on some controversial rulings, the better. So need both of your guys' opinion on man-to-man, brother-to-brother, homie-to-homie, guy-to-guy FaceTiming. Yes, no, sometimes, absolutely not. Where are we at on FaceTiming?
Always, anytime.
What?
Really?
You're a FaceTimer?
Yeah, I love FaceTime.
With your boys?
Yeah, every time.
Oh.
Especially okay, so I got my own podcast, and every
Wait a minute,
time.
Shameless plug.
Tell everybody how old you are, too.
Yeah, so I'm 26.
See?
So I'm
Ryan's 29. I'm 33.
We're in the same age
We're
range.
on
But
status,
he's
right?
closer towards that Gen Z. He's closer
He is.
to
Yeah, 3 years can make a difference.
Exactly. Like I grew up at when Vine. I grew up when Vine started becoming a thing in
Yeah,
middle
that
school.
Vine was my favorite. It was
Vine
before
was sick.
TikTok.
Yeah, it was ahead of its time.
It was TikTok before TikTok.
Wait, so you'll just call your dude and FaceTime, hey man, how's it going?
Yeah, or if I
what's going on
like I said,
today?
if I'm planning my podcast, like I'd be like, hey, you got everything down? I want to see his face.
Oh, it was like your producer for your podcast.
Yeah, or even like if he's like doing the segment with like my co-host, like CA. Like if I would FaceTime CA if I couldn't make it, I'd be like, CA, what you got?
FaceTime. No. Let me tell you what.
Oh, he has an Android.
And again, yeah, really, that's my whole family's all iPhone, and I am Android for a reason on purpose because I don't want them to steal my chargers.
Smart man.
Yeah.
You're playing chess, they're playing checkers.
Thank you.
Smart man.
I don't have anything against FaceTime. I just don't have time for the FaceTime, and I don't want to be looking at my phone.
Yeah.
I would just rather have it by my ear. Or, and I can do the multitasking.
So are you a sometimes or just no, straight up no?
It's not even a no. For me, it's a no. I don't have a problem with anybody else doing it. If guys want to FaceTime, that's for them. My daughters FaceTime their boyfriends and their girlfriends and their friends 24/7.
Interesting.
And my son will FaceTime different guys on the team here and there. And, of course, his family.
Are you a gamer, Jake?
No,
and that's part of it.
Yeah,
I think
gaming.
gamers are very comfortable with FaceTime.
Yeah, no, I'm a gamer in real sports. Like you want me on your team because I'm good at
Yeah, there
sports
you
and
go.
I'm a gamer.
That's why you're on the radio.
That's right. That's right.
why you're here.
I've forgotten more sports than some might even know, as one of the texters.
Yes.
I try to tell y'all they should change it from Jake Break to get off my lawn.
Yeah, it's been a heated rivalry today.
It has been
on Fan
so
U. But,
heated.
so this is interesting though, Eric. So you don't mind like you're driving in the car or you're
how
sitting
you
home this
do that?
afternoon and you
Yeah.
just kind of pick up the phone. Would you rather FaceTime than phone call? Like would you rather see facial expression?
I think the
than,
situation matters. If I'm in my car, obviously I'd rather have the phone because I like it coming through my speaker, and just
Sure.
turning it up and just talk audio.
Yeah, and I think the new my vehicle does this where if I'm in the car receiving a FaceTime, it automatically shuts the camera off. Like it's only the audio of the FaceTime. So you can FaceTime me, but it's audio only instead of the visual component.
I
to
will
the
say FaceTime's my first choice for most things if I'm like at home in person. But if I can't hear him, bad connection, I go straight to phone call.
Okay.
That is bizarre. All the texters at 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line are calling it a generation thing or an
That's
age
what I'm
thing.
thinking.
Yeah.
That's why I said
I think that's
he's
fair.
close to Gen Z.
The
And Gen
559 though says you never ever FaceTime another dude, and I'm kind of there too. I got to be honest.
Like I said, that's
get off my lawn, man. Yeah. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Yeah, we got Super Bowl heavy stuff.
Yes, Super Bowl
Is that going on tomorrow? The big
so
game?
it seems there's
Yeah.
a theory
like
that
it.
it should be, and then we're going to talk about Super Bowls, and of course, CA Stories Confidential. I've got some Super Bowl stories from
bet.
covering 28 Super Bowls, and
Can't
not
wait to
just
hear
Radio Row. So that includes how YouTube was created based on a malfunction at a Super Bowl halftime. If I say malfunction, you
I know what
probably
you're talking
know what
about.
I'm talking
We talked about that on the show earlier today, actually.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about the Cowboys, where they are after all these coaches, and you've talked about this yourselves. CeeDee Lamb saying he will restructure his contract for Pickens, but also Micah Parsons trying to steal Pickens to the Packers.
Doing a lot of
there's some
recruiting.
stuff. Yeah,
That's
all the
some
recruiting.
tampering. They got to put the guardrails on that.
And also, the Cowboys have a in-season game in Rio de Janeiro next fall. I was just in Rio last summer.
Oh,
I was at that same stadium where we watched a soccer game there.
No
and
kidding.
I'm like, I can tell you some insight on that. We're going to talk about that just a little bit as well. But there's another team that's also playing overseas, not in Germany, not in England, not in Sao Paulo. It's another country in Europe. Here's your hint. The Olympics were played there last year. Just saying.
Well, they couldn't have played the Olympics are every
2
4
years
years.
ago.
Okay, all right.
24.
All right. A technicality. I got you on that.
And we'll talk about the Mavericks got a game at 5. Turning the page, how Cooper Flagg's doing what he does, and does Kyrie fit in with the big picture?
He's been amazing. That's coming up next. That's why you turn it on and leave it on. Huge shout out to Jacob
Go
Ray,
Stars.
flawless Dallas Stars on a little bit of an Olympic freeze right now. Shout out to Brendan Baxter. The heated rivalry between the two of us, but man, we kept it together. One more off-season fan university next Saturday. Then we just continue to ride along. Turn it on, leave it on. Thanks so much. Locker room talk, you name it. Keep it right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you where...
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Woo-wee! Good Saturday afternoon. Super Bowl Saturday. Super Bowl is tomorrow afternoon. I'm Chris Arnold along with Eric Casares, the Fan Phenom. In the Pimp Cup, we got Khaki Kevin Walker, and we are with all the Tolos this afternoon until 5 o'clock. 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. We got to say it again. We cannot thank y'all enough for letting us ride shotgun with you while you do everything you do on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. All the way to 5 o'clock. I don't know about you, Eric, but yesterday the high was in the 80s.
Yeah, I ran with my shirt off yesterday.
I was
Can
about
you believe
to say.
it? But the week before, I was bundled up.
Oh, yeah.
It felt like 10.
It's crazy. The weather forecast for the entire rest of this week is going to be in the 70s. And it's not going to get cold. It's not going to get down in the 30s, down in the 40s. It'll probably be in the 60s or maybe in the 50s at night. In other words, it's typical North Texas weather in February. If you've never been here before, anything can happen.
Are we even surprised?
I mean, anything can happen.
No shot. Yeah.
First week in March, watch it freeze over and, the grid locks up. Like 877-881-1053. Not only we want you to tell us what you got going on today, let us know where and how you will be consuming the Super Bowl. In other words, are you going over to a party? You're going to watch it at home? Some people, when they watch the Super Bowl, they want to focus on the game. And so there's a guy's room or a room where everybody can just watch it on that monitor or that set or that flat screen. And then everybody else around the house, they can watch it on another one where they can mix and mingle. In other words, there's some if people are going to a Super Bowl party, and if you're hosting one yourself, you might want to have a couple of screens, and that one screen is dedicated to people who are seriously focusing on the game and not just having it on in the background. You ever been to one of those parties?
I have. And last year, I was, we were just dedicated to one TV. But we had all the snacks, right? The pizza, the wings, the dip, you name it. We had everything, but it wasn't as fun of a Super Bowl. You know why? Because those darn Eagles won it.
Yeah, you can't have it all. That goes back to why have the Dallas Cowboys not even been to a Super Bowl or NFC championship in the 21st century, but yet the Eagles have been to 3 Super Bowls in 7 years, winning twice. This is crazy to think about, but I'm not going to start the show in a bad mood. I'm just going to mention the fact that, guess what? The Super Bowl is tomorrow evening. We're going to talk about some Super Bowl memories I've had. I've covered 28 of them. We talked about this in the Crosstalk. Give you a couple of, not just like power ranking the Super Bowl halftimes, but the unusual things that have happened around these different halftimes. And like I said, the YouTube channel was created based on a situation that happened at a halftime of a Super Bowl. We'll go down there. We're also going to talk about the Dallas Mavericks. They have a game this afternoon in San Antonio against Wemby, the alien. A friend of mine called him a Monstar because he kind of sort of is. They're hosting the Mavericks. It's a real unusual back-to-back because it's not
a little mini-series, yeah.
It's like a mini-series, a home and home, 2 games in 3 nights. Bottom line is that it starts at 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll talk about how this is Cooper Flagg's team now. And where does Kyrie fit into all of this? And I think, we're just teasing this right now, you are really unhappy at the fact that they grade trades at the trade deadline.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this more. Obviously, loaded Super Bowl show. We're going to have some start bench cut later on.
Wait, slow down. What is that again?
Start bench cut. All right, so if you guys...
Whoa. Wait a minute. Say it slow. It sounds like you called somebody out their name. Oh, you said bench.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, no. Context. So, start, bench, cut. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? I'm going to give you 3 things. You're going to tell me if you start it.
Start him.
You're going to bench it.
Bench him.
Or you got to get rid of it. Get him out of here. Cut him. Like any other player.
I love that. I think we also have to have some Khaki's kicks. Khaki Kevin. This is one of the gold standard segments. I love it because the texts just go wild over this. And it's all about your shoe game. So, Kevin, you want to tease a little bit of the Khaki's kicks that's coming up later this afternoon?
Yeah, so we're going to be diving into a little bit of audio featuring an old Dallas Maverick of ours, and that's all I'll say for now. But Khaki's kicks can be electric as always. Gentlemen, don't worry.
We've got some prop bets that people love, especially during the Super Bowl. Super Bowl prop bets, not just the game. Maybe it has something to do with halftime. Maybe it has something with pregame. Maybe it has to do something with the announcers. We've got some variety of different prop bets, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. because that's and they're not just normal prop bets. How many receiving yards is JSN going to have, right? We want to know, what's the Super Bowl Gatorade color? What's the halftime national anthem over-under? There's some fun things, and that's what Super Bowl is all about. You know what else just happened? The trade deadline. And I'm going to tease it a little bit. Why do they have to be winners and losers for a trade?
Yeah, we were just talking about that. We just mentioned that the trade deadline, you have a bone to pick about. Why do they have to have winners of a trade and losers of a trade? He's got a very deep explanation for this. I can't wait to hear it a little bit later in the show. We'll talk some NBA. But let's go check some of these texts from the Tolos texting in. From the 214, heading to Vegas tomorrow. Speaking of betting, heading to Vegas tomorrow morning to watch the Super Bowl game at the Westgate Country Club at the Westgate. Another Tolo, let's see. 480 just finished playing 18 holes in Mansfield. Gonna watch the game at home. By the way, 18-hole golf course in Mansfield, the one he's talking about, I think that's the one right there on Joe Pool Lake. It's spectacular. Gonna watch the game at home with some Berea nachos and cold beer. Gotta have a cold beer. A 214 says, let's see, going to try to make some money on some prop bets, followed by golf at the Las Colinas Country Club on Monday.
Sounds like a great time.
682 said, we typically host the Super Bowl party, but this year my wife is 39 weeks pregnant.
Whoa.
With our firstborn, so we're going to keep it kind of quiet at the house this year. And let's see, 214 says, what's up, CA? It's your boy Tolo Jeff. What's up, Tolo Jeff? Knocking out this mail route. Shout out to all the mail carriers and all the people who deliver the packages, whether it's Uber, whether it's Amazon, whether it's DoorDash, whether it's
my dad's doing it right now.
Look out.
Yeah.
Which one?
27 years, North Richland Hills.
What?
Well, no, Haltom City. Yeah,
is it Postal Service?
Yeah.
My daddy was also in the Postal Service.
How about that?
He worked his way. He was a letter carrier first. Then he worked his way up the ladder. He was doing this forever, and he retired from the Postal Service in Washington, D.C.
And man, hey, they got some. They are tough because they deal in this North Texas heat.
Man, not rain, sleet, or snow. I always give props to the post and dogs. They got to get ready for everything. Let's see. Let's say, Tolo Jeff knocking out that mail route. 903 says, every Super Bowl party I've hosted since 1996. Good job. 972 says, doing the game, got 2 screens set up, doing ribs and boiled shrimp, 1 screen outdoors, big screen indoors. You know what? The weather's going to cooperate. It should not get cold this evening, so anybody's got, a screen outside or having a party outside in the backyard or the patio or wherever you do, if you're going to have an outdoor kind of a tailgate, kind of a Super Bowl thing, hey, the weather should cooperate in North Texas. 904 says, hey, Chris, I have major respect for you, but the guys who were on before you, oh, my mind, blah, 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 blah. I'm telling you, those Fan University boys, sometimes they go into frat boy mode. It's the frat party, it's frat row, and locker room talk. So that's what happens on that show sometimes. They're funny to me. Let's see. Gonna be at Twin Peaks trying to focus on the game. If you ever been to Twin Peaks, and Twin Peaks has always done deals with the Fan, I've hosted some 10 Twin Peaks things. It is very difficult to focus on the games themselves.
Maybe sometimes.
There's just things that's going on in the building.
Yeah, a lot of things going on in the building. I mean, I'll let your minds wander off on what that might be. But also, there's like 10 TV screens that could be playing once. I mean, it messes with your eyes a little bit.
Yeah, it's distractions. You just never know where these distractions come from.
I was always more of a Hooters guy.
Let's see. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's competition. Hooters, Twin Peaks, and they're all competing for your eyeballs off those screens. Just saying. 469, excuse me. DoorDashing as we speak. Thank you for the shout out, CA. Much love from Richie and Ennis. We got Tolo out Instacarting. Got you down, 460. Let's see. Don't forget the truck drivers. We never forget the truck drivers getting it done, traveling all over, probably using that Odyssey app. Can't thank you enough. I'm telling you right now, I'm keeping it real. I talked about this in the pregame. I got one eye on my cell phone because I'm watching on an app my son race at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. He's running in the men's 400 for TCU, and their races are going on right now. There's several heats going on, so I'm kind of looking this way and I'm looking that way. Let's see. 682 says, I have a question. What is considered a big screen nowadays? Is it 65 inches, is it 75 inches, or bigger than that? Guys, and Kevin?
Yeah, Eric? Kevin, I always thought, if it's over 70, it's pretty big.
As far as, sorry, I'm working on some audio, boys.
I'm sorry. As a big screen, what people consider big screen.
Like inches wide.
I just know that the price has gone down on all monitors, all flat screens. You used to have to be $1,000, $1,200. Now, $200. I mean, I think it's because people watch and consume their media, their apps or their television on what I'm doing right now on their phones.
I think that's definitely part of it. I think another part of it is you could go to a store and there could be a 65-inch screen TV for $300, and you're like, oh, that's not that bad. And then you look right next to it, same brand, another 65-inch screen TV, and that's $700, and it's because of the different specs that come with it, because of the different resolution that comes with it, all the different technologies that go into it. So it's almost like we got like a cheaper version, and then we have a more expensive version, but they're both the same, the same dimensions. They're just different, context as far as what's in the TV. I feel like that's also another thing to consider.
It's all about perspective. I mean, I remember when I had a 50. I think my first big TV in my room was a 50-inch, and I thought it was the biggest thing ever.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I remember, I think Derek Holland, former Ranger pitcher, Tolo hosts from time to time. He'll pop on the different shows. Sorry, guy. He was at one point saying he had a 75-inch screen, and everybody like, whoa! And that was, of course, back in the day when the Rangers first went to the World Series in like 2011, 2012. But those big screens are big. And somebody said, if you forget the big screen, get a projector. We got other Tolos texting in. Don't forget, but bus drivers is from the 214. Another 214 says, CA, the Twin Peaks CA contest judge photo is a vibe. I was the judge of the Miss Twin Peaks contest. It was a national contest. They had it in Dallas. And I was the MC for it. I wasn't the judge. I was the MC. And they had some big-name judges. And there was a picture somebody took of me. And I was just watching, making sure that they didn't fall off the stage. And for some reason, it looked like I was, like, watching the contestants as opposed to...
When was this?
It's a vibe. That was like 2014.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can Google it up. I'm just saying.
We got some people working on the yard from the 575.
Yeah. 575 is working on the yard in Cape Coral. This Tolo Allen, formerly in Keller. That's your back of the woods, right? Neck of the woods. Also, we had a Tolo says, I'm out here serving papers, listening to you guys. It's from 214. And a happy birthday shout out from the 940 to his oldest daughter, Willow. He said, I'm officially a father of a teenager. Yeah, she must be 13.
Bam.
Yeah, you're getting
Big
old,
day. And
man.
then you got the Super Bowl tomorrow to celebrate. How about that?
Exactly. We're going to take all of your texts. In fact, we're going to hear from you all the rest of the show because, again, we're going to be on all the way till 5 o'clock, and we're going to talk about everything in the world of sports, including in the NFL. We talked about this a little earlier. There's a lot of assistant coaches going around. Do the Cowboys get the best ones? What does the Cowboys coaching staff look like now? We're going to catch you up. We're also going to talk about how I mentioned this in the crosstalk. Might as well go ahead and elaborate a little bit more. If you didn't hear the news yesterday, the Cowboys will be playing a regular season game in Brazil. The Cowboys have played international games 10 times. I think I've been to 8 of them, 8 or 9 of them, including Japan, Mexico, England, Canada. See, people don't even know the Cowboys played in Toronto.
Wow.
You didn't know they did.
Yeah.
They were calling these American Bowl games. But they're going to play a game in Rio, not Sao Paulo. The Brazilian games previously, including last year, I think Philadelphia played last year, or maybe it was Green Bay. They played in Sao Paulo. I was in Sao Paulo last year, but I also was in Rio. Me and my family went down to Rio. It's the most beautiful city in the world. I kid you not.
Really? Yeah, from what I've seen, it's always a place I wanted to go to.
It is absolutely spectacular, and you'd be surprised. It's not expensive at all. Once you get there, and people say, oh, it's so dangerous down. No, it's not. It's like saying you go to New Orleans during Mardi Gras. Well, yeah, you better have your head on the swivel during Mardi Gras. It's like if you go to Rio during Carnival, which is in March. Well, yeah, you better have that's the biggest party in the world.
Oh, it's like anything you go anywhere. There's somewhere that's dangerous, but there's always touristy parts that you can have and have a good time with family.
Exactly. So do your homework, but at the same time, we had a blast. The weather is spectacular. It's the most beautiful city I've ever been to, and I've been all over the world. And I've covered some Olympics. This Cowboys game, they don't say who the opponent is yet. They say they will announce it in April, maybe before the draft or around the draft. But they haven't said who it's going to be. But they've already got the promo meme, and it's got Dak and CeeDee Lamb on the front, and they got the Christ the Redeemer statue in the background in the mountains, and Copacabana Beach is pretty damn spectacular. Mm-hmm. And they also announced that there's another team that's playing in a city that's not in the traditional, go to Germany, go to England, go to Mexico. There's going to be a Mexico City game. But for the first time, there's a team that's going to be playing in Paris.
Oh.
You want to guess which team is going to Paris? I'll give you a hint. I'll give you one hint.
Yeah, give me a hint.
Their head coach was a former Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator.
Kellen Moore Saints?
Ding, 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 ding. The Saints are headed to Paris, the site of the 2024 Olympics. They haven't said who they're playing yet, too. The NFL is smart enough to build these things out.
I was thinking maybe you're going the Sean Payton route, former Cowboys guy.
That's what I'm saying.
Possibly Denver playing in.
You made a great, quick pick because it could have been Sean Payton. It could have been, because Denver, but it's the Saints. The Saints, who dat? Who dat? All right, we'll be back, and on the other side, guess what we're going to get into? The Super Bowl's latest headlines as of this last minute. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you win.
It's good to be right. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
105.3 The Fan, Chris Arnold, Eric Casares, Khaki Kevin, and the Pimp Cup. We're going to talk some Super Bowl right now. Take it away, Kevin, while I watch my son run this race. I say Kevin. Eric, you can tell I'm watching the race.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
my son's running the 400 meter as we speak.
CA is locked in. And I'm very intrigued to see this 400 meter time because it's at altitude. For those that don't know,
Mexico.
It's no joke, man. I've never actually raced at altitude, which I will one day, but it's more of a sprint-oriented type of meet, okay?
So let's talk Super Bowl.
And let's get back to the Super Bowl. All right, so we got Sam Darnold, man, headlining Trojan alumni, Super Bowl 60.
This is the first time a USC quarterback, that lauded school, has had a Super Bowl quarterback.
First time ever. And
Alex came in third, by the way.
Oh, man, it's already over.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's moving along. In the 400, it's only 45 seconds.
By the way, the winner ran in 47 seconds.
Okay, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, so the Super Bowl, this is such an interesting matchup.
He did 49.64.
How's that look towards his PR?
That's his PR right now.
That's his PR.
That's his new PR. Personal record.
Shout out to Alex, man.
By the way, if you're a father, you know how this is. You're watching your son while you're on the radio, and he's running his 400-meter race indoor track.
Yeah.
And he came in third, which is good.
A PR is a PR. That's all that matters.
And it's sub 50.
Yeah. And can Sam Darnold get his own PR this weekend?
By
winning the Super Bowl?
Back to Super Bowl.
You know, yeah, first Trojan quarterback to compete in this spot as a quarterback. And, you know, I'm interested to see the pressure that is on Sam Darnold because I think he's passed all the tests, certainly the eye test. Because what was the criticism, Chris, of him coming into the season or going into the playoffs for that matter? He can't win the big game. Mm-hmm. You know, it's the Seahawks, great team, best team in the league. But what is Sam Darnold going to show? And you know what? I thought he answered the question even before the NFC Championship. Everyone said, after that NFC Championship, that was his moment. Mm-hmm. But I saw it weeks ago when it was Week 16, and they were playing the Los Angeles Rams, and they're down 30-14. And Sam Darnold's not having a good game by any means.
Right.
But you know what he does?
What?
He locks in, makes the halftime adjustments. He leads them back 30-14, 16-point comeback. And not only that, but to have the audacity to throw the game-winning 2-point conversion just like that. And there was no hesitation. They drew up the play. Obviously, you got to give credit to the offense coordinator, Clint Kubiak, and Mike McDonald. They drew it up. Mm-hmm. But Sam Darnold had to go make the throw, and he had the confidence to make the throw. And then you have a red-hot 49ers team coming in Week 18, and you know you already lost to them. That's not an easy game by any means, and he took it. So he passed all the tests for me. I was not worried about Sam Darnold once going into that Rams game. Now, I picked the Rams, but it wasn't because I thought Sam Darnold couldn't get it done. I picked the Rams because I felt like Matthew Stafford, when that team's clicking, ain't nobody beating them. Mm-hmm. But we saw that Seattle, the best team, the most aggressive team, and maybe the most best coached team always wins. What do you think?
I'm going to tell you right now, I've already picked the Seattle Seahawks. Some of these quarterbacks, I always say, take a little time to develop, so to speak. I think he's got the knowledge. I think the only way he doesn't win is if for some reason this oblique thing flares up and he doesn't play. In other words, he gets hurt and he doesn't play. But no, I like the concept you come up with.
And you know who has something to say about that?
Who's that?
Drake May and the Patriots.
Oh yeah, and see, here's the thing. For some reason, the Patriots are now a Cinderella story when the big bad team, you know, the legacy franchise always win the Super Bowl, but now they've got a whole different angle. We don't know. Nobody gives us a chance.
Yeah.
By the way, your head coach Brables, he's got 4 Super Bowl rings.
And now
and by the way, he has talked to Belichick, and he's also talked to Andy Reid about preparations all during Super Bowl week. So those guys it won't be like, they're in over their heads, they're not used to it. He's picked some brains, and he's lived it 4 times so he can make sure those guys are comfortable.
And I don't know if you heard today, but Shefty tweeted this. Mike Vrabel's been getting this team more prepared as we get closer to the Super Bowl. I'm talking about the New England Patriots. So this is I want to get your thoughts on this, Chris. I don't know if you saw this, but it says, Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel did his best during Friday's practice to stimulate Sunday's Super Bowl conditions. 1 hour into practice, Vrabel sent his team back to the locker room and blared Bad Bunny all over the stadium. On the speakers.
Get him used to it.
On the stadium speakers for 14 minutes. And not only that, he summoned the team back into the field to finish practice after that. So he's getting them acclimated.
I'll give you one more coach that did the acclimation thing really well. Jimmy Johnson. He picked the brains of Super Bowl coaches that have been there before. I think he even talked to Parcells. I'm talking about Jimmy Johnson did. Back in the 90s when the Cowboys first went to the Super Bowl, they were the youngest team at that time to go to the Super Bowl. Guess what he did that just blew my mind? I'm covering that game as well. He had those guys, he put a 2x4 on the middle of the field. And he told those guys, line up, offense first, defense second. He said, I want you to close your eyes and walk across this 2x4 individually. And so they didn't know why. They're just walking across this 2x4 with their eyes closed. And then he said, just imagine, and the Jimmy Johnson voice smacking his lips, just imagine if this 2x4 was 10 feet off the ground. It makes no difference. You can walk across this. In other words, there's no pressure. It's all in your mind. Jimmy got a degree in psychology, by the way, in college. So he understands how to motivate guys, but also let them be relaxed in the big moments.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Vrabel, we know that he's locked in for this moment, not just for getting the team acclimated, but, he said multiple times in this season, even into the playoffs, when they were winning, squeezing by those games, it didn't matter because he knew job wasn't finished. So he wants to capture that Super Bowl title.
Do you know the quarterback for the New England Patriots actually has a Texas connection in a roundabout way? Now, his family, his brothers are all athletes, and his dad was an athlete, and they play all different kind of sports, and he's very athletic and plays different sports himself. But do you know the quote-unquote Texas connection?
From Drake May? And it has to do with his family?
No.
Okay.
It has to do with him. I'll just go ahead and give you a hint.
Was it football camp?
No, that's a good guess, though. How about who was his coach at North Carolina? Who also won the national championship for Texas? Mac Brown.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. Mac Brown knew the talent. He recognized him, gave him a scholarship. Drake May, like I said, he goes up to New England. Belichick takes over down there in North Carolina. And ironically, this was going on during the season while Belichick's teams were struggling with the Tar Heels. Whenever Drake May did anything good, they did not want to talk about it down there. And the fans in North Carolina were absolutely mad about that. Why are you pretending that he's not one of us? We're so proud of him. Well, guess what? He's in New England and Belichick's not.
Well, this team reminds me a lot of the younger Belichick-Brady era. Because, before Tom Brady was labeled as the GOAT, right, before he became into that
6th-round pick
quarterback, they weren't the most talented team, but they found ways to win. And that's what this Patriots team does. Vrabel's very Bill Belichick-esque, defensive-minded guy. Drake May, obviously more athletic than Tom Brady, but maybe doesn't have the
accolades. He wasn't the number one pick in the draft. And like I said, Brady, even though he was a backup quarterback at Michigan, I believe. He didn't play that much, but he was okay, he was throwing. If you ever see the pictures of him from his rookie year when he was doing the physical?
Oh, yeah. He looked like a guy that they just got off the street.
He looked like a 20-year-old guy with a dad bod, and he's a quarterback.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He aged backwards.
He aged backwards.
Yeah. No, absolutely. So
science is an amazing thing, isn't it?
It is. It is. And you know what? With Drake May and Mike Vrabel, like they said, it's like the Brady Belichick newer version of this, but they're not great in one particular spot. Maybe Drake May, you could say he's great, but not yet. He's got because he hasn't played that well in the playoffs, right? If he goes out there, throws 4 touchdowns, beats that Seahawks defense, different conversation.
This is what I think what's going to happen with Drake May. He's very athletic, right? And when he makes those running plays, which he will run, he can fumble. And that's where those Seahawks defenders, including Tank Lawrence, DeMarcus Lawrence. See, my subplot is I want to see DeMarcus Lawrence get a ring just like DeMarcus Ware got a ring when he left the Cowboys. Went to Denver. Tank Lawrence said, I'm going to go to Seattle, nothing against the Cowboys. I just think I have a chance to win a ring at my age at this time. He actually did a little video with Des Bryant about this during Super Bowl week. Just reiterated what he said at the end of when he signed with Seattle a year ago, and everyone was like, he's dogging out the Cowboys. No, he's just saying, point blank, I have a better chance to win a Super Bowl with Seattle than I do at Dallas. And he said, at this age, I'm trying to win a Super Bowl at his age because he's in his 30s. And you know who recruited him to Seattle? Aiden Dirty, his defensive line coach, the brother from England.
Man, miss hearing that voice on the sound of sidelines. That accent is great. You know, you were talking about Drake May's fumbling problem. Tollers are weighing in on it. 877-881-1053. From the 817, Sam started his career in purgatory and now has the necessary experience.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the...
He went through in other words, he went through the adversity where everybody said, you suck with the Jets and, you choke with the Minnesota. He was
a kid.
Yeah, and not only that, he's been through so many coordinators, right? And head coaches. And I just feel like it's his turn. I think it's his turn. But at the same time, I give a shout out back to the 903. He caught the way I said, when I said comfortable. That's a Luda. That's from one of Ludacris songs. Yep, I did it.
Sam starts. So, yeah, shout out to him, giving Sam Darnold his flowers. 682, Seahawks for the dub. I don't feel like May can handle the pressure. Well, I mean, he's been here. He's got here.
Oh, wait a minute. We got a Tolo said, Chris, I had to turn the radio down for a minute. What's the update on the race your son was in? I had to turn the radio down. Did we miss anything? That's from Tolo Gonzo. He came in third.
And he
got
PR'd.
a PR. Got a PR 49, what did I say, 49,
8,
50 or something? 49, whatever it was a sub 50. So, good for him.
Good for him, and he did.
Now I can focus better.
Again, he did it in altitude.
Yeah, in altitude in New Mexico, which is hard to do.
He's gonna be happy. Is he gonna call you?
I'm gonna call. I've already texted him. I'm gonna call him at the break. I'll give you an update. But yeah. So back to the Super Bowl at hand.
Yeah.
So you're thinking this is the Sam Darnold show as opposed to the Drake May party where he breaks in like Brady and gets the accolades. He's the new quarterback of the dynasty.
Well, it's interesting because I think there's more pressure on Sam Darnold.
There is.
Yeah, I think absolutely. And I'm not
prove
saying
it to me.
Yeah,
that's what the fans are saying.
And the narrative is going to be completely different. We can say all we want is about, he's proven his doubters wrong. He's got to this moment, but it could all go down the toilet if he goes in there and he has a bad game and they lose because of him, right?
Right.
And Drake May, at the end of the day, he's a second-year player. Mm-hmm. They're not going anywhere.
Right.
With
They're building. They're ahead of the
building.
curve.
Exactly.
In fact, they weren't supposed to win this many games, but guess what? They kept beating teams that had sub 500 records.
They weren't supposed to be this good this fast.
Exactly. But the schedule helped them out, and it gave them more confidence. And Vrabel's, who is family, he played for the Patriots, it made everybody comfortable. In other words, it made the fan base in New England and Boston area giving him room. As opposed, you can't follow Belichick. You don't know what you're doing. Yeah. You're not from here. He's family.
Yeah.
It would be like if suddenly Troy Aikman decides to coach the Cowboys.
You know why there's another reason there's more pressure on Sam Darnold? Everybody's counting out New England. So they kind of feel like the underdogs, like we were saying, which is crazy because I told you 5 years ago that the Patriots are going to be back in the Super Bowl in 5 or 6 years, and they're going to be underdogs. You would have laughed.
And let's throw in another one, the sidebar, the subplot. The same year that Belichick and Robert Kraft can go into the Hall of Fame the weekend of the Super Bowl, and they don't make it? It's like, boy, the Patriots got it on all kind of levels, don't they? Very, very interesting. Do you want to say your prediction now, or you want to do it later? You want to save it for the show later? I already told you what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I like the DeMarcus left the Cowboys, boom, boom, boom. That's just me.
I'm going to save it.
You're going to save it for those who missed it.
Yeah,
and
I'll save it.
You can change it because it's like mock drafts. Before the season started, everybody had some picks. During the season, before the playoffs started, everybody had some picks. Then you get down to the Final Four in the NFL, everybody has some picks. You get to the Super Bowl week, like I said, you can upgrade and change your pick. It's team building is a sport. Speculation is a sport.
I'm going to save it, but I'll leave you with this, Chris. In order for the Patriots to win, Drake May's going to have a good game. A better game than he has had the last 3 games. That's all I'm saying. I'll leave you with that.
He's going to have to carry them? Because I don't think Sam Darnold has to carry Seattle.
No. Different situation. But Drake May's going to have a really good game. We'll see if he does.
I think we're going to find out real good. I'm going to get your opinion a little bit later in the show. Let's see. 682 says, don't get me wrong, Drake May is great, but he might be another Josh Allen situation. That is true. You got to let it play out. 682 says, DeMarcus going to get that ring, man. And he says, Maine just like, Maine. And 817 says, congratulations, Mr. Arnold. I know all about watching my son running at track meets setting PRs. Let's go. Appreciate you. Someone 972 said, what kind of race was he in? He was in the men's 400 meter today. And last night he was in the men's 800 meter where he set another. No, he didn't do a PR He did a PR last week in the 800.
And that's 2 laps for people who don't know on the indoor track because indoor season.
Indoor season, 2 laps for the 400 and 4 laps for the 800. That's your football, Super Bowl, and track NCAA update. And by the way, he runs for TCU, so that's kind of local too. Go Frogs. And I went to OU, so hey, sometimes they want me to put on purple. I'm like, I don't know about all that. Coming up next, where are we going with this? Show sheet says the Dallas Mavericks, the future, the present, and does Kyrie fit at all? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
That feeling you get on the water? This
players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And this is 105.3 The Fan. Thanks, Kev. I'm Chris Arnold along with Eric Casares. Top of the hour, I got some Cowboy updates for you, and you probably heard the story this week. Micah Parsons trying to steal George Pickens to the Packers. We got the CeeDee Lamb audio. Also, CD saying he's definitely willing to restructure his contract. So we got some CeeDee Lamb audio. He was making the rounds during Super Bowl Radio Row Week, Super Bowl Week Radio Row. By the way, props to all the guys who are now back in town. Did a fantastic job, Radio Row. Tim Collins, getting all the guests. Tim Collins, all the shows did fantastic. We're talking about Sean and RJ and Bobby, KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation. They all excelled, and they had great stories, great guests. It was wildly entertaining, right?
Yeah, and Bobby Bell had to shave his head, too.
Yes, I watched that live on on YouTube before they left. RJ Chabi did a nice job, and I think Bobby looks better bald.
You think so?
His head is round. You got to have the right shaped head. You cannot have.
Well, he wears a lot of hats, too.
Yeah, he does. And he can always cover it up with a hat. But I'm just saying, the before and after, the after looks better. And he's got a little beard, too. And his beard was already shaped up real good. And Choppy did a nice job. You've got to have the right shaped head. You can't have a bald head with lumps in it. Bobby's got a nice round head. So he could do either or. He says he's going to grow the hair back, but we'll see.
Yeah,
he might like it bald.
Sean and RJ did a great job. Obviously, G-Bag was doing their thing. KNC was funny because seeing their reaction when the breaking news that AD got traded. Yeah, I love seeing that. So
we're going to talk some Mavericks in just a second here, but Kevin Walker was just telling me, we're going to tease this because the top of that we're talking some football, Super Bowl, and whatnot, and the Cowboys. Kevin was just telling me an unconfirmed rumor. Kind of tell it a little bit and tease it. I'm going to let you do it in your own way. Go ahead. Because we're not going to talk about it until 2 o'clock.
Some people feel a certain kind of way about tomorrow's halftime performance. I might have a little bit of an update for you.
An update on the halftime performance. And by the way, while you're out down the hall getting some water, Eric, he told me a little bit about it. And I went, ooh, this is good. I had this big grin on my face, like, ooh.
So you know more than me.
I know more than you, and the total's going to find out more top of the hour again. This is idle speculation. But you know what? We're going to find out.
We're going to find out.
Again, conspiracy theories are a sport. Speculation is a sport because it's part of team building, and team building is a sport. And where I tie this all together is like, you can't have a mock draft without speculating, right?
That's right.
NFL, NBA, you just name it. You got to have some sort of speculation. And you just have to say, well, confirmed or unconfirmed. And if it's not true, it's ball sacked, right? That's the game we live in nowadays. Back to AD and the trade. So the Dallas Mavericks are taking on San Antonio Spurs this afternoon at 5 o'clock down in San Antonio. They lost to Wemby and the Spurs Thursday night. It was the 4th straight game that Cooper Flagg, who has never not been Rookie of the Month, became the only teenager in NBA history to score over 30 points a game. He had 34. He had 32 the game before that. He had 36 the game before that. He had 49, which is another NBA record.
And it should have been 50.
Should have been 50 if
Caleb Martin.
Caleb didn't try to make that dunk that went viral. He learned his lesson. And by the way, Caleb is actually showing why he's a two guard who can play defense. He's been getting a lot of minutes, and obviously he's healthier. Because last year at this time it was like, wait a minute, he's hurt. He doesn't play that much. He doesn't score that much. He's actually pretty smart being on the floor with Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, so Cooper Flagg officially 32-6-4 on Thursday night against San Antonio.
See, the sky's the limit for him. And when they made the trade with Anthony Davis going to the Washington Wizards for contracts, including Chris Middleton's contract, I was listening to KNC Masterpiece when the story broke. Did a great job. Kevin Hagelin, who is a numbers nerd, he's the kind of guy you'd want him to do your taxes, okay? Because he knows all the numbers and everything. He was doing it live in San Francisco, his reaction and about the numbers, and I was just grinning because I was like, for those who don't understand, when you say, okay, going to trade away a player, and I was talking about this all season long, on and off the air, it's not about the player. It's about the contract. And it's usually about the contract and a contract extension. Why players don't wind up either where they could go because it's a perfect fit for this other team, or why a player thinks he's going, like last year, Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler was wanting out of Miami. He wanted to go to Phoenix. Phoenix wanted him. The extension. That was the problem. He winds up in Golden State. He's injured right now, but that's where he wound up. So all the teams that look for a superstar, they have to decide if they can handle that extension. If it messes up their apron, are they going to be able to build around that contract? Yep. It's not about players, it's the contract. And so before the trade deadline, off the air, people were asking me about, well, do you think they'll be able to move it? I said, no, this is what they say. We'll never be able to move Anthony Davis. He's always hurt. And the contract is massive, and he wants an extension. And you know what I would say to that? I would say, well, a few years ago, we had Kristaps Porzingis, who was always injured. He had this massive contract. They were calling it a toxic contract because even though when healthy, people loved the player. I said, they moved that contract. Contracts can be moved. And also, sometimes it takes 3 teams to make something happen. So looking at KD going to Washington, nobody really saw it coming. And where we are now, a lot of Maverick fans are happy because they understand the concept. But guess what? Now you've got flexibility. You've got assets whose contracts expire in May, including Chris Middleton, who's $33 million. AD was going to be $58 million next year, $62 million the following year after that if he, took his player contract, extended his year, whatever.
Yeah, and the idea of a player is always more intriguing than the product on the court, right? And so when you look at AD, you think of, multiple defensive player of the year. You think of the best top 5, 10 player in the league.
Not only that,
but he's always
top 75 ever. But he's always hurt. And so you always think, well, nobody's going to want him.
Or you think the opposite. You think the counter of, we should be able to get more.
Yeah, that's the other part. The ones who are trying to get more, I'm talking about fans or media. Well, if you know what we know, that he's always hurt, why would you think you can get more?
Exactly.
So you can't say, well, that's all we got. If you're smart, you say, wait a minute. The contracts that you've got now with the guys from Washington, you've got more flexibility because they expire. The draft picks, they may be first-round picks, but they're late first-round picks. Doesn't matter about where they are. They can be included in another deal. And you might get. This is just wild about how you got to look at levels to this thing.
Yeah, and you talked about flexibility. That's the most important part, right? Because
the flexibility.
And how much was that predicated on the fact that Cooper Flagg has had 4 straight 30-point games, right? If he hadn't done that, if he had been struggling, maybe they wouldn't have been so hesitant.
Aggressive?
Yeah, or I guess demanding to get AD out of there.
Put it like this. There's always going to be people who speculate on whether something's a good deal or not, or whether a player is being played properly, or whether the player is going to turn out to be any good. Going into the season, everybody was saying, he's a generational talent, and then people started folding up. He better be. Believe it or not, to the experts, he's even exceeded that.
He's better than average.
And what's really wild about it is you're seeing the things that Jason Kidd talked about when he was not even playing yet in training camp. When Jason Kidd said, my job is to make him uncomfortable. I'm going to play him at point guard some. He didn't say he's going to be the point guard for the rest of the year. He said, I'm going to play him there so that he said he's got a big enough IQ, a basketball IQ, where he can handle it. I want him to be able to see all these situations in case we need him in real crisis situations, whether somebody's in foul trouble, somebody got hurt, going to the playoffs or being in the playoffs, because he can handle it. And he'll also know where people need to be when he's handling the ball, or where he should be. And there are other people who say, he's a small forward. Let me tell you about the small forward people were thinking. Before he even went to training camp, they're going to trade P.J. Washington because P.J. Washington's not going to come off the bench, and he's a small forward. P.J. Washington's still on the team, and P.J. Washington didn't come off the bench. I'm just saying how people will say something as if it's the reality, and it's not. So once again, you're seeing Cooper Flagg doing amazing things. And they're now, I just laugh about this when they're like, Get rid of Kyrie. He's too old. He's got blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Let me tell you why this is nonsense. This is the same people who were saying when Kyrie got here, oh, he's toxic. Oh,
he's a
whose
cancer.
team is it? Not just off the court. Here is Kyrie, and, it's Luka's team. He's going to mess up Luka's growth. And then when they were paired together the first month, oh, it'll never work. Look, because they were like, I thought you, my bad. I thought you. Just all you need to know is this. When they went to the finals, that season, that beautiful season 2 years ago, when they went to the finals and they went through the playoffs, when everybody played a role. Even Luka talked about this on a podcast just a couple of days ago. Everybody on that. He said Kyrie was his all-time favorite teammate ever. Europe, United States, ever. Kyrie Irving. When the reporter asked Luka in the playoffs last year, you guys are like Batman and Superman. He goes, no. He's Batman. I'm Robin.
Yeah.
Luka and Kyrie were great. What makes you think Cooper and Kyrie can't be great? And let me explain why. It's not even about Batman and Robin. It's about, and I said this at that time, Kyrie is Yoda, and Luka was Luke Skywalker. Kyrie is Yoda where he's got the wisdom. Cooper Flagg, right now, they both went to Duke. They get along great. People just haven't seen them play together yet. They get along. They practice on the floor. Until you see until you see Kyrie and Cooper play together, then you won't understand. There's absolutely zero reason to get rid of Kyrie. And people also forget last year there was Kyrie, he's going to get that extension. He's going to want the max. He gave him a hometown discount. He could have got $49 million a year.
Yep.
$36 million. So just realize Kyrie is very happy here. The fan base loves Kyrie.
And he loves it.
He loves it. He loves the team. He loves Jason Kidd. People don't realize this too. He and Jason Kidd are born on the same day. Jason Kidd was one of his heroes growing up, which is why he wanted to play for the Nets when he left Boston. I'm talking about Kyrie, because he grew up watching the New Jersey Nets. And Jason Kidd and showing up at his ceremony when he went to the Hall of Fame out of the blue. And Jason Kidd didn't even know he was there. I could go on and on and on, but just realize this. Kyrie is Yoda. There's wisdom in locker rooms in the NBA. This is how it works. You got to have an old head in the locker room, whether he's playing or not, to show the young guys the ropes. John Sally, who won a couple of championships with the Pistons, won a couple of championships with the Bulls. Phil Jack, he's a good friend of mine. He goes to the Lakers with Phil Jackson. I said, I thought you were retiring. He said, no. Phil wants me to have a locker next to Kobe. Young buck. Got to show him the ropes. That's one of the things that people don't understand when they just look at players and talent and the statistics and say, we got to get rid of this guy, bring in that guy. Those guys are human beings, and sometimes the young ones, the cheat code is to pick the brains of the old heads like Klay Thompson and Jason Kidd being a former player and the coach, and Kyrie Irving. Just saying. And a little bit later in the show, we're going to talk about the trade deadline and about how people do the grades after the trades, because you got a take on this I do not want to miss.
Yeah, and we're going to bring it right back to Anthony Davis, because that's what everyone's talking about. Everybody's kind of 50-50 on, well, you traded him, but you didn't get enough. But then there's people saying, well, you could have got more. So we'll bring it back.
Both teams aren't happy, right?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Both teams are unhappy. You just never know. We're going to talk about that a little bit later in the show. Coming up next, though, I mentioned Khaki Kev said he found out something about the Super Bowl halftime. Speculation because of sounds. That and the Cowboys next on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? on, leaving it on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee.
It's 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, I'm Chris Arnold along with Eric Casares. He is the fan phenom, reigning fan phenom. He took that belt away from one Blake Elliott.
Which he still hasn't given it to me yet. I'm waiting for him to actually wrap it around my waist.
He's holding it hostage, and he's not afraid to wrap something.
Maybe he wants me to
waist.
come take it.
Yeah, he wants you to take it. I want to pay money for that tag team match.
Maybe we do a fan after dark. I take it from Blake.
You never know. There'd be a great fan hangout. This is 105.3 The Fan. We'll be riding shotgun with you and you and you all the way till 5 o'clock this afternoon, getting you ready for the Super Bowl, maybe getting you ready for the Mavericks-Spurs game, getting you ready for the Stars who are going to play on Wednesday. And by the way, the Olympic coverage. Yes, the Winter Olympics, they already had the ceremony yesterday. We're going to get into that a little bit later in the show as well. But the tease going into this segment right here, if you're Tolo, you already know. Khaki Kev said he heard about something, a development in the halftime show. For those who don't want to hear this, again, this is speculation. It could be a ball sack situation. We just don't know. This is not facts from Adam Schefter. But I'm going to give a hint to this. A few years ago, when Dr. Dre was the halftime performer, they're trying to keep it quiet on the whole catalog of what they're going to play. They're trying to keep it quiet. They're kind of trying to keep it quiet on who might show up on the set, on the halftime stage. And I think that's where Kevin is going with this. So if you don't want to hear this, what do you say, spoiler alert? If you don't want to hear this, take about 2 minutes. 2 minutes, because we're going to tell you the speculation of what could be happening during halftime during Bad Bunny. By the way, Bad Bunny is Luka Doncic's all-time favorite artist. And Luka talked about that when he was a rookie, first set foot in Dallas. I said, I heard. By the way, he met Bad Bunny in Dallas. They exchanged
Luka knows his Spanish too.
Oh yeah, he played ball in Real Madrid.
Yeah,
that's why he knows Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to you, Kev.
Spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. I said it 3 times, so now you can't blame us if you didn't listen to CA. Now you heard it now.
Might not be true.
Here you go. There's speculation based on a 10-second audio clip that was recorded outside of the stadium that will be hosting the Super. It's Levi Stadium, yeah?
Yeah,
Levi
it's
Stadium. Okay, yeah, all
right.
right. So Levi Stadium, there's a 10-second clip that surfaced the interwebs and is an audio clip of what people are thinking could be some guests alongside Bad Bunny for the Super Bowl halftime performance. There's 2 names being alleged here. And there is a song or 2 that I have found that these artists, I should say, have in common with Bad Bunny. Do y'all want to give any guesses before I reveal who is being speculated for their show with Bad Bunny?
Eric?
I got nothing right now. I mean, this is my first time hearing this, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
This happened about an hour ago, so this is fresh.
So this is what's wild. I mentioned there was a leak a few years ago about who's going to perform and show up with Dr. Dre. We already knew it was going to be Dr. Dre and Eminem and Snoop Dogg and Mary J. Blige. We knew that. And then there was a leak because they said you could hear them rehearsing a couple of nights before. And that's when somebody said, 50. And it turned out to be 50 Cent.
Oh, I do have one guess.
Okay,
so
what's your guess?
We're going artist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Drake.
That is incorrect.
Drake?
He does have a song with Bad Bunny.
Yeah, he does. Nowadays, those combos are really okay. Is it the left shark from Katy Perry's show?
Nailed it. No, that is not it.
I had to throw that out there.
Hey,
Bruno Mars showed up for Beyonce. Beyonce did a halftime, and Bruno Mars showed up.
let's see here. I'm gonna try and give you all a hint by playing a song real quick.
Oh, I like
this. If you can get it here, then you'll be.
This is pure speculation. We don't.
This is pure speculation. Pure speculation. All right, let's play this one.
Oh, Travis
Scott,
okay.
Which is probably why I found my
Out
Twitter feed.
like a light.
If we're being honest,
like a light.
Okay, I ain't mad at that. I am mad at that.
Nobody
you know
should
I'm
know
not
that.
mad at that. All right, so Travis Scott is rumored
From H-Town.
alongside Alec Medford's favorite artist,
The Weeknd?
The Weeknd.
Which he had a great halftime show back in 2021.
These would both artists would be reoccurring as far as Super Bowl halftimes go because Travis Scott has done it as well.
And so has The Weeknd, but it's not like it's unusual. When I mentioned that Bruno Mars showed up for Beyonce, he had already done his own halftime at Super Bowl.
So now the Tolos might be wondering, well, what songs do they have in common? Well, K-pop is the really big one that has Travis, Bad Bunny, and The Weeknd on it. And then apparently...
Oh, sorry to cut you off, but Pray for Love, too. That's a great song.
That's another good one with Travis and The Weeknd. No Better apparently has a Bad Bunny remix, which is a Travis Scott song with a couple of other artists. So there are a couple of songs out there that do have all three of these artists in common. I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, I'm not going to listen to it. I don't know Spanish." But feel however you want to feel about the Bad Bunny halftime show experience. I'm just saying. A little bit of rumor, a little bit of speculation based on some audio being played. There's a couple of names for you.
We got a couple of names being speculated on the Franklin Injury Attorneys text lines, 877-881-1053. No, it's not going to be Cardi B.
That would be a good guess, though.
It's not going to be P. Diddy. No, it's not going to be Green Day. So they have different ones.
Well, now Green Day I did hear is the opening ceremony, though.
Yes.
That's going to be fun.
That's going to be fun. And by the way, but here's what about Green Bay doing the opening ceremony? Sometimes, they maybe, but I don't think so. When I do the City Stories Confidential, I'm going to talk about some different kind of halftime things that happen with some of the artists. One of them includes a pregame thing with the band Journey. I wound up on the same plane with them right after the Super Bowl.
Wow.
I got a crazy story. We wound up in Dallas.
And then I'll end with this. This is the last bit of the speculation. Travis Scott was present at the Apple Music Super Bowl halftime show celebration that occurred last night. So there you go. That's it. That's all I got for you. That's all I got for you, Super Bowl speculation.
Will it pay off? We'll find out. All right. With the Super Bowl being played tomorrow afternoon and all the shows coming back from Super Bowl Radio Row, congratulations again. They did a fine job. We were all ears. We were listening to everything. They had all kinds of great guests. There were also, and they mentioned this at the hotel they're talking about. I'm talking about, Sean and RJ and Bobby, talking about KNC Masterpiece, talking about the J-Bag Nation, including the Nosebleeds. They're all saying in this hotel that the lobby bar and that lobby scene, all kinds of people showing up, not just media people, but there were also athletes showing up. I think they said Micah was in the lobby bar every time they went downstairs. Micah Parsons, the Green Bay Packer former Cowboy great, Green Bay Packer injured guy. Well, guess what? CeeDee Lamb was also there a lot, and they were making the rounds on Radio Row. CeeDee Lamb actually stopped down and mentioned something about the George Pickens situation and how, wait a minute, there are rumors flying that Micah's trying to poach him.
We got George Pickens, who I like the vibe there. You and him are for each other. Right. There's reverence there. You have a great relationship. Are you doing, how much behind the scenes work are you doing to keep him there?
A lot.
Tell me.
Because everybody in my face is trying to recruit him while I'm standing right next to him as if I'm not.
At the Pro Bowl?
Yes.
Tell me who. I want to know who.
For one.
Micah?
Start with Micah. He's trying to
get out of here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Scooter. Go
I don't know what's
else.
going on with him. He's a little too active to be on a scooter, and that's the only team that I'll stay with right now. But it's a couple people that I feel like is definitely trying to get my mans away from me. But
no, I need to know one more person. Who else? Give me one more person who came up and tried to talk to George.
Let me see. It was for sure Keyshawn. So the Green Bay clearly wants
Nixon?
them. Now you got me ratting on people.
No, of course Green Bay wants him. They need him.
I'm done ratting on people.
Is that the resolution? Personal goal for CD. I am done ratting on people. Green Bay wants George Pickens.
All right. So you heard the interview. He's running around on a scooter. He got that one knee on a scooter. And Micah trying to get Pickens. What do you think about that, Eric?
I mean, I don't even know if Pickens would want to go to that situation. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad situation, but the receiver room is a bunch of number twos. It's a committee, right? Does he want to be a part of that committee? Look, I think they're going to figure it out. I haven't heard anything about them being in talks of a contract negotiation yet. I imagine that it's going to heat up as we get closer to the draft, but I expect Pickens to be in a Cowboys jersey, whether it's a franchise tag, whether it's a long-term contract. I believe he's going to be here. Micah's going to do his talking.
Here's what's wild about this. I think the only reason some people are giving it some credibility, and by the way, I'm with you. I don't think Mike is going to be able to steal him away. They share the same agent. And everybody, oh my goodness, Jerry messed it up with the agent last time. It's the same agent, Jerry. Oh boy, they get wound up with the Packers. They need a wide receiver. Oh boy, and Micah was there in all the OTAs with George. It's not like he's never met him before. Mm-hmm. Not like he never did anything. What he did is he just didn't play in the regular season with George Pickens. But George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb are thick as thieves. I've talked to both of them a number of times. George Pickens' nickname is NFL Youngboy, like NBA Youngboy, NFL Youngboy. And he loves NBA Youngboy, the rapper. But also, he and CD, like I said, are like brothers. Mm-hmm. George Pickens is CeeDee Lamb's little brother. And CeeDee Lamb was talking to another interviewer and said, oh yeah, I'll restructure my contract if that can get the deal done.
How close are the Cowboys to being
Dan
in a
Patrick
game like this?
I feel like we're very close. We just gotta put the pieces together, right? As we know, our offense was fire, our defense wasn't as good, but once we combine those two things, we got a couple pieces that we need to bring back offensively, and I'm pretty sure everybody here knows exactly who I'm talking about. But get our defense together. And
Is
then
George coming back?
He has no choice. I say that.
Oh.
This is my pick.
But you're not going to give up any of your. You're not going to defer any of your money or restructure to bring George in.
I mean, if it's necessary.
Oh.
Honestly.
Okay.
I'm pretty good, but I know he's going to get every penny that he deserves here in Dallas.
Okay, so everybody listen to this carefully. And CD and George are really tight. Him restructuring his contract, it sounds magnanimous, and it is to a degree, but it's not like CD's taking a pay cut.
No.
He's rearranging the money. Dak does it every year.
Dak's done it, several times.
And it's not about for one player, but it's about, okay, we're trying to get under the cap. Let's move this money around. He's still going to get the money. And it's not like, I'm never mad at the money these guys make, by the way. I always say get the most you can because your career, it's not promised. You have no idea how long you'll play. It's not like they're making, $30,000 a year and he's going to give, $10,000 up this year and get by. No. He's making $35 million a year. If the payout this particular year is only $12 million, I think he can survive. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. He's gonna still get that money down the road. His family's still gonna be taken care of. With all that being said, just know that Zach Martin's always done it. They restructure contracts all the time, which is always the reason why I'm mad at Steven and Jerry when they say, "Oh, we can't afford it because of the cap." And it just drives me crazy because, yes, you can. You can restructure, but then you're going to have to pay that bill. Guess what? You're acting like the salary cap is the same amount every freaking year.
It changes.
It goes up $30 million a year minimum because of the streaming rights deal. And they fool fans, and so fans want to blame the players. And Steven and Jerry,
oh, they know what they're doing. And here's the thing. You're reading my mind, CA, because I was literally going to say, Stop trying to tell me that we don't have money. We have money.
They do. And they were under the cap last year.
They
had money they never did spend. By the way, they have to spend a certain amount, and they got fined. Washington got fined. This was years ago because they didn't spend enough because there's a deal with the players union and the owners that they have to spend 48.7% of the money that was made each year. They have to. They have to give it to the players union, and they give it to the players. If those teams don't use money, you can't just say, "Oh, we're $30 million under the cap last year. Good for you. You did good books." No, you have to spend $48.7 million amount of the money that they negotiated with the streaming rights deal, $117 billion.
And not only did they save money, but they did it by getting rid of two players that, one we were just talking about, and another one that was his best friend, 7-Eleven, Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons. So there's ways to open up money.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of
doing it or not. I always said this. If they would just use, and I cannot stand the Eagles, but Howie's a brilliant guy. Howie uses every tool in the team building bag.
And it makes the fans wonder, where are they getting all this money from?
Oh, the case in point, I've told the story a million times. I wanted the Cowboys when the running back for the Atlanta Falcons played for UT. You know what I'm talking about?
Atlanta Falcons.
Bijan Robinson.
Oh, yeah.
When he was going to be drafted, Eagles had 2 first-round picks, Cowboys had 1, and I said the Cowboys need to steal Bijan Robinson from the Eagles before they try to draft him because they got an extra pick.
I thought the Eagles were going to take him, too.
All they need is a running game because you got hard to stop them already. All they need is a running back. I said you got to play some defense, and we need a running back, too, because at the time it was Zeke and Pollard, and I think Zeke was about to go or something, and he could only get the dirty.
And they tried Pollard at a number 1. It didn't really work out.
It never worked. The roles, I mean, like I said, Bijan Robinson was a solution, but you also hurt the Eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta got him before Eagles even had a chance to do it, even though they could have. 1 year later, out of nowhere, the Giants decided not to extend the contract of Saquon Barkley. Eagles said, Saquon, we got room. Oh, but the cap space, said the Cowboys. They won a Super Bowl. Worry about the cap space after the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. And
it's mind-boggling that they just try to fool people with this, but the cap.
Not only that, but they didn't want to pay Derrick Henry. And Derrick Henry wasn't costing that much money.
Talking about the Cowboys, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Here's what the deal. It wasn't even about paying Derrick Henry. That's what Jerry was saying because Steven told Jerry that's the deal, and we're going to draft a running back. Don't worry. We don't have to spend that money on Derrick Henry as a free agent because next month we're going to draft a running back. And then they didn't draft a running back. And that's why Steven kind of let the cat out of the bag on G-Bag months later. But remember when Jerry went off on Sean and RJ and talking about he can fire him? That's because, and they've had a great relationship. He doesn't hate Jerry. He doesn't hate Sean and RJ. But they brought up Derrick Henry again because the night before on Monday Night Football or whatever, Derrick Henry ran wild again. This was like the first month of the season with the Eagles. And Jerry was mad because he wanted to get Derrick Henry. And Steven said, nope, we're going to draft one. It's cheaper. Fit under the cap. And Steven admitted it on G-Bag a month later. He said, yeah, we're going to get a running back, so it wasn't even a priority. And I was like, And by what he was saying, Derrick Henry and Dak Prescott had the same agent. And I talked to an agent friend of mine in the NFL. I said, wait a minute. If they had the same agent, would that make it harder to sign Derrick Henry because they still hadn't extended Dak yet and they were afraid that Dak would get even more money? He goes, no. It's worse than you think. I said, what do you mean worse? He said, it would have been easier. You could have figured out, moved Dak's money around to fit in Derrick Henry at a number that's less than what the Eagles paid him.
And I think a part of that offseason.
I was screaming at this point. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, my God.
And I think a part of that lack of making those moves in that offseason, too, might have stemmed from the Green Bay loss, right? Because you had the decisions to make about Dan Quinn and then Mike McCarthy. You brought him back. There are so many things that went wrong.
I always say, when Jerry said, I'm all in, he was talking about not all in doing everything like the Eagles do, using all the tools in the bag. I think he was all in on running it back as is, not doing nothing. And that's what they did. They did absolutely nothing. Dak got hurt. Mike McCarthy couldn't get a winning season, couldn't go 12-5 again to save his job. And that was it. But I think when Jerry said, I'm all in, he's all in with this plan of running it back. Whoever told him the plan of running it back, that's my theory. And coming up next, again, enough about the Cowboys and the Blues, and talk about the Super Bowl some more. But coming up next, guess what? We've got start, bench, cut. Super Bowl moments led by Eric next on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Master.
1420 Main Street in Dallas, between the Jewel and Magnolia Hotels. Visit thehamptonsocial.com. That's thehamptonsocial.com.
This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm Eric Casares. This is Chris Arnold on to my right. 105.3 The Fan. Glad to be joining y'all today on a frisky Saturday, one day before Super Bowl LX60. Can't believe it, man. You know, I've been watching the Super Bowl since I believe my very first Super Bowl was in 2007. Eli Manning's first one, upset over the 16-0 Patriots.
Yeah,
I guess it was going to be 18-0, but they couldn't get it done.
They blocked Randy Moss's ring.
Can I hijack your segment to tell y'all something real quick? And
Absolutely.
the Tolos are going to flame me on the text line. The 877-881-1053 Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. This is officially my 10th year watching football.
Really?
My first year watching football was the year of Super Bowl 50.
Okay, so you got to witness
I was very late to football. My dad wanted me to play baseball only. I am 23 years old.
So when you were a small child, you never watched football?
No. My dad really only wanted me to play baseball. It was a struggle to let him allow me to play football in middle school and learn about it.
Well, I guess you were 13, though.
Yeah, but I was late. I was very late to the football game.
To put it in context, he never watched Tony Romo play live.
I'm sure I've seen bits and pieces.
Tony Romo came in 20. Tony Romo got hurt. Dak came in 2016 and took over.
You got to see him get hurt in that preseason game.
Yeah.
If you were watching the Cowboys at that time.
Yeah. So I'm
talking about live.
I've seen bits and pieces here and there, but actually watching and understanding football, it's only been about 10 years for me.
Well, regardless, you have witnessed some pretty good Super Bowl moments, you would say, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just glad I was around to watch the Falcons blow that Super Bowl.
Oh,
I'll never forget about that.
Yeah,
so.
no, we've had some good ones, and CA.
I blame Kyle Shanahan for that.
CA's been around the block. He's seen his fair share of Super Bowl moments.
I've been at 28 Super Bowls. Covered 28 of them.
And we'll get to his stories very soon.
But that's an hour from now.
That's an hour from now.
You got, what's this segment?
Start, bench, cut, Super Bowl moments.
I am intrigued.
Alrighty, so it's very self-explanatory for those that don't know, and I want the Toes to weigh in on this one. 877-881-1053. Let us know some of your favorite Super Bowl moments, and if you want to participate, give me a start, bench, cut as we give you some of these. I'm going to give you all the first three. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go, and Kevin, you can chime in on this as well.
Go slow now.
All right. First three. David Tyree helmet catch. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking about 07. That was my first Super Bowl, so I had to throw that in there.
That's crazy.
Kev, you talked about the Patriots Super Bowl. I had to throw in Julian Edelman's, I like to call it the Ant-Man catch, because he literally held it up by his fingertips, and I don't know how the ball didn't hit the ground, but I like to say that Ant-Man held it up, because there was that little bitty inch of space that the ball was held up, and it was a catch. So that was one of the best catches I've ever seen. And then you also got the classic, I know we hate them, but the Philly was one of the biggest plays in Super Bowl history. So that's what we got. David Tyree helmet catch.
Big Nick Magic.
Julian Edelman Ant-Man catch, and the Philly. You got some heavy hitters right here to start. Start, bench, cut. CA, what do you think?
I'm going to start the Big Nick Magic, which was the Philly, that trick play, because it's always fun to watch a trick play. And again, he just ran through the playoffs. He wasn't there. And he's from Texas, even though can't stand Philadelphia. He's from Texas. Bench, I'm going to bench the Edelman catch, and I'm going to cut the Edelman catch, and I'm going to bench the David Tyree. No, I'm going to cut the David Tyree, because I really wanted the Randy Moss to get a Super Bowl ring, and I wanted to see an undefeated team so that the Dolphins wouldn't be drinking that champagne at the end of the year every time.
Wow,
the undefeated Dolphins.
That's a hot take for me. All right, so I'll give it to Kev after. I'm gonna go there. So I'm gonna say I definitely got to start David Tyree's catch, because that was my first moment I saw live, and it was just too big of a moment. Now I will say Joe Buck, he's been locked in on some of his calls as he gotten later in his career, but I wanted more enthusiasm in that one, just a little bit more in that one, because he was just like, and it's caught by Tyree. I just wanted a little bit more, from Joe Buck. I expected more. So that's the only reason maybe you could bench it. I wouldn't cut it. I'm starting that one. I'm benching Edelman's catch, and I'm cutting Philly. Get it out of here.
Because you can't stand the city.
Khaki Kev, what you think?
I agree with Eric's, actually, because I think the David Tyree catch is just... Every time I get around to watch it, because it'll circulate through Twitter, and I'm sure it will probably
it's AI
tomorrow morning. Yeah,
before AI even happened.
Right, CGI. I just how he caught that football will just never make sense to me. Yeah. And Eli Manning scrambling out of the pocket, just launching it down the field.
And see, that's why Eli's not in the Hall of Fame, because it wasn't Eli. No, it was that helmet catch.
It was,
but he did avoid the sack.
We know that, but if he doesn't make that crazy catch, it's a footnote. Eli don't win 2 Super Bowls. He maybe gets 1. But the whole point is Eli's lucky. Not he's some great dominant quarterback. Don't get me wrong, he's better than the bus driver.
Yeah.
But just because it happened in New York doesn't make it better.
I will say this, if you're Eli Manning, gold jacket or not, you would rather be lucky with 2 Super Bowls than unlucky with none.
At one point, he had more rings than Peyton. 2-1.
So I would say David Tyree 1, Julian Edelman 2, and Philly 3.
Regardless, he did beat Brady the 2 times he played him in the Super Bowl. He can hold that forever. 940 weighing in. He said, James Harrison, 99-yard pick.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
Malcolm Butler's pick, and Manning fumbling the first snap of the game, which brings me in to the next 3. Peyton Manning botching the snap, first play of Super Bowl 48. That ended up being a blowout, but that was a big moment because that was the turn right there. You got that? Okay. You got Jermaine Kearse bobbling the catch. I don't know how he caught that one in Super Bowl 49 against the Pats before the Malcolm Butler interception. And then I went ahead and thrown in Cam Newton non-diving on the ball. Because everybody feels like, if Cam Newton had dove on that football, they might have won.
They might have beaten the Denver Broncos. And they had only lost 1 game that entire season. I think they went 15-1, Carolina Panthers.
And he
was the MVP.
And that game that they lost was Julio Jones, where he mossed Luke Kuechly and read it in late in the end zone. I think that the score was only like 17-14. It was a low-scoring game. What do you got, CA?
Cut the curse one. Because to me, it's not irrelevant. It's not relevant enough because the Malcolm Butler was a little bit bigger at the end of the game. What was the first one again?
Peyton Manning botching the snap. Or at the back of the end. I mean, it really was the center because he threw it over the top of his head, but still.
I would bench that one. And then, of course, like you said, Cam Newton, I'm going to leave that in there only because he just should have dove. He didn't make a quote-unquote business decision, but people thought as big as he is, he should have got that ball. But don't look at him how big he is. He got a linebacker body, but he just should have dove.
Yeah. I'm all for big moments. So for me, I would.
That's why I did big moment.
Yeah, fair enough. I like seeing a good catch. I remember where I was the OBJ catch.
Got it.
And,
one hand with his Cowboys.
So Jermaine Kearse, I'm going to start a little bit more bias on the catches, the spectacular catches. I'm going to take the Cam Newton non-dive. Because I do agree that was such a big moment. It's like one of those things you look back, it's like, what if, The Broncos game with the Seahawks, I think they were cooked regardless. I think that was a mismatch because great defense always outweighs great offense every single time.
Oh, yeah.
So even if he hadn't have fumbled at the end zone, I still think they would have got blown out. Now, it was a big moment, but I'm going to have to respectfully cut that one. See, Kev?
Okay, so we got... Go back over the list, because I remember it was Cam Newton not diving, Peyton Manning botched.
And then Jermaine Kearse, the bobbling catch where he bounced off his knee and his legs a couple times. It was right before the Malcolm Butler interception.
Yeah. I'm going to say Cam Newton not diving is my start because that was the moment, my first Super Bowl. So I'm going to say that's my start. My bench is going to be the bobbled catch, and then I would cut Peyton Manning's botched snap.
Got time for one more.
We've got time for one more. Real quick. Okay. So I'm going to throw a little old one in here. Montana to Taylor. One of the biggest Super Bowl moments.
I was at that game, too.
Yeah. Feel like most people are going to start
John
that
Candy
one.
was in the stands.
Oh, wow.
And Joe Montana got the nerves out of the offensive players saying, hey, there goes John Candy, because it was the biggest moment. They're all stressing and nervous. He goes, no, look, there's John Candy up there.
Rest in peace. And also, Next one. 1 yard short, Steve McNair to Kevin Dyson. Tennessee was that close.
Oh, the goal line.
But
yeah.
they couldn't get it in. And then, of course, got to throw it in. Malcolm Butler's goal line interception. So this is a big one. This is a tough one.
It's a very tough one. I'm going to say cut Joe Montana, even though it was big and they beat the Bengals, and it was, I think it was his last championship, and it was nice. Don't get me wrong.
The first time in like 4 years, I think.
Yeah, it was the last one, but they already had a couple. It was significant, but it wasn't as exciting as like the Butler stole. It should have been beast mode carrying the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive coordinator for Seattle he overthought it. That's the one I'm going to keep, and I'm going to bench the
Steve McNair.
Steve McNair,
Yeah.
even though it was right down on the wire.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Khaki, I'll finish this one. So what do you got?
Let's see here. I'd rather read what the Tolos have had to say. So we've already heard the 99-yard pick six from the 940. 469 wanted to text in their halftime show. Start bench cuts. So start Michael Jackson, halftime bench Janet Jackson, and then cut anything Philly related. So I'll throw that one in. That's my pick.
I think I'm starting Malcolm Butler, of course, but I'm gonna bench the Montana to Taylor and then cut the Steve McNair to Kevin Dyson. Big moment, but I just think the craziness of them not getting in the end zone and then finally hitting Taylor at the end, who they weren't expecting him to catch that.
Right. They were
Bigger
thinking
moment.
Jerry Rice all the way.
Yeah. So.
Love it. I love that segment. In fact, we're going to bring it back again the next time we do this show. In fact, you should do it more often with how about do more often with Fred? Fred going to let you do that?
Oh, yeah, he will.
Most definitely. Coming up next, we got another big hit segment. All the Tolos loves Khakis Kicks. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Best Buy windows inside.
through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thanks, Kev. This is 105.3 The Fan on a beautiful Saturday before the Super Bowl. We're here with you all the way to 5 o'clock. Me, I'm Chris Arnold, along with Eric Casares. And guess what? It is time now for Khakis Kicks.
The khackiest of the khaki, the one, the only, Mr. Khaki Kevin Walker.
Oh, it is that time, boys. It is that time. I've got a loaded Khakis Kicks, but you know the drill. 877-881-1053. Text in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. You can listen to us on the Odyssey app, and if you miss Khakis Kicks or any of our wonderful segments, then go ahead and hit that Odyssey rewind button. But first, before we get into any of the headlines that I got, we're going to go around the room. We're going to talk about what sneakers we got on our feet. Eric, CA, I'm looking at you, and then I've got a question for y'all before we get into our stuff. So, CA, I'll start with you. What we got on our feet today?
Yeezy slides.
Yeezy slides. Keeping it nice and comfy.
Comfortable.
I got the Air Force Ones on.
Okay, we got Air Force Ones on. I kind of decided to dress up just a little bit today. I got my Air Jordan 1 Shadows on, so I really like these. They're gray. They kind of go with everything. My favorite color is gray. So again, 877-881-1053. Be sure to text in to let us know what you're rocking.
You got a twin. Or close to it. 601 says, I'm rocking the Jordan 1's low Birmingham Barons with some Stance Butler blend socks.
Oh, I love Stance socks. My favorite socks of all time, and I know people are going to be like, it's just socks. Who cares? Whatever. You get Stance socks, you understand. So from the 601, I totally understand. Okay, my question for y'all gentlemen. If you had the chance to get a signature sneaker, any brand, whatever you want, would you do it?
You mean buy one or get your own?
No, get your own. CA, we're going to bring you into Nike, Puma, whatever brand you want to. Shaq, if you want to. We're going to let you design your own sneaker, put it out to the public. Would you do it?
Yeah, of course.
You would?
I would definitely do that.
I would 100% do it, and if I had to pick a brand, it would be New Balance. That's my brand.
The Cooper Flag brand.
Boom.
Okay.
Hey.
So we got
Tyrese Maxey.
We got
South Garland's own.
We got some audio here, and it's going to be talking about a former Maverick, and it's kind of interesting. Would this player want a player exclusive or a signature shoe?
If Jalen would have his own signature shoe with Nike, and internally the discussions have gone on, and it's gotten to the point now where Jalen's pretty much said, I refuse. I don't want a signature.
Wow.
Just let me wear Kobe's for the rest of my career and I'll be good.
Now, that's Jalen Brunson. That's Jalen Brunson, if you didn't know.
Hey, JB is dedicated. He likes the Kobe's. By the way, sometimes guys are superstitious. I'm not saying he's superstitious, but they like the brand. They like the shoe. They win with the shoes. They want to keep the shoes, whatever it is. There's little things like that with certain athletes. I'm not surprised. He's also not the kind of guy that does a bunch of marketing. He really doesn't. And he's also taking a hometown discount to stay with the Knicks. On his extension, it was less. And for those who don't know, the Mavericks never had a chance to keep him. The Knicks were even fined for tampering.
Yep.
Because his dad's agent is the general manager of the Knicks. His agent is the son of the general manager of the Knicks, Leon Rose. His dad is an assistant coach with the Knicks now. And all this happened, ironically, how about the month before he signed with the Knicks?
Yeah. So
never had a chance.
All right, I got some more audio that we'll play in just a moment. But before we do that, we talked about it earlier. Feel How You Feel, Super Bowl halftime performer Bad Bunny. He released his signature sneaker with Adidas earlier this week. They're calling him the Bad Bow 1.0. It's a mid-ankle kind of looking sneaker. I did send it to y'all, so if y'all want to give it a quick look. They're brown and white. Only 1,994 pairs were released as a tribute to his birth year. If y'all got them pulled up, I wanted to know y'all's quick thoughts. I thought they were okay. Nothing too crazy out of the box. It's just kind of an interesting looking sneaker. I'm more interested in what the materials that they use on them because it looks like it's kind of a rough looking, kind of suede looking sneaker. There will be more colorways to come out. I'm sure we'll see something special during tomorrow's halftime performance. But he released his signature sneaker this week, so I just want to talk about that.
It looks pretty cool. There on the article right now, it says embodying a bit of a trainer meets skate shoe look, and it does look like that. It has that brown kind of low cut Jordan look. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too.
All right, let's see here from the 469. Let's hit the Tolos. Why don't we? 469. Not even a sneakerhead, and I love this segment. 469. That is one of the nicest things you could say. Not even caring about sneakers, and you still love my sneaker segment. I love that. From the 817. This is a gentleman that promised me a pair of Asics for reasons unknowns to me. Hey, you offer me shoes, I'm taking them. I don't care what they are. He said I haven't forgot about the Asics, so he gave me a little bit of information there from the 817. I appreciate you. He said I'm rocking the brand new DT95 San Francisco 49ers Pro Bowl editions. So there you go. So a good little sneaker action there. Mavs losing Brunson is not talked about enough from the 682.
Amen.
And let's see.
Ask me to pick my brain. I'll tell you all you need to know.
Pre-grass stained New Balances from the 817. So
pre-grass stained. Asics.
I like that.
Kevin said, what about the Asics? You forgot about on the Asics. You had to order them.
Yeah. He told me that he was going to get me a pair of Asics. He was going to give them. He's going to give them to me, and he had to give me a quick update on those. So that was from the 817. A little private conversation there. Okay. We all remember the night that Cooper Flagg went absolutely berserk, and now your question might be, well, Kevin, you have to be more. You got to be more specific. He's done 4 straight games of 30-plus points. How about the game between him and Concanipple, the rookie show-off, right?
Yes.
When the Mavericks played the Hornets. Well, Topps is releasing a 1-of-1 auto relic card. You might be asking, what is that? Well, we're not the KNC Masterpiece. We're not a big card show here, but this is very interesting, and it is sneaker related. It's a 1-of-1 autographed relic card, meaning there is a piece of something in the card. Well, they put parts of both of their game-worn sneakers on the card with their autograph.
Isn't that something? Both of the guys, first of all, historically, that was the most points 2 rookies have ever combined for in NBA history in one game. And they're not only former teammates, they were roommates in college at Duke. I mean, they're like close friends. He to show you how young Cooper is. Flagg said, he's like a big brother to me.
Who isn't a big brother,
He's 19 years old. Come on, man.
Okay, another one here. Grand Slam winner Carlos Alcaraz. So we're going to all over the map in the sports world. This one's a tennis. So he's a Nike athlete. He was rocking heat the entire time during the Australian Open. He was wearing Travis's. He got the Nike Air Max 95 on. He had the Gamma 11s that just recently came out, and then he finished it off with some neon Vomero 5s. Neon, kind of his color. He likes to wear neon, so all the sneakers that he wore, other than like the Travis's and the Gamma 11s, those are really neon-centric. So I wanted to talk about that. Give him some love. He won the Australian Open. Now he's a Grand Slam winner. I don't understand tennis all that much, but I know that's a big deal. So shout out to him. Anytime a Nike athlete can put on, we appreciate that. We talked earlier about Jalen Brunson and his signature sneaker. Well, this one is actually from the Roommates show, which is Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart. It's a little lengthy. It's about a minute audio. And I wanted y'all to hear this because I thought this conversation was interesting because it kind of peels the curtain back on signature shoes and for Josh Hart, player exclusives.
Jalen, listen, your Liberty Kobe's were fire. I still need a pair of those. But what's going on with the next pair of Kobe's? Can you speak about the next colorway coming out? I know you were wearing that new pair that came out right after the Liberty ones came out, but are the ones for your dad coming out? Let me know.
Oh, so you just wore the one? I just wore one the other day. I don't know yet. I got some thinking to do. I got some choices to make.
To be determined. How about that? There's some things cooking up, but we'll see.
Are you at liberty to speak about yours?
I got some PEs coming. I'm not a Kobe guy, but I got the cuts. Some. Yeah, cut 3s and cut 4s. So I got some cool ones coming out. My journey.
When are you wearing them?
Great question. Whenever I get them.
Oh, okay.
There's like a couple of different levels of like PEs, right? So like I got PEs,
Player editions.
and it's cool. Like I'll get them when I get them. JB has like PEs, and like he's like the Kobe guy. So he's like, yo, we got these PEs. You're gonna wear these for like these games, or like not. You don't wear these, but like you're gonna debut them, or we would like you to debut them for this game or this game or this game. So he's a little bit more structured.
So player exclusive at PEs, for those who didn't know, signature sneakers are whenever you have your own shoe with a brand, i.e. Luka Doncic, i.e. Anthony Edwards with Adidas, so on and so forth. So a couple of, sneaker lingo there, but I wanted to break that down because it's interesting because he said, hey, look, I'm going to be with Kobe. I want to be a Kobe guy. As long as I got my extension of Kobe's, I'm good. I don't need a signature shoe. But one thing is he might be in the lab cooking up different colorways, cooking up different. He may not only wear the Kobe 6s. Maybe he's going to wear the 5s. Maybe he might wear the 1s because I know he was wearing the 1s, and they're kind of doing a re-release of the Kobe 1s as we speak. Caitlin Clark is another massive Kobe fan, massive Kobe athlete. She'll be wearing different ones. She has her own player exclusives, the Cookie Monsters. So I thought that was really cool and interesting how they kind of peel that curtain back because we don't get to talk about player exclusives a lot.
You know those Cookie Monsters?
Yeah.
That's what Najee Marshall wears.
Yeah.
Those Cookie Monsters. And by the way, the Kobe player editions, I've told the story before. Kobe got me player editions, and khaki, you got to see the whole collection I had, right? Mm-hmm. And I was wearing those Kobe's because Kobe said, how come you're not wearing these Kobe's? I said, because I can. You're a Laker, and I'm working for the Mavericks. He goes, J.J. Barea's wearing them. And he said, who's your shoe guy? I said, Roy. He said, Roy, get him Kobe's. And all of a sudden, Kobe started sending me Kobe's.
There you go. All right.
Edition.
A few more text on the text line. Classic black and white Air Maxes from the 469. I love me wearing some Air Maxes. Hoka shoes in all caps from the 817. I just recently copped some Hokas a couple of weeks ago. I will say they are worth the hype. They are worth the hype. I worked out in them. I work in them. So, Fred makes fun of me, calls me a granddad whenever I wear them, but I don't care. They're comfortable, so whatever. From the 682, is there a stereotype for people who wear all black Air Force Ones? Yeah, there's a stereotype. You can go find that out on your own time. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, so I had to bust out the BK Kings hashtag Khakis Kicks from the 214. I appreciate you, sir. That's a long time Tolo because he's been tuned in since the first edition of Khakis Kicks, so we appreciate that. Rocking shoes for crews, working and standing for 10 plus hours every day. Shout out to you from the 512. Let's see here. We got a couple more getting texted in. You're right. That's a fumble on the Mavs for not. I love how I brought up Jalen Brunson and all the Mavs fans got really sour. They're like, man, I want Jalen.
Well, what
Brunson
it is,
back.
they want to know how come he didn't stay here, and that's changing the whole topic of your story. But I've said this before. He bet on himself. Me and JB are friends. Yeah. He bet on himself. His dad wanted him to sign. His dad kept saying, let's do it. And Jason Kidd actually made him a starter before the Mavericks even, Carlisle didn't do it. Yep. Donnie's the one who did not make him restricted free agent in his first deal. So there's a lot. But the main bottom line is this. He is a New York Knick, even though he liked the city of Dallas and the Mavericks. He grew up loving Allen Houston, wanting to play in the Garden, and his dad's agent is the GM. They got fined for tampering. That's facts. Yeah. That's not theories, and they should have, and they could have, and they would have. The Knicks stole him.
And him and Mark Cuban have a nice podcast about it, too, where they talk about
Mark
it.
Talked about it. He's like, he said, there's not even a reason to have a meeting. I'm going to the Knicks.
Yeah. All right, last piece here, then we'll head out. We'll put a cap on Khakis Kicks. Mm-hmm. And it just recently happened. SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he rocks his Shy 1... He labels it weird. Shy 001, this is what he calls them. Just call him the first edition. Who cares? He released another colorway. Well, he hasn't officially released it, but he wore them today during his walk-up. You know how all these athletes do their walk-up.
The entrance to the game.
It's a new color. It's a suede brown. They're being called the truffle pair. I did send them to y'all if y'all want to give y'all's quick thoughts before we get out of here. If you want to get your hands on these, they're going to be releasing during the All-Star break on Valentine's Day. If you're in LA, if you're not in LA and you're in the great state of Texas or wherever else, February 26th is where you want to look. You can get them on the Sneakers app then.
Ooh, look at those. You see the laces? There's a free throw line by them.
Charity stripe. Thank y'all. That's Khakis
Chris.
Kicks.
I don't mean to sound like a hater and elaborate off of that, but I'm not a big fan of the zipper, personally, on the shoe. So, like, the color's fine. The truffle color, that doesn't bother me. And the design looks cool, but I don't really like the zipper.
Hey, to each his reach. And if you can't have it, it's not yours to have. Is that Khakis Kicks?
That's all we got for Khakis Kicks. Thank y'all, gentlemen.
Appreciate it. It was awesome as usual. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the Super Bowl again and more. We got some picks. Eric, you got more stuff people need to know about next on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.
That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. I am Eric Casares. We got Khaki Kicks back there. You know, he just had a great segment, and now we got to talk some Super Bowl because we are one day away. Almost 24 hours. I guess 26 hours.
Yeah, that'll work.
Because it starts at 5:30. So 26 and 30 minutes.
26 and a half hours.
Yeah, we're almost there. It's going to be interesting because the Super Bowl, it's in San Francisco. And they're West Coast. So that's Pacific time, 2 hours behind. Super Bowl's going to be starting during the day. It's going to be finishing at night. Are you a fan of that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
You do?
First of all, I love the atmosphere. And one thing I will say about the Dallas-Fort Worth area, North Texas today, this is the exact same weather you're going to see in San Francisco. It's going to be just like today here in North Texas. Beautiful. As opposed to snowy. I don't mind it being in the day, and then it turns into dark in the second half. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, you see, I think broadcasting matters.
It wasn't an open air, because if it was a closed stadium, it doesn't matter.
Fair enough, yeah. Well, I'm a big fan of, like, for me, this is going to sound really ridiculous, but I think it's valid. So I'm more so, the atmosphere more so matters for the broadcasting crew. So, like, for Tom and Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt, when they do it, I like seeing it in the afternoon when it's daytime, It feels like America's game of the week right in the afternoon, smack in the middle of the afternoon, lights still out, right? Of course, sunset in Cowboy Stadium. But when you go to Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth Sunday Night Football, I need it to be dark. I need it to be dark the whole game. And I know that NBC's doing the Super Bowl this year. Yep. So I expect it to be dark the whole game.
So when you see Chris Collinsworth slide his chair, it's got to be darkness behind him.
Yeah, exactly. Or he does that.
He slides over.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Now here's a guy that, No, look, I probably sound ridiculous.
You do? No, I'm just kidding.
But you know what's not ridiculous?
What's that?
What to watch out for in the Super Bowl. We got some things to look forward to, man.
Yes. Yeah, let's talk about it.
And one thing, the first thing I'm going to bring up of things to watch out for, not even pertaining to the game, but the halftime commercials. I mean, everybody, I feel like that goes underrated.
All through the game commercials.
Yes. Because I want to see.
All of them, right?
I want to see an exclusive. And here are the two things I'm looking out for. I'm ready to see shout out to the MCU Marvel fans, right? You still a Marvel guy. You were through that MCU phase with all the way building up to Endgame. We'll never forget the hype. We'll never forget the theater experience. Such a good time. I wish I could go back. But we got to look forward to Avengers Doomsday, which is coming out in December.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen, the only thing we've seen 4 teaser trailers that pertain to Thor, Black Panther, Steve Rogers, because he's coming back. And then I think the other one was it I can't remember if it was Fantastic Four or maybe it was something else. But I know Thor for sure. Either way, we haven't got any footage. And I like that because I feel like movie trailers nowadays, they spoil too much in the trailer.
Yeah, the trailers they're like 2.5, 3 minutes long nowadays.
But the Russo brothers do a good job of not showing much.
Movie watching is a sport.
Yeah. So I'm ready to see that Avengers Doomsday. It gets a little sneak peek. Maybe we get Robert Downey's maybe a little voiceover, something quick. You don't have to show me anything. Just give me a little teaser of the movie. And that's all I want.
You want an Easter egg before Easter.
Yes. Shout out to CA. Easter egg before Easter. And then another one I'm looking forward to, Spider-Man.
Oh, yes.
Brand new day. Tom Holland's coming back for the 4th installment. And we haven't, and that's coming out in July. That's coming out sooner.
I'm so pumped for that movie. I cannot even.
We haven't seen anything.
So pumped for that movie.
Is
I imagine
coming with her?
Zendaya's going to be in it.
Sadie Sink?
Yeah, Sadie Sink's going to be in it.
Excellent.
Sydney Sweeney.
Okay, yeah. Shout out to the 682 in the text line. He said Fantastic Four is coming back for sure. They already dropped. Okay, so it was
good.
Oh, X-Men. That's what it was. 972. Yep. Thanks for the correction.
Yep.
X-Men, not Fantastic Four. So the X-Men are going to be in it. Maybe we'll get some Charles Xavier footage.
945 says, bro, we haven't even got the Spider-Man trailer yet.
That's what I'm saying. I think we're going to get. I'm guaranteeing. Guaranteed. Like Charles Barkley says, that we're going to get a brand new day's trailer. I don't know about Doomsday. Maybe we'll get like a tease, but I don't think we're going to get it. So those are the two things.
You mentioned the commercials. 817 says, our buddies, talking about the commercials, they're playing an over and under game on how many commercials mention protein. Because protein's the thing now.
You know what would be a fun one? How about the over under for State Farm commercials?
Oh, yeah.
That's a big one.
Yeah. And Jake from State Farm?
Jake from State Farm.
And also that guy what's his name? He's always crashing into stuff.
Oh, the Allstate guy.
Allstate guy, him.
Yeah, the one that always gets beat up.
Yep. Someone says, why are they releasing the commercial so early?
What do you mean by that?
817, explain yourself.
No, I understand what he's saying. Like, if you go on social media, it is really hard not to see these ads before they actually play on Sunday, and a lot of people are really frustrated about it. I know I'm frustrated about it.
Oh, because it's showing it ahead of time and you're spoiling it for you.
By the way, I do have some NFL news. I wouldn't consider it breaking news, but the Falcons are expected to cut quarterback Kirk Cousins before the new league year, according to Adam Schefter.
Yeah, they always want to do that, so it's about the timing of the book. Sometimes cuts are after summertime, but this was league year. So the question is, where does he wind up? Anybody got any guesses?
He's the most obvious Cleveland Brown of all time.
You would think.
I think so.
You would think. And then there's people who said, wait a minute, Deshaun Watson is going to be healthy. I'm like, what? I ain't even thought about him in a while. And
I don't think I think the jury's still out, obviously, on Shedeur.
Well, that's what they're saying, because it's like, are they going to let him try it this time right, without Flacco, without what's his name from Washington, Oregon, whatever. You just got
Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan, yeah. All I can say is it's obviously they should be going after him, but just never know.
I will say he's not going back to Minnesota, I don't think.
Probably not, even though he's got a cool house up there.
Yeah, pretty nice. Okay, next one.
To
watch out for the Super Bowl. The matchup between JSN and Christian Gonzalez. Because Christian Gonzalez is one of the best man-to-man corners in the game.
That was JSN. Rockwall.
Oh, yeah. JSN Rockwall.
Yes,
Native.
I said.
Shout out to him. He has that Cowboys tattoo on his left arm, I think. Yeah, I think it's his left arm. Either way, that's a really good matchup because JSN moves around everywhere and nobody's been able to cover him. Just like nobody had been able to cover Puka.
Right.
Devin Witherspoon, dog. You can't cover Puka. Can you cover JSN? I'm not so sure, but every wide receiver that Gonzo goes up against, he gives them problems. So I'm interested to see how he lines up with him. He's going to match up. He's going to match up with the other receiver. I don't know. So JSN, Gonzo.
That's the chess match for those coordinators.
That's a chess match. Another one.
You're going to travel is what you're saying.
That's right. Another one. Mike Vrabel, Mike McDonald.
Mike Verbal, you mean?
Oh, who was that said that? What was her name? Who was that did that?
Was it Tiffany Haddish who said it?
Is it the award show?
Yeah.
It was Tiffany then. Well, she's an actress comedian. She doesn't know.
Well, she was reading off a teleprompter.
She just read it wrong.
She just read it wrong.
They should have.
What if there was a spelling error? I mean, she's just reading it, right?
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel versus Mike McDonald. Because you get, I feel like it's
Mike versus Mike. It's a Mike and Mike show.
It's a Mike and Mike show. And by the way, we were either going to get Mike versus Mike or Mike versus Sean or Sean versus Sean in the Super Bowl based on the conference championship matchups. I thought that was kind of cool to think about.
If I were Fred Davis, I would say, I'm going with Michael McDonald because I like his catalog better.
Is that what he says?
See, that went over y'all's heads because y'all's ages. He came from somewhere back in the long ago. It's a singer named Michael McDonald.
Oh, man.
A tenement fool. Y'all wouldn't know.
I mean, how often, CA, do we get
two
defensive
place in the life?
Mike Verbal.
There you go.
Tiffany.
How often do we get two defensive coaches going up against each other in the Super Bowl?
It's very rare.
Very rare,
Usually some offensive genius versus some maybe defensive.
So are they going to cancel each other out? Are we going to get a shootout? Because the over-under right now, we'll get to the prop bets later on, but the over-under right now is 45.5. And the 45.5 was the same over-under of the conference championship between the Rams and the Seahawks.
They didn't touch it.
Everybody knew the game was going to be the over on that one. Everybody knew.
Right. Well, I always think about, the Las Vegas wants to make money for sure. So they got to be, and they said that line hadn't moved very much. So I'm like, okay, they must think that's what's going to happen, right around 45.5. I'm thinking it's going to be under myself because I think Seahawks defense is something special. And I just have a feeling that New England's not going to generate the offense, especially if they have a lot of turnovers, which they're capable of doing because they're young.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I got one more for you. Is Drake May, yes or no, going to do the signature Tom Brady, let's go, where he throws his arm?
No.
Don't think so?
I don't think so.
You think different personality, or you just, what do you think?
I think he's going to be his own man, but also, if you want to do conspiracy theory, well, Brady doesn't say he's pulling for Patriots. And he is. Come on, he's just not going to be obvious about it.
But you know why, though, right?
He's not trying, about the Raiders thing? Come on.
Oh, I was going to say Clint Kubiak, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's saying the coach speak thing. But in his heart, he doesn't have to say it. It's just, it is.
Well, imagine if he was calling the game, he wouldn't be able to say anything.
Exactly, but that's my point, though. My whole point is he's trying to be neutral because of Kubiak, and the Raiders, that's what he wants, right? So,
deep down he wants the Patriots to win.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't have to say it. It's like it's given. It's a given. Why even ask the question?
972 said, let's not forget Gonzo is from the colony, not
That's
just Jason
right.
from Rockwall.
Yeah, area representing DF Dub. We got some other guys representing from those honors shows. We're going to talk about them a little bit later.
817 said, all these head coaches are either Matt or Mike. That's true.
You want to hear something crazy? Also, I looked this up, or I saw this story back in November. Do you realize most starting quarterbacks in the NFL last season, their name started with a J? Josh, Jalen, Justin, Jake, Joe. Jays.
Multiple Joes, too. Flacco, Burrow, Justin Fields, Justin Herbert.
I'm just saying, Jays. Not just Jays on your feet, Jays on your quarterback.
And now this year it's Mike, Matt, or Sean. Sean McVay, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one. What do you think about this, Chris? 830 said, I didn't even think about this. Guy said most obvious Cleveland Brown for Kirk Cousins. He said Cousins to the Jets.
Why would
I thought about it?
Well, because think about it. They're not going to get a quarterback in this draft. That's going to be next year. The next year, 2027 is the big quarterback. Arch, right?
Right.
Those other guys. Dante Moore.
Band-Aid bridge quarterback.
Bridge quarterback for 1 year.
Help your culture a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I could see it.
It's very possible. You never know.
You never know. But now you know that Kirk Cousins is out of there.
What about Aaron Rodgers to Minnesota? That's what some people are saying. Super Bowl week out in San Francisco.
I was listening to...
Brett Favre did it too.
I can't remember who was saying it. It was one of the Pittsburgh reporters. He was on the Herd talking to Cowherd, and he was saying that I think he gave it like a percentage. I think he said 30% chance that Aaron Rodgers retires, and then there's like another 40% that he goes... No, I think it was 40% he retires. There's a 30% that he goes to the Vikings, and then I guess the rest of the remaining percentages was he goes back to the Steelers.
What percentage is he goes back to a cave next month?
Oh, he's one of those guys.
He's there right now.
He's disappeared right now. We haven't heard a thing from him.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing his ritual, his routine. Got his mushrooms. Anything else?
That's all I got to watch out for the Super Bowl.
Ah, okay. Well, keep that in mind. We're going to keep you all abreast all the way till 5 o'clock. Not only Cowboys, Super Bowls, Mavericks, but coming up next, the Olympics has started. The Winter Olympics have started, and the Dallas Stars. There's some Dallas Stars in the Olympics. It's just not the most important one who's on Team USA that's not there. That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
team that actually performs.
Hey, I don't like that background music, man. Turn it down just for a second, Kevin. Hey, don't worry, I've been lied to. I've been here many times before. Hey, don't. Okay, I had to give some Michael McDonald. We got some Tolo. I talked about Michael McDonald and Mike McDonald. Mike McDonald is the head coach of Seattle Seahawks. Not to be confused with the great singer Michael McDonald.
You know who I feel like you'd be a really big fan of?
Who?
The character Donkey from Shrek.
Eddie Murphy. Donkey, Shrek. Donkey, Shrek. Bottom line is we're having a little fun on a Super Bowl Saturday. The Super Bowl game itself is about 25 and a half hours away, 25 hours and 20 minutes. And guess what? We're having too much fun. Chris Arnold, we got Eric Casares, the fan phenom, Khaki Kevin, the Pimp Cup. And, you know, even though we've been talking some football, we talked a little basketball, the Winter Olympics have started. They had the official ceremony.
Yep.
And I think, you know, some Tolos like the Olympics in the summertime. Some of them like the winter. Some of them like both. 877-881-1053. Do you like or love the Winter Olympics? And I bring this up because there are local ties. The Dallas Stars actually have players competing in the Winter Olympics. That's the hockey, right? And, you know, of course, the Winter Olympics are more than just hockey. But locally, you know, Dallas is like, okay, the Dallas Stars, and we know Team USA shoulda and they coulda, but they didn't select Jason Robertson, who's like a great scorer. Kevin, you can back me up on all this because you're a big Stars fan yourself. He should have been there. They didn't get him. He wasn't selected. But I'll tell you who was selected. The Finnish Mafia. The Dallas Stars have a lot of players from Finland. Right? Right. A lot of players from Finland. And guess what? Those Finns are representing Miro Heiskanen, he's there. Rupe Hintz, he's there. Esa Lindell, he's there. Mikko the Moose Ratinen, he's there. Let alone Jake Ottinger, Team USA, goalie. Thomas Harley, he's Team Canada. Also on Team Canada staff, Jim Neal, the GM, he's on the staff. I'm leaving out, I think, from representing for Czechia, Radek Faksa. Am I saying his name correctly or incorrectly?
Yeah, Radek Faksa.
Radek Faksa. So,
that's a fun name to say.
They're being represented, but everybody say, hey, they messed over Robo. Man, Robo should have been in there. He's not. But we'll see what they do. They'll begin playing, I guess it's going to be on the 11th, and the 11th is Wednesday, I believe. I could be wrong. I think it's Wednesday. Meanwhile, the women's hockey teams, they're skating right now. In fact, Team USA beat Finland today. Just letting you know, because they have started the Winter Olympics. What do you know? Do you know one of I guess he's a Hall of Fame broadcaster. He does Thursday Night Football. He's 100 years old. His greatest call was in the Winter Olympics. I'm trying to see if you
talk about Al Michaels?
Yeah. Do you know about Al Michaels' greatest call?
I feel like I.
Do you know the scenario? You don't have to say the words.
I feel like I've heard this before. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I know that's a cop-out, but
That's okay. This is a game we play with, actually Fred plays this with Blake on Fan.
Oh, and he loves teasing him too.
Well, we're talking about what younger guys know and what, you think they should know since they love sports and sometimes, culture and all that. But Al Michaels, one of his greatest calls in sports was the Winter Olympics. And it was significant. And you just... Khaki Kev and about Tolos, 877-881-1053. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. It was 1980. The Winter Olympics were in Lake Placid, New York. Team USA men's hockey team defeated the Soviet Union, which is now called Russia. And his call at the end, because the Soviets were on steroids. I mean, they weren't testing them back then. And we just had like college guys. And when they beat and upset the Soviet Union 4-3, his big iconic call, he said, "Do you believe in miracles?" Yes. And he has lived off of that and all the different things he's done over all these years. And that call alone is, why he's a legendary broadcaster. Da-da-da! 877-881-1043. You see the total. Do you believe in miracles? Yep, 817-469. Do you believe in miracles? 214. Do you believe in miracles? 940. Do you believe in miracles? All caps. Yep. See, you learned something new.
Yeah.
You got Khaki Kev's on top of it. For those who never heard this is the great Al Michaels, who's now on Thursday Night Football. He's iconic. And this call back in 1980 made him a superstar.
11 seconds. You've got 10 seconds. The countdown going on right now. Morrow up to Schultz. 5 seconds left in the game. You believe in miracles? Yes!
Unbelievable.
He was in his bag.
Yes, he was in his bag. And again, it was because the Soviets were bigger, stronger. They were roided out. They were dominant. They were scary. They were the enemy of the world. And little Team USA knocked them off in hockey.
So I have a question, and then don't get on to me if I'm wrong.
No. There's no such thing as a bad question.
Does this have to do with the movie Miracle? Was it based on that moment?
Miracle on Ice?
Yeah. Like the movie Miracle with Kurt Russell. He was like the head coach of the...
Let me see.
It could be something different, but I remember that movie being Miracle, and I remember seeing... I haven't seen the full movie, but I know it's considered one of the greatest sports movies.
Let me see. I think it's not, but I could be wrong. Okay. The Miracle, no.
So something different.
But I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they named... Wait. Whoa.
Was it...
Miracle 2004 is based on the true story of the 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
It is based on it.
There you go.
Herb Brooks was the head coach and Kurt Russell played him. Yep, so there you go.
I've seen a lot of scenes from that movie. I haven't seen the whole movie, but it's yeah.
Yep, that's it.
And then if y'all haven't seen on Netflix, they've got a new documentary, The Boys of 80. It's supposed to be kind of like an in-depth documentary on the event that took place, and a lot of people are raving about it, saying it's a must watch.
Mark it down.
It's a must watch documentary, so you can also add that to your list.
See,
on
what's
Netflix.
All the Tolos are saying, "Yep, that's the movie."
What's your favorite event to watch in the Winter Olympics?
This is the craziest story. It's the bobsled. Let me tell you why. The only reason I started kind of watching the bobsled is because two things. Jamaica had a bobsled team back in the day. It's like, how they don't have snow in Jamaica, but everybody was interested in how they had a competitive team, but they did. And then Herschel Walker was on the Team USA bobsled team. It's like, what? Herschel's a freak athlete anyway. But when he joined the bobsled team, I was like, I got to watch this thing. You know, the one that wait a minute, somebody said, you're wrong, say it's a great movie. Oh, I didn't say it was wrong. I was trying to think of if it was that or not. I couldn't remember.
Yeah. No, well, I had to know because that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I was clarifying,
okay,
yeah.
So back to this. The one thing that I just laugh about is curling. Do you know what curling is in the Olympics?
Like...
They slide. No. They're not doing bench presses. It's not curling like weight.
No, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's the funniest thing. It's sliding this little heavy weight on ice.
Looks like a Roomba.
Yeah, it looks like a Roomba. It's not a robot, but it looks like a Roomba. And they slide it, and there's somebody with a broom, and they're kind of dusting and making sure that it can stay straight and get close. It's the funniest thing. And you imagine some of these countries, like in Europe, that the guys that are out there on the ice doing that thing, they're smoking cigarettes, you know, from the Iron Curtain and all that. This is just crazy. Wait a minute. Let's see. 214 is co-signing with you saying, yeah, Netflix has another documentary out about the Miracle on Ice. Because again, a lot of people, when they think about the Olympics, I'll tell you another one. The Winter Olympics, for a lot of people, they think about figure skating. Like, you got to nail it. And figure skating to me is no different than... you know, the different Summer Olympic, you know, when they do the routines, the floor exercises, you know, all those kind of different kind of athletes. But figure skating is what I'm saying. It's the same kind of thing, but you got to be anybody can do anything on skates is amazing, but you got to have strong ankles.
Yeah.
Somebody says Jamaica has a bobsled team this year. Yep. Somebody said, Chris, you never seen Miracle? It's possibly the greatest sports movie of all time. I do know that Olympic victory in 1980, it was considered just the biggest upset ever. The Team USA to knock off the Soviet Union. And like I said, Al Michaels is a superstar because of that call. The 972 says, the curling stones are made from one particular rock quarry in Scotland, I believe.
817 says, so CA has seen Cool Runnings, but not Miracle.
Cool Runnings, they made a movie about the Jamaican bobsled team. Believe it or not, I have not seen Cool Runnings, but I've seen the highlights of it.
Yeah, well, see, for Miracle, the scene that I saw was when he was having them conditioning back and forth, and he kept saying, again, like Kurt Russell was, coaching him up. So that's how I always interpreted that movie.
Yeah. So what is your favorite sport in the Winter Olympics?
Well, I'm a big storyline guy, and so I'm a big fan of skiing. And skiing is a thing that I've always wanted to do. Like that's on my bucket list. I want to go to Colorado, wherever, go skiing.
I've done that. I've only done it one time though, and I did it on the blue diamonds. Black diamonds are the hardest one, and the only reason I shied away from it, don't get me wrong, I scuba dive and I skydive, but I always felt like if I ski, I'm going to hit a tree and break my leg. But I didn't.
I know it's going to be challenging, and maybe I won't be good at it, but practice makes perfect, right? And I want to keep doing it. So the reason I say I'm a big storyline guy, I've heard a thing that Lindsey Vonn, shout out to her, 3-time gold medalist, is at age 41 is going to be competing with a torn ACL in the most dramatic comeback type of story, which is crazy because, you're thinking about like, how could somebody who's 41, 3-time gold medalist, ski on a torn ACL? That's insane to me. So I'm reading into it right now, and seeing her motivation for it, coming back for this, like at that age, it's inspiring. So I'm really big on storylines. Shout out to Lindsey Vonn. I'll be watching her, and so I'm most looking forward to skiing.
You remember she used to go out with Tiger Woods? Did you know that?
I did not know that.
They were dating. I think they broke up. I'm pretty sure they broke up, but they were dating for a little while there. And you know what? We shouldn't even really even try to talk about Olympic hockey or any kind of hockey, even the stars being Olympians, and without having the hockey hawk on. Hey, on our hotline, on our 105.3 The Fan hotline, we've got the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle. Gavin, I appreciate you totaling, man.
Yeah, man, I was making my way back from Austin covering the Texas Stars. The Dallas Stars are on break, so went down to Cedar Park and got some interviews for the podcast that will break next week. So I heard you talking about the Miracle on Ice in 1980 and heard Eric talking about it, and I just wanted to chime in.
Yes.
One of the things that made it such a big upset was, and I think you mentioned this, was the Soviets at the time were professionals and the U.S. were amateurs. But it was almost as much a victory on the ice as off the ice. Societally, we had lost patriotism, and this brought and embraced the U.S. together with this ragtag bunch of kids from Minnesota, Michigan, and Massachusetts, and places like that, who had never come together before. And one coach, a guy by the name of Herb Brooks, brought them together, and that included Neil Broughton, whose number and name are up in the wrong. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Minnesota. So it was a galvanizing thing, not just for the Winter Olympics, and then for Mike Eruzione, the captain of that team, to do something that changed the way in Olympic history podiums now are. They actually made them bigger because of Mike Eruzione, because he, for the first time, brought his whole team onto the podium. It had always been one person, and he brought and so that further brought the country together. There were lines at the gas pumps. The country was just struggling as a whole, and it really brought a lot of momentum into this country with a ragtag bunch of hockey players from places like Wisconsin, Boston University, Michigan, Minnesota, things like that. And, it's one of those aspects where they played the best hockey of their life. A lot of people don't know they played an exhibition just prior to the Olympics, and they were completely embarrassed in the United States by Team Russia. So for them to beat Russia was absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
What we also forget to talk about is they had not, everyone thinks you beat the Russia, they won the gold. They still had Finland in front of them. They were down by a goal heading into the third period against Finland. So this team that had the greatest upset in sports almost didn't make it all the whole way. They rallied in the third period to beat Finland, and that's what gave them the gold medal. So it's truly one of the greatest sports stories ever in the history of this country. And I'm so glad that Netflix put out this documentary because, you know, these guys tell stories about how they came together. And it really is a leadership moment as far as what Herb Brooks as the coach was able to do. The ironic aspect of this is they didn't necessarily go on to prestigious NHL careers. Neil Broughton did, but the biggest names, Jim Craig, Micah Ruzioni, didn't necessarily go on to long-time professional careers. So this was just lightning in a bottle.
And what was so great about it, and by the way, this is why you got to listen to Spits and Suds, the podcast with Gavin Spittle. You guys do a great job breaking things down, but this particular case, like you said, at the time, everybody's struggling in the United States, and then all of a sudden you can watch this game, and we upset the Russians, the Soviet Union, USA, USA. Everybody's going nuts. And just like you said, Gavin, this was not a team full of professional stars. These were just college guys, regular guys, and as you mentioned, most of them didn't even get to go into the NHL or have a long career. It just showed you, like you said, and the other part, a lot of people conveniently forget, or they just don't know, that wasn't the gold medal game. They had to refocus again to beat Finland.
Yeah, and here's another little tidbit that Eric and Kevin aren't going to believe, is that this game actually happened during the afternoon. But it was embargoed. Imagine today with Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Basically, no one knew the results. So a 9-year-old little Gavin Spittle was in front of the TV at night watching this game. Like, I can't believe this happened when it actually happened during the day, but we didn't have the technology then to find out about it.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it was a taped game that aired that night.
Yep, there was no leaks. There was no internet. Somebody could get it. It was like top secret until it played on the network.
Wow.
Yeah.
You inspired me, Gavin. I'm going to check out that documentary for sure.
Especially while the Winter Olympics are going on.
Absolutely. Listen, I'd be the first to raise my hand, and that's why we created Spits and Suds. Hockey, a lot of people don't understand it, and I get it. And that's why on Spits and Suds, I try to go back to the basics and relate it to other sports. At the same time, this is more of a story rather than sports. This is a story about history.
Yes.
It's very similar. You know, I'm not comparing them, but Jackie Robinson is more a story in the history behind as much as it is Jackie Robinson, the player. And so I would say if you're a big history fan and you're a fan of how things can change and how sports changes morale and just history overall, I think it's going to be a terrific documentary to sit down and watch.
Fantastic. While we're watching the Winter Olympics, who do you think should be the favorite in the men's hockey? Which country should be the favorite? I'm guessing, I'm just biased. I'm thinking Finland because we got all those Finnish guys.
Well, listen, the Finns are really, really good, and they lost Barkov to injury, and that hurts them. But they have some really, really good players. Obviously, Mikko Rantanen. We know about Miro. We know about Esa Lindell. Terrific players. They also have Sebastian Aho, which no one talks about, from Carolina. Just an absolute monster on the ice. So I really think Finland can cause some damage. That being said, it could come down to the USA, Canada. And, that's going to be similar to Four Nations. People have to remember you can't fight in the Olympics, but that doesn't mean you can't, get rough. But don't be surprised if the gold medal game might be either a Sweden or a Finland in there as well, because, they have great NHL players playing as well. Let me just throw in this little tidbit, too. Don't sleep on the American women. USA versus Canada, that is a beast of a matchup in women's hockey. It's physical, it's gnarly, it's great hockey, And Capel's own Hannah Bilka plays for Team USA. So I think that's a lot of fun to watch, and I wouldn't be surprised if USA doesn't bring home the gold there.
And by the way, I know you heard this, Gavin, but for those who might be just not tuning in, the Team USA women's team just beat Finland today, so they're on their way.
Nice win.
Man, I cannot thank you enough for stopping down on your way back to Dallas as you Tolo and dropping some hockey knowledge on us like you always do. Thanks, Gavin. Appreciate you, man.
Stick tap, boys. Gotta love it. Tolo, baby. Have a great day.
All right, stick tap to you, too. That's the great Gavin Spittle. He is the hockey hawk. Listen to him and Cred Ludwig on the Spits and Suds podcast. It is outstanding hockey. Coming up next, someone said you got CA Storage Confidential about some Super Bowl stuff. Sure do. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai.
Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thanks, Khaki Kev. Chris Arnold, along with Eric Casares. He is the fan phenom, and we are giving you Saturday sports all the way till 5 o'clock, live and local. Tomorrow is the Super Bowl. And by the way, this is 105.3 The Fan. People always say, you got some CA stories about the Super Bowl? And I say, yeah. So here's a little CA Stories Confidential. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Tolos, for allowing me to share some of these interesting stories and having such a wonderful, fun career. And I've been fortunate enough to not just do Radio Rows all these years during Super Bowl week, but I've covered 28 Super Bowls. I mean, just time flies, and it goes way back to the mid-'80s. Back when I was covering Super Bowls, halftime was marching bands. It was crazy. It was boring. The first big time, they had like Up With People stuff, just kind of stuff you never heard of before. Grandparents might know. But the first big time superstar to ever play Super Bowl was Michael Jackson. And that was the Cowboys versus the Buffalo Bills. When Jimmy Johnson and the Cowboys won their first Super Bowl. A couple of things I remember about that. It was at the Rose Bowl. It was a beautiful day. The Cowboys had a nice halftime lead. And after the game, Michael Irvin was telling me that he and a couple other players snuck out of the locker room early to see the end of Michael Jackson's performance. Michael Jackson put on an incredible show. And it was amazing. You've probably seen it a number of times. The other part about it I thought that was rather wild is, you got all kinds of people at the Super Bowl. And by the way, most Super Bowls, for those who don't know, are very corporate. You might have, let's say a stadium holds, 80,000 people. You might have maybe 20,000 fans there. The rest of them are corporations, tickets, junkets. They have, cool little tailgate situation, but it's not like real fans. And so it's just, and the players from all over the NFL have tickets that they can give to their friends or family or whoever. So you don't normally have like a big fan base there. One fan base takes over. No, not with a Super Bowl. So I'm walking around, not at halftime, maybe it was in between quarters or something. And I run into a buddy of mine named Tommy. And we go over to where he's sitting, and he said, I think that guy a couple of seats down is a star. I said, oh yeah? I look over there, and it's George Clooney. He's just sitting there in the crowd, short sleeve shirt, just watching the Super Bowl. It's back when Michael Jackson did the halftime. Another kind of interesting Super Bowl story is this. There's another Super Bowl, I want to say it was out on the West Coast, and it might have been the Rose Bowl again. Oh yeah, it might have been the Rose Bowl again. They do the national anthem before the game, and they did Ray Charles singing America the Beautiful. And while he's doing this, you know how sometimes they have people, they have paratroopers land, open parachutes, and they'll skydivers land on the field and hit the target. I am not lying. Ray Charles just through doing the America the Beautiful, and the PA announcer says, ladies and gentlemen, the stealth bomber. I looked up in the sky. Everybody's looking at the sky. Have you ever seen the stealth bomber in real life besides just on TV? It is huge. It is black. And that stealth bomber didn't just fly over like the Blue Angels. It stopped. It hovered. It went to the left and went to the right. And I went, damn! When people say they saw a UFO, that's probably good. All I know is we got the technology. I was like, oh my God. It just goes this way, that way, that way. And then, phew, took off. I was at the Super Bowl in Tampa when Whitney Houston sang the national anthem. Everybody lost their minds. It was really cool. There was a Super Bowl where Journey, the rock band Journey, this is not with Stephen Perry, lead singer. he had quit, and they got this guy from the Philippines to be the lead singer. He's really, really good. They did a pregame set, and this guy was awesome. It was like one of the first times I'd ever seen him perform with Journey, and he was great. And then, they did whatever the rest of the Super Bowl, halftime, whatever. I'm flying back to Dallas, and on that flight in front row was all of Journey, that same band. I recognized them. I was, wow, it was Journey. They're riding, in the first class. And I'll go back to coach, to my seat. And it was pretty cool. And I get off the plane at DFW, and they're still in the gate area. Our coach is like one of the last parts to get out. So they're supposed to be gone. They're in first class. They're still at the gate. And they said, Joe, one of the guys in the band, he left his guitar in the upper department, the overhead bin. He had his guitar on the plane. He got the guitar, and they came out, and they're trying to connect to another flight. And I said, "Oh, you want to go to another flight? I'm follow me." And I took him to the little tram thing, the little the tram thing at the DFW airport. And so I rode with them and asked him questions. He told me they found him on YouTube on the Philippines and stuff, and he sounded just like Steve Perry. He was just awesome. Another story about the halftime, YouTube was invented because of the Janet Jackson wardrobe malfunction. This happened in Houston. I'm covering that game in Houston. Watching it live, you cannot see Justin Timberlake as he's singing Rock Your Body. I have you naked by the end of this song. And then he was supposed to pull off just the leather. He pulled off the leather and the material underneath it, and you have naked bazoom. Well, you can't see it live. My cell phone buzzes. It's a friend of mine. He said, "Did you see that?" I said, "What are you talking about?" "Everybody's talking about it. Janet Jackson's boob." I said, "What?" "Nipplegate. They're calling it Nipplegate." You really couldn't see it live. Even on TV, you had to slow it down if you replay. YouTube was invented because these guys in the Silicon Valley, they worked for Google. They were talking about the next day. They're having lunch, and they said, "Oh, you missed it? Oh, I got it on a tape. I'll show my tape." And they'd say, "You know what? We ought to. That needs to be a website where you can share tapes, friends, or whatever." And those guys, you can Google it up. They invented YouTube based off of that Janet Jackson thing. And people always ask, what was the greatest halftime performance I've ever seen? It was in Miami. The weather was beautiful, just like it is in North Texas right now. Beautiful weather, just like it is in Santa Clara for the Super Bowl tomorrow. Beautiful weather. And then the afternoon of the Super Bowl, all these clouds came in, and it was threatening rain. And this was the Bears versus the Colts. At halftime was Prince. It's the greatest Super Bowl performance of all time. And when he started singing Purple Rain, it just started pouring.
Purple rain, that's all right. Come on, y'all. Purple rain, oh yes. Don't it feel good?
Rain.
Only wanna see you. Can I play this guitar?
He's doing this in the pouring rain. It was amazing. I mean, he did a whole bunch of other songs, but he wrapped up with Purple Rain. You can see this on YouTube. You can see this anywhere. And everybody says it's the greatest halftime performance ever. And he wasn't even, this wasn't in the 80s. This was the early 2000s. He was at it. It was like, oh my God. There are people who did not even know Prince could play the guitar. They just thought he sang and danced. That was it. That was the greatest performance. And then I had a buddy who was a big Colts fan, and he's like, "Oh man, we got a limo. We're gonna ride around." I did all my interviews. I was freezing cold in Miami. I said, "Let me take a shower and decide." I went back to the hotel room, and I just couldn't. I was like, no. It was too cold. It was great. But those are just some Super Bowl memories outside of the game itself that I'll never forget. And that's your CA Stories Confidential. Appreciate you. Coming up next, guess what? We got the latest headlines on a Super Bowl Saturday next on 105.3 The Fan.
Take us with you wherever wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. 105.3 The Fan.
Woo-wee! It's a Super Bowl Saturday here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Chris Arnold, along with the fan phenom, Eric Casares. How you doing, Eric?
I'm doing great.
And we've got Keki Kev in the Pimp Cup. You were saying.
I was just saying, we're getting closer and closer to the Super Bowl. Almost 24 hours, not quite yet.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we'll be here for the next hour. Again, we appreciate all the Tolos letting us ride shotgun with you and you and you on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. The weather forecast for the rest of this week, I'm talking about Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, highs in the 70s, lows in the 60s. This is California weather. Just saying. And, you know, there's a lot of things going on this Super Bowl Saturday afternoon. The game Sunday, of course, at about 5:25, 5:30. They always make it 7:25. Okay, whatever. At the same time, a lot of pregame stuff going on. I'll be on tomorrow with Will Chambers, and we'll get you ready for the Super Bowl itself. We got some Super Bowl bets and prop bets coming up in the next segment here with Kaki Kev and Eric. But at the same time, there are some things going on today, including a Mavericks game. Mavericks are down in San Antonio to take on the Spurs. A unusual home and home, 2 games in 3 days. The first game the Mavericks lost to Wemby. Boy, I swear, he's Monstar. He's an alien. He's in Space Jam. That dude is phenomenal. But Cooper Flagg did his 4th straight game of 30-plus points. No teenager has ever done that in NBA history, let alone a rookie. At the same time, there are some injuries to report. Going into the game 1 hour from now. What you got?
Yeah, so a lot of people are wondering going into Saturday's game because after the trade deadline had passed, you know, obviously all the players that the Mavericks trade for, they're not ready yet.
Physicals, yeah.
Not ready yet. Okay, well, we do have an update from Mavs PR. Marvin Bagley III is available. A.J. Johnson will be available. Tyus Jones will be available. And then a couple of other names. Brandon Williams is going to be available. Musa Cisse out. Miles Kelly out. Kyrie Irving, obviously, out. I'll leave it all the other ones. Chris Middleton is out for tonight's game. And then an update for the Tolos for some jersey numbers, because you might not know all of them.
Before you do the jerseys, because you're zipping fast, I just want to know if P.J. Washington's playing because he had a concussion.
P.J. Washington is not being listed on anything.
He's active on the Real app right now.
I'm assuming that he is going to be inactive.
Good. He has not played this week because he got a concussion about a week ago, and, man, they've been missing him.
So jersey numbers. For the Tolos that don't know, Chris Middleton will be rocking number 20. Tyus Jones will be taking over the coveted number 1. A.J. Johnson, number 8. And then Marvin Bagley III will be number 35.
All right.
We're going to start calling him Mavin Bagley. I think that fits very well. And, you know, you might have butchered it, Kevin, but I honestly think it fits with the name. And it's funny because Marvin Bagley, he was in the same draft class as Luka.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of Mavs fans. Nobody knew who Luka was. Some people did, but not everybody.
No, all the Maverick fans that draft, I'll never forget, they want Mo Bamba. I can't even tell you. I can't believe it. You could have had Mo Bamba. You need a big man. Who the hell is this guy from Europe? I'm just going past. That's what people always,
have you ever seen that video where the Kings fan, he reacts to when they drafted Marvin Bagley, and he starts cheering and he says, I didn't want Luka.
I have seen that.
That's a legendary video. I wonder how he's feeling now.
Hey, all I know is I'm feeling good about Cooper Flagg. Number 32, he keeps making history. And the Mavericks, like I said, they are built to be built around Cooper Flagg as we speak. And Kyrie Irving, don't be surprised if he plays. People think, he's not going to play this year because, why should he play? It's kind of like Jacob DeGrom. Jacob DeGrom comes to the Rangers the year they win the World Series. He gets hurt, I guess it was in May that year, and then, they win the World Series that November. Well, the next year, the Rangers weren't contenders. And they're like, they don't need to play him. He don't need to be a star. He goes, no, I need some starts because I got to get into my routine. I want to, next year, be in my routine when the season starts. And it did not hurt to have Jacob DeGrom. It wasn't about Jacob DeGrom's going to suddenly put the Rangers in the playoffs. No, Kyrie Irving can get some reps with Cooper Flagg so that he's already doing it in practice gym, all right? He's doing that against other Maverick players. But let him and Cooper Flagg in real games get some chemistry, sort of like when Kyrie and Luka got some chemistry when he first came after the trade deadline and they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, and it seems like Kyrie Irving is very excited the possibility of teaming up with Cooper Flagg. So hopefully we can see him out there sooner than later.
It's a Duke thing. This is, and like I said, always look at Kyrie as Yoda.
Don't we have 5 Duke players on our team now?
Yeah, so Tyus Jones, Derek Lively, Kyrie Irving, Cooper Flagg.
Derek Lively. You said Derek Lively?
Yeah. Am I missing somebody?
Is it 4 or is it 5? I can't remember.
It's 4.
Well, it's going to be 5 maybe if we get Cameron Boozer. Wink, wink. I don't know.
Thinking about that draft, you never know. By the way, a couple of the players who got traded to Washington, they had twins.
Oh, Marvin Bagley also.
Oh, Marvin Bagley.
Yeah, okay,
there
so
you go.
it is 5.
It
could be 6.
It could be 6. Okay, here's a little side note. The Mavericks, up until the trade deadline, had 4 players who had twins. You know, Cooper Flagg has a twin brother. His name is Ace. He's still at the University of Maine. He's good, but he's not a phenom. He's a basketball player. The guard who missed the dunk that could have got Cooper Flagg 50.
Caleb Martin?
Caleb Martin's got a twin brother. And they look identical. Cody
Martin, yeah.
They are identical twins. I mean, this was wild. Some of the Maverick players didn't even know each other had. Anthony Davis has a twin sister. And Dante Exum also has a twin sister.
Wow.
So half the twins are gone. I'm looking at you kind of frowning up like you're not happy with the way people grade these trades at the deadline.
Yeah.
Is this still making you kind of mad?
It is.
Because they grade the teams on who won and who lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just don't understand why there always has to be a winner or a loser, because everybody's like, with trade deadlines, ESPN and Bleacher Report, they're going to throw out their grades, right? And I always laugh at it because Bleacher Report, in my opinion, gives out the most absurd grades. And then not only that, but ESPN gave Kyrie Irving to the Mavs a D, okay? So take that with a grain of salt.
Exactly. Then again, a lot of people thought Kyrie was toxic.
It was valid.
But still,
it was valid.
And they were like, he already got Luka. Why would they do? But we didn't have JB anymore. We didn't have Jalen Brunson anymore.
I just said,
not?
Wait till they have a full offseason. We saw what happened.
Exactly.
We saw what happened. But look, take grades with a grain of salt. But there just always has to be a winner or a loser. Why can't we look at both collective teams and be like, you know what? It was a win-win for both. You're looking, and I'm talking about Anthony Davis, right? Because the consensus with Anthony Davis is, well, the Mavs didn't get enough in return, right? How could you only get that for AD? A washed-up Middleton,
that
Marvin
sounds like
Bagley.
A casual.
Come on, man.
Wait a minute. If you know that Anthony Davis is injured quite often, he's hurt right now, why would you think you would get a whole lot more?
And that's what I'm saying. What were you realistically going to get out of 29 games for AD? His value is already down. We can point fingers all we want about, it's Nico and the management's fault for being the reason that he was never motivated to get back out there, and they rushed him to play some games. That's all. That's people are going to talk.
That's theory.
That's theory. Here's the deal. We knew the risk. The vision was defense wins championship under Nico Harrison. AD was a part of that vision. Nico's not here anymore. I hate to break it to y'all. He's gone, okay? So we had to pick up a damaged asset in Anthony Davis who could only give us 29 games in 1 year. And in that damaged asset, he wasn't providing any value on the court, okay? Because he was always hurt.
He never played more than 5 games in a row.
Yeah, well, Cooper Flagg played more games than him within the first 2 months. So that puts it into perspective for you, okay? And so when I look at that and everything that's gone on, and then you mentioned the fact that they gave up that and they got returned. Not only did they get returned, but they cleared up cap to build around Cooper Flagg. How could you possibly look at the Mavs and say, well, that was a bad trade, or they didn't get enough in return? If you would have told me, Chris, if I would have told you 24 hours that AD was going to get traded, we were going to get 2 1s and 3 2s, you would have taken it.
Here's the thing. The contracts that they've acquired, they're players, but they're assets that if you don't like them, end of the year, you can trade them.
Expiring contracts.
I'm going to tell you something. This is old school, old head stuff. It reminds me, the ones who feel this way, not everybody feels, there's a whole lot of Maverick fans who are like, oh man, we won this thing. The ones, but squeaky wheel always gets a lot of attention. It reminds me of back when the Herschel Walker trade happened. People didn't understand the value of draft picks back then. Now, there's a lot of people who even overvalue draft picks. But back then, when Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones announced they had traded Herschel, who's extremely talented, what are they doing? Mind you, this was a month and 2 months into Jimmy's first season, they hadn't even won a game yet.
Yeah.
Okay? And everybody thought they were still mad at them firing Tom Landry. It was like, and now they traded Herschel for some players that are nobodies. And Jimmy was saying at the time, it's the great train robbery. People did not understand that those players turned into picks. People don't understand that these players that the Dallas Mavericks have signed, their contracts expire. Most of them.
They're rentals.
And you can keep them if you want them. If you don't want them, if they don't fit what you're doing, you got more cap space.
Yeah.
In this day and age in the NBA, those aprons that they talk about, they're for real. You cannot build around superstars if you go over that apron. It punishes you. So that's why a lot of superstars can't go where they want to go, or some people wind up not even getting traded out. John Moran.
Yeah.
Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is this: that the Mavericks wound up really good in this situation, and for Washington, for what they wanted to do, they wanted to showcase Trae Young and Anthony Davis to get butts in seats, and they got their young core still intact. See where I'm going with this? If Anthony Davis can play 10 games in a row, he'll be able to say to whoever team he wants to go to next, or even stay in Washington, guess what? I'm worthy of this extension I've been trying to get.
Mm-hmm.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
It's more to it than just the players. It's about the assets, and there's layers to this thing. So unball your fist, Eric, on the people who are giving you the knee-jerk because the quote-unquote articles or the podcasts or whatever. They say, Mavericks lost the deal, or Washington won it, or Atlanta won. You don't know until it's all said and done.
You know, a big reason people are also saying that is because it's always going to be centered around the Luka trade. Everybody's going to look at AD and be like, well, Luka turned into Middleton and Bagley and these picks. It's like, you didn't get enough for Luka. This was not the Luka trade. This is the AD trade, okay? The Luka trade is done. That happened already. We lost that trade, okay? Yep. It happened. We got to move on. We got to move on, and we had to move on away from AD.
Now, I understand, dude. Understand this. Some people reconcile their emotions differently. You got to give them a chance. And again, because they do that doesn't mean that everybody's doing that. All I can say is anyone who is still lamenting, you're missing the Cooper Flag show.
Mm-hmm.
You're missing the history that he's making. And you may say, I'll never. And that's fine. I understand. But at some point, if you like basketball, period, even if it has nothing to do with the Mavericks, you're missing a generational talent in his rookie year because you're still coping and not letting go. So you can unball your fist, Eric. Stop being mad at those who haven't reconciled their emotions.
You're right, CA. You're right.
Take a woosah.
Deep breaths.
And then you can watch Cooper Flag later on the season.
And the Wizards, the Wizards got a good deal for AD if he can stay on the court. Let's put that too.
Yeah, they do. Like they don't hurt themselves. They had lots of cap space, and again, he's into. But one of the things that was hard for Maverick fans is anytime he was hurt. Let's just say if he sprained his wrist, oh my God, how long he's going to be out?
Well, he's already out for the remainder of the season.
So where I'm going with this is, it's just too much for the fan base to bear.
Yeah,
and that's why it's best for everybody that he was able to go somewhere else where they're not micromanaging every single injury because it reminded them of a trade that was not fruitful.
You the man.
And there you go. That's a quick little headline update thing. At the same time, we've got some more Super Bowl stuff to talk about. In fact, prop bets and more next on 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with
stir of every ace, every moment the stars shine brighter in Texas. Tickets on sale now at DallasOpen.com.
This is 105.3 The Fan. Super Bowl Saturday. The game is tomorrow. Chris Arnold, Eric Casares, Khaki Kevin Walker. You got to have your bets. You got to have your prop bets and more. Fellas, take it away.
All right, gentlemen. I put together a list, and I know
do love lists.
Everyone loves lists, and I'll give a quick shout out to Jacob Ray because he does his Jaking Off segment where he likes to talk about betting lines and all those different things. Look, I'm not going to tell you the money line. I'm not going to tell you the point spread. I'm not going to do over unders. We all know that, right? I wanted to get into the weeds. I wanted to figure out the things that no one else was betting on, no one else was talking about. And a big shout out to Bet Online who put all these prop bets together. Crazy, wacky, but possible Super Bowl bets. And I have a collection of about 14 of them that are going to rock your socks off, okay?
Okay.
We'll start with some that are a little bit more numbers based, and then the more and more we work our way down, the more and more you're going to laugh at some of these bets. And then Eric, I know you've got a couple that you're going to toss in as well.
Oh yeah.
So let's start with this: a wide receiver to win Super Bowl MVP plus 310, or just a non-QB factor is plus 160. Specifically,
Rockwell.
JSN plus 475 to win Super Bowl MVP. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, so obviously everybody is high on the quarterback winning the Super Bowl MVP. I feel like that's very common. But the thing is like I like those odds a lot, not because of how good JSN is, but because I don't think Sam Darnold has to have an amazing game for them to win this game. And I think JSN gets into the end zone one or two times, has his typical 10 for $150.
Right.
He'll win in Super Bowl MVP, especially if they win the game.
I literally looked it up earlier. The last non-quarterback to win Super Bowl MVP was Julian Edelman. And I think he had 11 catches and like 140-something yards. And so I thought in my head, JSN can do that. He can definitely do that.
Wait,
now, Patriots defense, we'll see what happens.
So Cooper Kupp didn't win it in 21?
Let me see, because when I looked it up, that was the answer it gave me. So I'll have to, I'll double check. We'll double check and look into it. Okay.
Okay.
Next, this is a first half bet. Do you think Seattle or New England will lead by 1 to 3 points by the end of the first half? Well, if you think it's Seattle, that's going to be plus 600. If you think it's New England, that's plus 800.
Okay.
So they have to be leading by 1 to 3 points by the end of the first half.
So either people think it's going to be a hassle for New England to be leading in general by that much, or the fact that if Seattle is leading, it's probably going to be by more.
Yeah, and look, you can go on Bet Online and you can kind of get a look at some of these prop bets. And look, if you're out there and you use a different website, different betting, be responsible, all those different things, it's probably going to be different. Maybe you don't have access to these exact ones, but if you do have access to these, the numbers should look somewhat similar to what we're looking at here. So I thought that was really interesting. Plus 600 and plus 800, respectively, between Seattle and New England is a large number to bet on.
Okay,
right.
I like the JSN one a little bit more.
I do too. I think that one's the most realistic that I've read so far. Who will score last in the first half?
So we're getting technical here.
Patriots plus 115 or Seahawks minus 145.
Who's going to score?
Last in the first half.
Oh, boy.
Little rhyme scheme for you.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle gets off to a big lead. Maybe New England gets a last-second touchdown to go into halftime, getting some momentum. I don't know. I guess we'll have to be determined on the coin toss who's getting the ball first, how aggressive each team are going to be. I still like the JSN one more, but hey, I don't hate the odds.
All right, I think the text line's coming for me because
why?
I messed up the last non-Cup.
Okay, yeah. So I was right. It was Cup in 2022. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking.
Let's see here. Yeah, Cooper Kupp in 2022. Look, all right, that's my bad. Julian Edelman was a couple of years beforehand. I'm not going to be right every time. Thank you for coming at me on the Frankel injury return text line. I was wrong. I admit it. All right, let's move on. This one's kind of similar, but it's a little bit different. Will there be a last score? Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Will there be a score in the last 2 minutes of the first half? Yes, minus 350, or no, plus 275.
Really? Well, yeah, I mean, again, a lot of people think Seattle are going to win comfortably, so maybe Drake, May, New England, garbage time touchdown, or try to go for 2 to get the onside. I don't know. Yeah, I like it.
All right. And then the last one that's more numbers-based here. Over 2.5 first half Seahawks touchdowns for plus 425. And you're probably thinking, that's a large number.
It is.
They average 1 to 2 touchdowns in the first half this year. And if we remember correctly, Rashid Shaheed, I keep saying his name wrong.
Rashid Shaheed, yeah.
He can get off to a pretty electric start, and the Seahawks have had no problem scoring in the first quarter this year. So if you feel that confident in them, the Seahawks over 2.5 for plus 425 on first half touchdowns. Is a risky bet.
It's very risky because I think the first quarter might be a little bit more feel it out process.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't say I'm confident in it.
All right. 817 is asking what's the over-under time for the national anthem.
And I was just about to get to that.
And that is why we toss it to Eric over there now.
Yeah, so you know what? So we'll go ahead and just answer that Tolo's question right off the bat. So
start out by saying who's singing it.
Charlie Puth.
Oh, yeah,
I feel good about that.
You know,
come along
and it's interesting because most people associate him with the song See You Again. But to me, I don't even think of Charlie Puth for that song. He's more kind of a mid to up tempo pop singer. You know, a little bit mid funk type of energy.
He does it all.
He does it all.
He's like Bruno Mars.
So I'm not so sure he's going to go as slow. But the thing is, right now, the over-under is at 119.5 to 120.5, so roughly 2 minutes. The odds typically at 110 on both sides on the over-under. So it's going to be interesting to see. And I guess getting you a little bit of a history right here. The longest Super Bowl performance national anthem was Alicia Keys back in 2013 at 2:36. That's a long time.
Wow.
And then the shortest was Neil Diamond, 1987 at 1:02. So, Kev, 119.5 over under. What you think?
Oh, I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna go over with Charlie Puth. I think he's gonna stretch it out a little bit.
I'm go over as well. I think he's gonna stretch it out, but I don't think it's gonna be like a long
21, 22 seconds. Yeah, something like that.
I think he's really gonna be dramatic. The ones that usually go real long are well, you know what? The ones that go really short are choirs. They like 1, 2, 3, and it's over. But
do you think he's going to hold his notes a little bit longer?
Oh,
because he can.
I think so.
Some singers can't. He can. So I bet he does. I don't think he's going to go way crazy and up and down and all that. I just think he knows how to sing it and at the end be dramatic.
I'll take the under.
Okay.
I'll take the under. Charlie
It's going to be a
Puth,
little different.
Yeah, give me something. I'll be a little bit different. All right, going back to the game itself. I thought this one was interesting, Kev. So, the first person to score a touchdown, doesn't matter who it is, any position, even or odd number, jersey number.
Ooh, okay.
So Sam Darnold would be even. Obviously, JSN would be
even.
odd.
Drake May rushing touchdown would be even.
I'm going to say even.
Travion Henderson would be even.
Stephon Diggs would be even.
Cooper Kupp would be even.
I'm going to say even.
Oh, I got to think about the
Kenneth
running
Walker?
back. I got to think about the running back numbers for New England.
So Ramondre is 38. That's even. And then I think Travion Henderson is
2?
Oh, yeah, 32. Is Travion Henderson 28?
It's like it's something like that. Yeah.
So that, or 32, maybe 32. Either way, I get them mixed up. Either way, it's an even number. And then Kenneth Walker is 9.
Travion is 32. Ramondre's 38.
Okay, there we go. That's what.
And Antonio Gibson's 4. So there, if you're wondering about Antonio Gibson, I would go even. I think I'm gonna go even.
So you don't think JSN would be the odd one in? Get it, odd man out.
Yeah. It's got a good chance, but there's so many even numbers. I'm going to stick with even.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with even as well. There's too many options there. Okay, so this is a fun one always. Gatorade color. All right, so the past history.
Unpredictable. This is unpredictable.
So the most common Super Bowl Gatorade color since 2001, 5 times, was orange, followed by blue, purple, yellow, green, and clear, which has appeared 4 times. Since 2015, blue has become a dominant choice, appearing 4 times.
Really?
While purple is featured in recent years with the Chiefs. The Eagles last year was yellow, green, lime. Okay, so it kind of pertained to their colors. Before that, purple with the Chiefs, blue, orange, blue. I think we might be due for an orange, and they have the best odds right now.
I don't know why, but the voices in my head are saying a certain color. I don't even know what the number is. Just give me purple. I don't know why. Just give me purple.
Give me orange.
I think we're due for orange. I'm sticking with CA. I'm sticking with the odds. We're going to get an orange Gatorade from Mike McDonald.
Okay, let me go over a couple more over here because I got some real fun ones that y'all are going to really enjoy.
Let's hear it.
Tomorrow, will a Celtics player wear a Patriots jersey? Yes, plus 75, or no, minus 450. Talking about in the pregame walkthrough, right? Not obviously in the game. So, a little bit of a thinker.
I'm curious, is Jason Tatum even a Patriots fan? That's just a random question.
He's hurt.
Well, I know he's hurt, but I don't know, is Jaylen Brown a Patriots? I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no, too.
No is the favorite at minus 450.
Yeah.
What team will commit the first penalty accepted? It's minus 115 either way, if you want to look into that one. How many people to appear during the Super Bowl halftime mark? So, we talked about it earlier, about the halftime show. How many people to appear?
About the rumors.
3.5 is the mark.
Oh.
So minus 120 either way.
So last year it was Kendrick and Serena. Does that count, right? Does that count as 2 people?
SZA.
Yeah. And SZA. So 3.
Serena just danced. She just crip walked.
I'm going to I would personally take the under.
I would take the under because it's going to be Bad Bunny driven, and then maybe we get a Travis and Weekend. No more.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. This one's going to get y'all a chuckle. Which will be higher, Stephon Diggs kids or catches? Which the number is 6. Plus 250 on more than 6 catches, or minus 400 for less than 6 catches.
6 catches is a lot.
Not for him, because he's not the main guy on that offense. He's our guy. He's not.
If you
Puka.
If you tell me Stephon Diggs is going to have 7 catches, he's going to have a really good game.
Exactly. But I can't. Don't get me wrong. He's good.
Keyshawn Butte's
he's not featured. He's not like Puka Nacua.
Yeah, no. Keyshawn Butte's been getting love too. They like running the ball. I would say under.
From the 972, the Gatorade color and national anthem singer makes me wonder how many family members are betting crazy money on these when they know the outcomes.
All right, you were
trying to be responsible.
You were talking about appearance, so I'm gonna take this next one here. I was gonna say, who is the first coach do they show on the broadcast first? Mike Vrabel, or how did she say it the other night?
Oh yeah,
Verbal.
Yeah, one sec. I got it.
Or Mike McDonald. Who do we see first in the broadcast?
Mike Verbal.
Or Mike McDonald. Who do they show first? I think they're gonna show Vrabel, surprisingly, because they're the underdogs. And, the Patriots, it's like, everybody talk about the Patriots. Everyone thinks Seattle's going to win. But I think they're going to show Vrabel first.
I agree. I think it'll be Vrabel.
I agree.
Okay.
All right, let's see. I'll try to get through. Will they mention Mike versus Mike on the broadcast? You can talk about that one. Now, here's a guy from Chris Collinsworth, minus 300 on yes or plus 200 no. This one's kind of a landslide favorite, but which San Francisco landmark will be shown first? The Golden Gate Bridge is minus 900, or Alcatraz is plus 500. And then I'll let you finish because I've got a good juicy one as my last pick.
Okay, so the last one I have to go because we haven't talked about it yet. Coin toss. Because everybody always talks about the coin toss. The Chiefs have historically won the coin toss in all their Super Bowls they've been in. They have won the coin toss. So if you are a numbers guy and you want to be like, well, does the coin toss end up being the winner? Who wins the coin toss? Well, last year, Kansas City won it, and they got blown out. But the year before, they won that, and they also got blown out. So is it going to be heads or tails? I'll give you the last 5 Super Bowls, going in order from 2025 and back. Tails, heads, tails, heads, heads. Those are the last 5. So we haven't had a repeat since 2020, 2021, 2022 with the heads. So we went tails, heads, tails. Are we due for a repeat on Tails Never Fails, Kev?
Tails never fails. Give me tails.
Tails never
I'm
fails.
going for a repeat.
I'm normally a heads guy, but Tails never fails.
It's already marked. Don't even hesitate.
Oh, no.
You're done.
I set myself up for that one, but
Alec,
she still hasn't given it to me yet.
Alec Medford is going to nominate you for Masterpiece of the Week.
No, I'm going Tails.
I want to know when's the last time has it ever been 3 in a row? Because it could possibly be 3 in a row.
Yeah, the last time it was 3 in a row was from 2015 to 2017. Seahawks tails, Panthers tails, Falcons tails.
Give me tails.
And they all lost those games.
Doesn't matter. We're talking about
something to look out
wait a
for.
minute. I picked Seattle to win the game. So it's going to be heads.
Okay.
No. Are they going to be the ones calling it?
Well,
who calls it? Whose turn is it to
the
call
visitor
it?
always calls it, and the visitor is technically the Seahawks, right? Yeah. So the Seahawks will be calling it.
Okay.
So are they going to win it?
They're going to. When they win the coin toss, they lose the game, right?
Not necessarily, but the last time we had the 3 in a row with the tails, all those teams that
lost?
that won and picked tails, they lost. Seahawks lost to the Patriots.
And right now it's two tails in a row, correct?
Oh, actually, I'm mistaken. It was 4 in a row because Seahawks got it the first Super Bowl when they blew out the Broncos. They won that one too.
Well, it's going to be tails for the third time in a row. That's what I'm picking because it's already been 2 tails, correct? The last 2 years been tails?
No. We haven't had a repeat since heads and heads on 2021, 2022.
What was it last year?
It was tails last year, heads before, and then tails before.
Okay.
So I think we're due for a repeat of tails. That's why Khaki Kevin and I are going tails.
Well, I'm going to go tails too, and Seahawks going to win the game.
All right, there you go. What's the last frisky one?
The last.
By the way, somebody just texted in and said the visitor is the AFC team. That's New England.
No, I don't think so. I thought because I thought I heard Vrabel saying.
Look it up. Go ahead.
That while you're doing that, I thought Vrabel was saying that they decided to wear the white jerseys even though they were the home team. Isn't that what they said? I could be wrong.
I'm on it.
I'm looking it up right now. And the answer is
Seattle.
So the texter, the Tolo, was wrong. It is Seattle. Like you said, Eric, you were correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
that's what I thought.
Last but certainly not least, Mike Vrabel to cut his piece off if the Patriots win the Super Bowl is plus 50,000. And if you don't know...
Wait, can you repeat that again?
All right. If y'all haven't heard, a couple of years ago, Bussin' with the Boys, they did an interview with Mike Vrabel. They said, what would you do what was the question? It was, what would you do anything for? And he said he would do anything for a Super Bowl, obviously, as a head coach would, at the time of the Tennessee Titans. And they asked him if he would cut his piece off. His guy. Downstairs. He said he would.
Buddy.
His little buddy.
Okay.
He said he would. So, prop bet, Mike Vrabel to cut his piece off if the Patriots win the Super Bowl is plus 50,000.
That's an interesting bet.
Wow, never thought I would hear that.
So, please don't put any money on that. Please just don't put money on that.
It's just fun to talk about.
But I thought it would be funny to mention. So
I'm wondering if somebody will bring it up to him after the game.
I only hope so, right?
You
can only
doing
hope.
all the interviews. Hey, Mike, you remember when? He'll say, well, technically, I was thinking Titans, and I'm not coaching them. That's his out.
All right. That's all the prop bets I got.
Well, I like the prop bet segment, and we're going to wrap this thing up with more Super Bowl talk, especially about the NFL and those honors, who got what and why, and DFW represent next on 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, this is Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team.
872-8610. The Fan is proud to partner with the Nexo Dallas Open. Some of the highest-ranking tennis players in the world will face off at the Star in Frisco February 7th through the 15th. For tickets, go to DallasOpen.com.
This final segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
This is Texas, and the weather is fine. Hey, it's Chris Arnold, 105.3 The Fan, along with Eric Casares and Khaki Kevin Walker, and the ones and twos in the Pimp Cup. And Tolos, we can't thank you enough for letting us ride shotgun with you all this afternoon, Super Bowl Saturday.
It's been a fun show, man.
It's been a very fun show. And we cannot do this show without saying congratulations to the talent in the North Texas area. The ones who turned pro were the football, baseball, basketball, hockey, golf, track, tennis, archery, rodeo, auto racing, horse racing, the whole 9 yards. But in particular, football. We've always said there's a lot of talent in North Texas. You can go up and down I-20 or up and down 30 or up and down LBJ and have your pick. Get them all on one team, you'd win a Super Bowl. Well, at the NFL Honors on Thursday night, our point is well proven. Eric, let people know how DF-Dub represented.
Well, they sure represented all right. And starting with the most important one, the most valuable player award, Matthew Stafford. MVP. I don't know. I saw that video with him and his, I think he has 2 sets of twins.
He's a girl dad.
Yeah.
Just like Kobe. He wins the MVP, 17 years in the NFL. And, of course, everybody knows he grew up in Highland Park. And his partner in crime in high school was Clayton Kershaw, who's a star with the Dodgers. Got him a couple of World Series rings. And here's old Matthew Stafford getting 1 Super Bowl ring. And he says, I think I'm coming back for 1 more next year.
Oh, yeah. He's a fair share Texas boy. And also in the DFW area, JSN, Offensive Player of the Year.
Say his full name. Give him credit.
Jackson Smith Najigba.
That's Rock Wall in the house.
Rock Wall.
Yeah, he did that thing, and he's got a chance to get him a Super Bowl ring.
Mm-hmm. If I'm not mistaken, Myles Garrett too?
Myles Garrett is from Arlington Martin. He actually went to high school with our own Blake Elliott. Wow, and Blake used to play pickup basketball games with him in the gym, and he's the Defensive Player of the Year.
And he's an Aggie.
Yep, he's Texas Aggie as well. #1 pick overall in the draft.
That's facts.
So
all right.
Props to Myles Garrett and his family and them getting it done.
I think those were the most obvious ones. Offensive Player of the Year and Defensive Player of the Year. JSN, we knew he was going to get that one, and we knew Myles Garrett after breaking the sack record. Come on.
Oh, you got to. That's automatic.
How about some love for? I feel like I'm missing somebody. Am I missing somebody?
Offensive Player of the Year, Rookie of the Year?
DFW.
I will say this, as you continue to search and make sure you didn't leave anybody out, I'm going to give hell to the Hall of Fame committee again. How you leave out Darren Woodson and this time around Jason Witten, the Dallas Cowboys. This is just crazy that they're not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. I think the solution to all of this is transparency. I've talked to different writers who have the votes, like Shereen Williams, Goose Goslin, but all other people, they talk about how you make the case in the room and then nobody knows how the vote goes.
Yeah.
I think every vote needs to be accounted for. In other words, if you don't like Bill Belichick, say I didn't vote for Bill Belichick. If you don't think Darren Woodson deserved to be in there, you be the dummy to say he doesn't deserve to be in there. All-time leading tackler in Dallas Cowboys history. It's the most valuable franchise in the world, and it's not a record that he set when he retired 2 years ago. He set the record back in the 1990s and early 2000s.
Shout out to Kev. He corrected me. It was only 3 from the DFW, so Matthew Stafford, Jackson Smith Najigba, and Myles Garrett are the DFW representing the NFL Honors. I wanted to get your opinion.
I bet you were also thinking, this wasn't an NFL Honors thing, but Dak got an award too, Dak Prescott. I think the fans voted him, I forgot what the award was, but he got some kind of award. 877-881-1053. There's a Tolo out there who knows what I'm talking about. But go ahead. What were we going to ask him about?
Yeah, so as I'm looking that up.
Don't look it up. Fans going to do that.
Most valuable player, right? Matthew Stafford, we're very happy for him, right? Representing DFW. Do you think Drake May should have won the MVP? Because for me, I always liked, I'm a storyline guy. I think Matthew Stafford had a good story, but I think Drake May had the better storyline this year. I don't really pay attention too much on he played an easier schedule, because to me, like, you only play who's in front of you, and in that set of schedule that he played, they both played at a high level. So we can point to the touchdown. Like, I'm pretty sure Matthew Stafford had like over 15 more touchdowns than he did passing, but that doesn't tell all the story. So I just think that Drake May, personally, he would have been my most valuable player.
I personally liked the Matthew Stafford all along. Again, Drake May, don't get me wrong, he did some nice things. Again, it's not like, he's young enough and he'll have another opportunity at it. But I thought what Matthew Stafford did, even though he had a nice supporting cast at his age, he deserved every step of the way, everything that he got. By the way, the thing I was saying about Dak was a finalist for the comeback player.
Okay, yeah, I knew he didn't win it because Christian McCaffrey won that one. Yeah,
Very good.
Shout out to Dak.
And shout out to the 682 for also throwing that in there.
I like your points. I don't think it was a robbery by any means. The one that kind of rubs me the wrong way, and this is no disrespect to Mike Vrabel, but I believe that Ben Johnson was the coach of the year. When you think about somebody who single-handedly changed the culture in year one, nobody did it as good as Ben Johnson did. And I don't want to hear, Eric, Mike Vrabel's in the Super Bowl, Ben Johnson's on the couch. It's a regular season award.
I'm going to put it like this. I'm picking Vrabel over Ben Johnson, and I like Ben Johnson. I think he did a nice job with Chicago, but Chicago's always had that talent, and I think Eberflus kind of messed it around. At the same time, Vrabel, in other words, everybody thought, finally Chicago's got it together. New England wasn't supposed to do anything. It was probably like, okay, let's keep building, and they beat all the teams they were supposed to beat, but they did that. And so I give it to Vrabel for that. I have no dog in the hunt. I could care less about the Patriots. I just thought that Chicago has had this talent for years and years, and that's why Eberflus got fired. He couldn't do nothing with it, let alone coach the quarterback properly. Once you knew Brent Johnson hooked up with Caleb Williams would figure it out.
There were some highly top-tier coaches candidates. There was 5 of them, and they were all well-deserving of it.
Anything else about the NFL honors that you liked or disliked?
No, I like that they gave it to Ted McMillan. He was a big favorite. I think it would have went to Ibaka if he hadn't have got hurt. But I think the right decision was Ted McMillan. He was the best rookie wide receiver.
By the way, there was some NFL news that happened today. They said that the Atlanta Falcons officially released Kurt Warner, or they're going to do that shortly, and therefore he's going to go to wherever he wants to go. And what everybody say he's going to? Cleveland.
Or New York.
Kirk
Cousins.
Jets. Nothing wrong with Kirk Cousins. He's just a little bit older, and he doesn't win after 3 o'clock. I said it. I said it. It just comes out that way sometimes.
Had to go there.
I had to go there. By the way, Tolos, appreciate you all listening to us this Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow when you go to your Super Bowl party or you watch it by yourself, because people like to do it 2 different ways, think about us. I picked Seattle. Who you pick, Eric?
I got Seattle.
Who do you got,
by 10.
Kevin?
I'm going with Seattle.
It's going with Seattle. Seattle, and you say?
By 10.
We're looking for Tank Lawrence to get his Super Bowl ring like DeMarcus Ware. Put it like this, Dallas Cowboys, one of these days you're going to get there. In the meantime, keep it right here. You're home to Cowboys, home to Rangers. This is 105.3 The Fan. Thank you. Salute.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on The Fan. Keeping you